are consistent with what we observe. So same thing with intelligence. Like I said, the complex specific information in DNA code. We see this actually observed in reality from intelligent designers, like in computer codes, where it's a very complex code, yet every piece of the code is actually meaning something. It has meaningfulness, right? It's not just
Can
complexity
you
without meaning, and it's not just whatever. So
No,
it's the complex specific information
can
we
I
know from intelligent designers that we find in DNA that gives indications of intelligent design.
I really I don't understand your context with code, and also poking holes at physics doesn't mean it is an evidence to justify something supernatural.
How do you know that?
It feels like
I just
because
did that.
it feels like you're trying to find uh, again like cherry picking inside a big realm of some topic that isn't related to the stuff that you're even talking about. It's
Do you
like
know why
you
I
need to.
am there? Do you know why I even invoked it? I didn't just invoke it because we don't understand it. Do you know why I did?
I'm not sure I understand.
I
Can
invoked
you?
it. I'll tell you. I invoked it because I was saying we can see the effects of it, but we don't know what it is. I wasn't using dark matter as like, oh, we don't understand everything, therefore God. That's not what I said. I said we see the effects of it, but we can't directly measure it. This could also apply to intelligence and intelligent agents, at play in creating something, right? We have indications of intelligent agency at play in complex specific information, for example.
So Taylor, we
Can,
do have evidence of intelligent agents, right? The difference being is that you want to posit this intelligent agent is a disembodied mind. We don't
yeah,
have evidence of disembodied minds, even
Okay,
if
well,
they're intelligent creators
that's what I'm
being the
saying.
ones
No,
that
when did I
create
say
such things.
disembodied minds? When did I
no,
say
hold
that?
on,
I just said
Taylor,
intelligence.
Stop.
Then you
No
need to be more
part.
clear as to what you're positing as the intelligent design.
I don't.
Yeah, hold up, Taylor. The second thing is no part of dark matter requires rejecting every other part of natural science, right? But when you
That's
talk about, hold on, Taylor, when you talk about an intelligent design, or if you could say intervention, intelligent intervention, if we ask you, what do you mean by intelligent intervention if you don't mean another human and you don't mean any other organic life? What else would cause this intervention that's not natural? You have to
Correct.
create a miracle explanation. You have to. There's
okay. So
nothing else that's left.
the idea of intelligence would not contradict everything we know in science. It's completely compatible.
That's not what I'm
But
saying. I'm saying to explain intelligent intervention for the cause of abiogenesis, you have to propose a non natural, miraculous cause.
well, to invoke, naturalistic
Uh,
explanations, then you need to have a cause too. You need to be able to give a hypothesis as to how that happened.
wait,
I didn't invoke a
There's
natural
two
explanation
different
for
arguments,
abiogenesis. I
completely
said
two
I was.
different things.
It goes both ways.
Hold on. I
It
didn't
doesn't.
invoke.
Oh,
I didn't invoke a natural explanation for abiogenesis. I said I was agnostic on it, and I even have no problem if you want to invoke a supernatural explanation. I have no issue. I even wished you Godspeed on figuring that out and publishing it. I don't have a problem. What I'm saying is, what you ask us to hold true for your belief about abiogenesis requires you to literally make a miracle so that never ever happens to make this instance work, and it has to reject all other known information.
Same for the origin of the universe and the origin of life. It rejects all known information that we can
No, no,
observe
no.
and measure
There's
and
no
understand.
there's no naturalistic explanation for the origin of the universe before the Big Bang. There is no theory of before the Big Bang. There's a theory of the Big Bang, the occurrence one Planck second after it occurred, but there is nothing before it for the cause of it. People, science, the higher echelons of science are agnostic of the occurrences before the Big Bang. They will tell you to their face, we do not know. They're
They don't
agnostic
even
to
know
it.
what caused the Big Bang, and
Yes,
whatever.
they're agnostic to it.
Okay, that's fine. But let me just tell you,
Yes.
we can't observe the Big Bang, and there's problems with it that we can't naturally explain. Okay, such as how it didn't collapse in on itself.
Hold
But we
on.
still
First off,
invoke. So these are
no,
things that we can't measure, we can't observe, we can't study. We can
no,
just
we can.
hypothesize.
No,
In the
no, we
same
can.
way, I can hypothesize, based on evidence of things that we know are intelligently designed and indicators of it, that we have intelligent design. That's fine.
Hold on. Here, well, I'll tell you where this is
Can
where
I?
the conversation ends for me, but I'll tell you two things. We can, first off, observe the Big Bang. It's the expansion of the universe, and the universe is still expanding. That's the first thing. The second thing is,
Okay.
yes, you could
Okay.
have your God hypothesis, and I could have my naturalistic hypothesis. The reason I believe the naturalistic hypothesis over the God hypothesis is because it has more explanatory and predictive power. That is the only reason. I understand it because it can explain things and it can predict things. That is why I am an atheist that believes in natural explanations over a deist who believes in supernatural ones. That's the only reason.
May I
So
jump in? As a
intelligent
deist
Can
design
who
I?
believes in supernatural,
explanation. We find function in our different parts of our body. We find function. We find that the DNA is meaningful that we have. There's not junk DNA. That's something that would be predicted with intelligent design.
No,
Functionality.
that's
Same
false. We
being able to
assign meaning to
wait,
DNA.
hold on. And then also like being able to see that the cell has a top down design, not being able to function bottom up as if it was created one time. That's something that intelligent design would predict. Not naturalistic. You think that you could build up these molecules
And
from simple
Hold on. I'm not
chemistry.
saying would predict. I'm saying does predict. Present day makes predictions about tomorrow. Not present day would make predictions of present day. I'm saying a naturalistic explanation would make a prediction about the future, not that it would make a prediction in the past about what we see in the present.
So can you give me an example in terms of the origin of the universe? Like a naturalistic explanation, what that would predict?
wait,
There isn't. I just told you there isn't one. For the expansion of the Big Bang, I could tell you. For the expansion of
this
the universe, I could tell you one, which is the some micro background radiation.
radiation.
Yeah, yeah. Which is one that was predicted before it was observed.
Why
Redshift.
can I?
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask Taylor directly, but I would. I'm curious as to why I keep going. I go out of servers. I come back in. There's a flat earther asking about dark matter and the age of the universe. Why are you asking about the dark matter and the age of the universe when we can't get basic questions answered about the nature of the flat Earth? It's a red herring. It's a red herring.
dude.
Every time I hear it, it's a red herring.
Look,
If we want to, if those discussions are, they're two different discussions. Going to dark matter and going to the age of the universe, particularly if you're going it as I am a theist. If you want to say I'm a theist, that's fine. As a theist, arguing with people who are looking at naturalistic explanations for the universe and the age thereof, and arguing the toss over it is quite futile because, first of all, as Tu just pointed out, I think he was, there are some things they don't know. They're trying to figure it out. The other thing is, if you don't believe in God, I do, but if you don't, it isn't unreasonable for me to expect someone who doesn't believe in God to attempt to come up with naturalistic explanations for things like the age of the universe. And nor is does it have any point for me to go arguing with Tu or anyone else and question them about their science that gives them the naturalistic explanation for the age of the universe. There's no point to doing that. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
so there's no point
I
in
want to ask
either.
something.
Same way it goes both ways.
Right.
Tyler,
I mean,
I'm not sure about something. I just want to ask, when you say intelligent design, you mean by a sky daddy?
Dude, get out of here, bro.
yeah, really.
You think
Dude,
you're
you're
like
retarded, dude. I laughed
I was,
actually. I laughed at that.
I'm the
But you're
same way. And
retarded.
agent, an agent. I'm the same. I'm the same way. I believe in God as well. And I'm not going to get angry because obviously that's not Christian. But just saying Sky Daddy is insulting.
No,
So if you
no,
want
but
to do that, that's totally cool. I don't
I was
totally
just
object.
trying to break the tension
Yeah.
because it wasn't going anywhere,
Okay.
and
It won't go anywhere. So don't. It's like don't.
You don't need to get so mad.
Yeah,
That
don't.
don't do that. So yeah.
No, what I'm.
It's okay to
No,
want to break
no,
the tension, but that's not a cool jab to take.
right. So I respect the point of a good conversation is mutual respect. if there isn't any, then it's just a shouting match, and anyone that comes in just doesn't even know who's right and who's wrong because everyone's just shouting. So the key to a good conversation like that is respect for the other person and understanding of the other person's position. What I found in people that believe in God, that typically are flat earthers, is they don't have a respect for the other people's position, and even worse, or probably even, I don't know how much worse it is, but the other thing they don't have is they don't have an understanding of the other people's position, and so they argue from places in topics they have no grasp of.
Preach.
Didn't you
Almost
just come in
always
here and
both
invoke the
sides
flat
to
Earth though?
debate. Almost always
Hmm?
both
Like,
sides
how
to
does this
debate.
work? How does this work on a flat
Critiques.
Earth or explanatory power? You know,
Hey,
like
Taylor, just give me 1 second. I want to hear what Eggshell said. 1 second, please, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I'm saying almost always both sides rely on external critiques.
Right.
As in they are critiquing the alternate worldview while not fully embracing it, sort of taking parts of it, of a like transcendental, supernatural worldview, but then still applying naturalism to it. Or the converse, which is quite often true of the God believers, is that they challenge a naturalistic worldview while still holding on to parts of a supernatural one, still holding that there could be things outside of nature, which is not what a naturalist believes.
Right. I don't think it's reasonable for someone in my position, for example, or anyone who believes in God, to argue that, like I said, argue the tough with someone who whose basic position is there are only naturalistic explanations for things. Why would I do that? You don't believe in God. Why would I expect you to look for or accept the supernatural explanations that I might come up with? You wouldn't do that for a second. But any more than you would than if I just cited the Bible and said, well, I believe in this, and I think you should, or two, because the Bible says this. You don't believe in the Bible, so
Yeah, exactly.
So I can give you a reason why we would want to debate those differing opinions, Red Cloud. It's because we want people to come to the same conclusions as us, right?
Well, I'll be honest. I feel like at this point,
no.
at least in the United States, I just don't want people denying reality. I mean, that's
Yeah.
why I said I pick and choose my battles these
Yeah.
days. Because holy shit, the political climate in the United States is so fucked.
It's
But
so yeah.
yeah, but if we could just agree on basic reality, like evolution exists, or basic
We
reality,
can't. We
so
can't. No.
like the Earth is a globe, I'd be happy. You can explain whatever you want to call, like whatever cause you want before that. Just can we agree on the super basics and not deteriorate further than that? I'm picking my battles to be that way these days.
The Earth is a
I think.
globe.
Well, Akna, part of that is that there's a large body of people who either don't have the capacity to actually engage with the necessary literature or don't have the time to engage with the information that's like available to them, right?
Thank you.
That would bring them to the beliefs
I
that we
don't
have,
agree.
right?
I would wait, hold on. I would only agree if there weren't people like fucking Charlie Kirk in this universe. Oh my god, he actually needs to end his life immediately. Holy shit, because he says the
So-
dumbest things, and he's just a blatant liar. This dude, like, and because again, I like the evolution thing. This dude said, "I think adaptation occurs, but not evolution." It's bullshit like that. That's like the teetering on. He knows he's saying something dumb, but he also knows he can blatantly just lie about things. I would 100% agree with you if we didn't have dumb motherfuckers like that who are just lying. He's just lying, and it makes me so mad. I would agree, but those people exist, and they can actually go.
Right,
hang
but
their hat
you're
on the
saying,
building.
but you also agree with me that
So-
we should actively attack and debate those people, right?
Oh, me?
And
No,
show
I think
why.
we should just no. People are liars. I should make fun of them. I don't give them any opportunity.
Okay, well
They're
there
too
you
far
go.
gone.
There's
Yeah.
your problem. There's your problem.
Yeah,
right there.
yeah.
You have the
I
Professor
think there's a
Dave approach.
difference.
Oh,
I think there's a
so
difference between
if-
people being honest and having a debate with them. Like I think Taylor's
Right.
honest. I don't think they're being they haven't been dishonest at any point in this conversation, and we've come to a lot of agreements. But people like Charlie Kirk just simply
Okay.
lie. They just lie,
The
and I
problem-
don't have any sympathy for them, and I'll make
The
fun of
problem the problem you have is then that allows you to reduce anyone's argument by labeling them a liar. You can
Exactly.
reduce anyone's argument to just so pointless that all you are left with is to mock them. That's the Professor Dave approach, and
Hold
that
on.
isn't that all that
Which is
all that
good.
leads to. Wait.
No.
Let me finish the thought. All that does is lead to tribalism and it just leads to more tribalism. You don't
No.
understand. If you expect people who believe things that you don't believe to take your side when your position as you address them is to mock them, it's never going to happen. And I don't understand why you, as a very intelligent man, would take that position.
Yeah.
Explain. No,
I
no,
don't
you're
think it's
misunderstanding.
honest.
It's not
I
for
don't think
people
it's
I'm
honest
trying to
to
convince.
presume dishonesty.
No, I'm not doing that either. I say this for only specific kinds of people, and I say this for Charlie Kirk because he unironically makes the argument: if we come from monkeys, why are there still monkeys around? That's for the kind of I only limit it for a very few people, and I have
That's why.
to come. Oh, hold on,
That's why you have to work harder to like show why those people are wrong, right?
No, hold on.
Yeah.
No, and I'll tell you
And-
for two things. This is what I do. I make up a limit of where I think people. I make the too far gone line, and then I make the what is the kill the argument line too. Right. So for the Charlie Kirk example, the simple one, and it's literally a meme. If you ask that question, then you just ask the other person, if Americans are descendant of British people, why are they still British people around? And if someone doesn't respond, if they freak out at that question, I know they're dishonest because it's the exact same thing. So that's my too far line. If you say something stupid like that, and then that's let's see if they will continue this. This is the question ender line. So you need to make both of those lines and apply them reasonably. And right now I only have those for flat earthers, super extreme Republicans, and people who deny evolution.
You can put me in two of those categories, though. So are you going to do the same for me? You're going to say I'm dishonest and I'm, if I sub to Charlie Kirk, are you going to put me in that position? Because the problem is, if you draw that line for Charlie Kirk, you're going to have to draw that line for everyone who's listening to Charlie Kirk. That means
not at
you've
all.
got thousands
There
and
are
thousands of
people
people.
No,
That if they, well, hold on. If you one conversation and people says no, I still think that what Charlie Kirk said is right. Based on one conversation, you can say, okay, just write them off.
no, that's
Right.
what I said.
That's
No.
not a good position. What I'm saying is
No,
Why?
that's not my
that
position.
your
Hold
position
on.
leads to tribalism inevitably.
doesn't.
That's not a good
That's
thing for
No,
the
that's not my
humanity.
position. You can agree with Charlie Kirk on politics and not be a blatant liar. But that's why I said I have my too far gone line and I have the question testing line. If you say something like if we come from monkeys, why are there still monkeys around? I will ask the question
I
that
understand.
ends that
It's
conversation.
reiteration. I
Hold on,
understand.
hold on,
Okay,
hold
you
on,
don't need
hold
to
on.
restate it.
You're
You don't need
reiterating.
to
Yeah,
restate it. What
I
about?
know.
Let me
but
ask
I'm
you.
saying
Different,
because
let me
you
ask
didn't
you a different way.
understand.
Have you heard flat earthers accuse globers of being dishonest?
No.
Okay, they do.
Oh yeah, they
Do you
absolutely could
think
do
it's
it.
possible if
do.
you were to just stipulate and agree that flat earthers
Yeah,
accuse globers of being
that's
dishonest?
good. Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that the flat earthers? Do you think it's possible the flat earthers are doing that as a way to protect themselves from having to hear the strength of the other
But
side's argument because it
that's
allows
not what
them to
I'm
reduce
doing.
dissonance?
I have the
How do you
second thing
how
though.
do you know that? How do you know
Because
that
I
you're
have
doing
the
it?
second question. Then I have the
They have
other
a second
thing.
question too.
No. You know, when someone makes a comment like that, I take the comment, I consider it, and I say, "Oh,
That's not a
hey,
good
here's
question.
something exactly like it. Will you be willing to explain this?" And if they answer in an honest way, then we can continue
Yeah.
having a conversation. And I said very specifically, if
Flat
they
earthers
freak
do
out
that
and
too.
don't. No, hold on. I said if they freak out and don't respond. If a glober freaks out to an honest flat Earth question, I think there's a problem to them. But that's only if the flat Earth question is in a response to an honest globe question. So, like you saw me with Eden. You saw me with Eden. I asked, "Hey, do you have a map with the scale on it?" And he just didn't respond. Right? That's my question for flat Earth.
Um,
If so, I don't think that exists on the flat Earth
There's-
side. They don't take these things into consideration.
so
There are.
Well, I don't think you recognise the symmetry of the argument. If a glober says we have air pressure on Earth because a column of air, and the flat earther says you can't show me gas pressure without a container, they say exactly like if you just change the content of what you're saying, so the
Question.
context of what you're saying, and switch it out for a different context about gas pressure, you find flat earthers
Hold
saying
on.
exactly the same thing.
That's
I
not
just
a
ask them this
question.
one question that defeats them and they freak out, and that tells me they're dishonest.
Hold on, that's not a question though. Saying you can't show me gas pressure in a
How do
container
you have gas
is
pressure
not a
without a container?
question.
Fine. How do you have gas pressure without a container? Now it's a question.
So then you would explain pressure is a measurement of force over area, right? And you can use something such
Yeah.
as we
Wait, but
use like
Agna,
If you're
you're
being
missing
dishonest and
the
freaking out.
point of what Eggshells was pointing out.
no. But
Exactly.
I would say, to be fair to eggshells, I would say if someone who believed in the globe said something like, "Oh, what?" Like if they didn't explain that, if that's the flat earthers draw the line question, and if someone on the globe didn't explain that, they would say, "Hey, you should be doing more as someone who believes in the globe to explain these things." But you have to have a point where you draw a line. You have to, or you'll just it's just not possible. You can't converse with people who
Is it
deny
possible?
reality, and you have
Is
to
it
determine it.
possible?
I agree with
Is
you.
it possible? So let me tell you. Let me
Listen,
tell you a line that somebody else uses. This is a flat earther line. If they say that they believe in objects, then I just ask them this question. Sorry, this is an honesty testing question from Hank, right? When Hank wants to test the honesty, because he's got a line, like you, he's got a line. He wants to test the honesty of a glober. So he says to them, "Do you think Mercury is an object?" And he starts off by showing them the definition of object, which is a material that can be seen and touched. He says, "Do you think Mercury, the planet, is an object?" And they say yes. And he says, "Can you touch it?" And they say, "No, but," and spurg out. And he goes, "Well, now I've shown they're dishonest." It's one for one for what you're doing.
No,
Just the
it's
fact that
not,
you think your
because
question is better doesn't change the fact that you are just everybody accuses the other side of lying in arguments. And it's just the ultimate
No.
get out of jail free clause that
no,
allows
no,
you to
it's
disengage
not.
with an argument.
Because the question he just
They
asked
use it.
has two different there's two different statements being made there.
No.
Saying it could be touched is different saying, can you touch it? Those are two different things.
Can you
Clouds can
touch?
absolutely be touched. I can't touch a cloud because I'm on the ground right now. Right? These are two different things. The questions I set up don't have a dishonest orientation in there. Asking the question, if Americans are descendants of British, why are there still British around? There's no dishonesty in that question. It is a straightforward question. But asking the question, is Mercury an object, or is any planet an object? Can it be touched? Can it be seen? And then saying yes. But then the second question has a dishonest element in there. There is no dishonesty in the question I'm asking.
Well, but that's you thinking that about your question. He doesn't
no,
think
no.
that about his question. So how do we now resolve this symmetry that he thinks he's asking a perfectly reasonable, rational, logical question that the
He's not
Globers can't
asking
answer?
the
You
same
think
question,
you're asking a
though.
perfectly rational, reasonable, logical question that the like
He's not
you
asking the same
will not be
question,
able to
though.
split this symmetry. I
No,
guarantee
no.
you won't be able to split it
It's
because
not
in
a
order to split
symmetry
this
I'm trying to
symmetry,
split.
you would have to get outside of your own head and get from subjective reality into objective reality and then be able to tell me that objectively your question is good and objectively his question is bad. But you
I'm not
can't. All you can
s-
do is
I'm not
subjectively say, I feel like my question's better than his.
I'm not saying it's a subjective or objective thing. Well, it is a
I
subjective
am.
thing. What I said is you have to draw a line somewhere. Flat earthers can draw the line wherever they want. Doesn't mean I have to engage with them. And guess what? Flat earthers don't have to engage with people on the globe. I'm saying these are my lines. This is how I wait. Hold on. This is how I engage in conversation. But the second thing is,
wait,
we know that the dude Henry or whatever you said isn't asking the same question. We know he's not asking the same question, right?
can I?
My point on my reply to that too is what do you want to be called? I'm sorry, do or on? Was it do on Ochner?
You could just two's fine. It's whatever.
Okay, so two. Here's the thing. You don't have to draw a line. You don't have to draw a line. Drawing a line is not necessary. Drawing a line when you get frustrated about someone's position or you think someone's position is too ridiculous to be engaged, you're going to draw the line. And then it's up to you where you draw a line, and it's arbitrary where you draw a line depending on your mood that particular day. And so it is a get out of jail free card. It is a way to avoid having discussions with difficult people who are difficult to explain things to. And so if you deal with people based on the position that you have to draw a line somewhere, then it is inevitably going to lead to, like I said, to tribalism, and we're going to get the point. You think that flat earthers watch Professor Dave videos? Do you think they particularly enjoyed the video he had with Flat Earth Dave? You think they would consider that good debating? I don't think so. Do you think Professor Dave causes more flat earthers to stay in than get out? You better believe he does. That's my point.
What?
No, hold on. But that's not a counter to my argument because I would just say they're too far gone, right? So that doesn't run against my argument at all.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I'll say this because I
So,
remember who you are now. I remember from Coyote. You could say we don't have to draw a line, and you
Yeah.
can say that, but you also have to understand to have an interaction with someone. You have to be having an interaction, right? And that sounds really stupid to say, but what I mean is you can only play a game when both people are playing by the same rules. That's what a game is. You can only have a conversation if both people understand each other. You can only acknowledge reality if both people acknowledge reality. Or you can only have a
Yeah.
conversation about reality if both people acknowledge reality. You're trying to tell me that I can't draw a line of reality and still try to have a conversation about reality with people who deny it. I will not concede on reality and say, hey, I owe these people a conversation of reality when they deny it. I will not do that. I will never do that. I will never cede reality to people
That's
like
an
that.
odd. That's an odd position
Can
to
I?
have for someone who is going to engage flat earthers. That's what I'm going to say.
No.
That's really
Oh, I
odd.
do it
Draw
to
that
have
line
fun.
and then talk to flat
Let
earthers.
me say something. You have to draw the line because your energy matters. You matter. And you cannot fight every battle out there with people that you clearly know that are lying to feel special or whatever reason they are in this debate, and they usually are for the feel of special. So you have to be able to define what battles you are not willing to take.
Yeah,
And
you have to pick and choose.
otherwise,
Can I adjust it slightly so that we might get to a point where we agree? I do not agree that you have to draw a line, and I think that's what both me and Red Cloud are saying. Can you choose, if you get to a point in a conversation and you think the other person is being recalcitrant, can you choose to disengage? Absolutely. Do you have to? No. That's the difference.
Wait, what? No, that's the line
Well,
that you have
if
to
you
draw is just a line
eggshells
of
is
disengagement. It doesn't make a difference.
eggshells
Sure.
eggshells
Yes.
is right. You know where flat earthers stand. You know their position on things. You know their position on the age of the universe or whatever it is. You go in there. It's not as if you go in blind and this is the first time you've heard of this. You know these positions, but then just to say that you draw the line, but then engage in conversation with someone like Taylor anyway. What's the point? Is the point just to have fun at their expense? Is that the point? Otherwise, if that's the point, then I don't think it's a good use of your time if you are an intellectual.
Wait, hold on. You're misunderstanding. I had a great conversation with Taylor, not about the shape of the earth. I don't talk to people trying to convince them the shape of the earth. I just fuck with them. It's funny for me. I enjoy it. It's enjoyment for me.
Okay.
I will never, I'm not dishonest. I'll tell you, never try to convince a flat earther of anything. I just try to mess with them.
Fair enough.
On other things with Taylor, I had an
yeah,
interesting conversation because we weren't talking past each other. We both acknowledged reality, and I even conceded. I said, "Hey, if you want a supernatural explanation, go ahead. I will not argue with it. You could have that. I just will never be able to accept it myself. You're misunderstanding. I'm
Okay.
I can't believe things I don't know. It's not possible for me.
Right.
I choose not to. The only reason I'm suggesting you go from I can't to I choose not to is then you regain autonomy in your own life. You are in charge of what you think and believe.
Oh,
You're
hold
in
on. It's
charge of your own actions. Whereas if you say I just can't, you're handing over your behavior in life to other people. You're giving other people power over you, just to
No.
shut you up and kick you out of an argument.
Well,
Just
first
by
off, other people.
just by saying something
but
that strikes you as dishonest, they now can eject you from a room.
Wait,
And I don't
no.
think
You're
that's the
joining
case.
two different
but
things. I say
eggshells.
I can't believe in supernatural explanation because I can't believe in things I don't know, and other people do have power over me. You're conflating that with my other argument, which is you have to draw a line, right? Those aren't the same. Those aren't the same
Right, but I'm
arguments.
saying having to draw a line is the same thing. It's saying you have to rather than I choose to means that if somebody wants to get rid of you out of an argument or finds you a bit annoying or just wants to show you that you are you're self-contradictory, right? You don't stick up to your own standards. They can do something that strikes you as dishonest, and now you're stuck with the idea, the two choices of continue engaging in the debate and be a liar, or B, dip out of the debate. But either way, you are now no longer in control of your own behavior because you've said, I have to do this thing. And what I'm suggesting to you is if you choose the wording and to internalize the wording of saying, I choose to disengage sometimes, that doesn't happen to you. You're now completely in control of all of your own behavior and completely in control of whether you do or don't dip out of any given debate.
I feel like this is a semantic point, and I honestly I don't care
important
either
one.
way. I don't care if people have control over me. A lot of people have control over me. I don't mind. It's not an issue. I don't care that much. Society has a huge influence on me. It's not a problem for me.
Influence isn't control.
Also,
Well, it is, but the other thing is this doesn't make a difference. I can still say I choose to draw that line, and that line will still exist. And according to Red Cloud Media, it would still be creating tribalism. So it doesn't change either of our stances on this.
If I can elucidate
I
just slightly
think
more, it's the evidence is the proof of the pudding is in the eating. If I understand, here's the thing too. I understand why you drew lines. It's not as if I am not sympathetic. Also with Professor Dave, I understand why he does what he does. I really do. I understand. But the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and the result is that we have a lot of tribalism. If that is to end, and that's essential that it is, it's up to people who are reasonable people like Eggshells and others that are very reasonable people to encourage people to be respectful of the people they violently disagree with. It's essential. Otherwise, the tribalism is just going to get worse.
No,
Yeah.
Red, you don't understand. It's not a disagreement. People that aren't willing to acknowledge the thing that you're talking about it's a disagreement. It's not a disagreement. They're
But
just
notice
not
how you
acknowledging. And I'm not saying this is for one direction to the other direction. I'm saying I don't have a disagreement with flat earthers. I just don't acknowledge the thing they're talking about, right? I don't acknowledge the celestial the azimuthal projection of the map or whatever being right. I don't acknowledge it. I don't have a disagreement with them. We're not having a debate, right? And I don't try to have a debate with these people. That's my whole point. I'm not saying we're having a disagreement. I am saying, yes, I'm not going to have this conversation. I'm not going to have it. I'm not having this disagreement because it's not possible.
Yeah, I think Red and I are saying the same thing, but I think the reason I'm saying it is because what comes along with that calling them dishonest, as you did, is like then you've decided also they're not willing to, right? You now know the willingness of another person. And if you look in like just get a CBT checklist, right? Cognitive behavioral therapy, the checklist a psychologist or psychiatrist would have when they're trying to diagnose an issue in somebody, right? Like psychosis. And some of the language choices you're making in that are really quite similar to it. And one of them is mind reads, right? And it's also in narcissism and all sorts of other disorders, which is I know what the other person thinks. They say X, right? And I know that what they really mean is this, right? They say I'm willing to hear the other side, but I know they're really not willing to hear my point of view. And that as Red Cloud and I are saying, it just means that the debate is forfeit from the
I
start
don't.
because
Maybe you guys don't understand. It's not. It's not a debate or a discussion. When when we discuss flat Earth, there's no flat Earth debate. The Earth is not flat. You guys are saying this as if we're having a discussion, and you're saying willingness and willing. They say one thing and do another thing. I'm not talking about the language. I'm talking about
yeah,
things that exist. I will never cede reality to these people. I will never pretend that their delusions are real because we can both literally we can measure the curve of the earth, we can explain sunsets, we can make predictions, we can see evolution, we can do paternity tests. These aren't debates, they're not discussions, we're not talking. These are statements about reality. I will never concede reality to these people ever.
so what
can
what
I
I think
quickly
core
say
part,
something?
go for it.
Wait. What I meant by putting a line is your awareness to know that, like he said, the flat earth discussion or talk is pure entertainment. You are not trying
Exactly.
to convert anyone. You are not trying to do anything. Sometimes you just want to do it for the sake of the fun and you don't care about tribalism and so on. You're just doing it for the fun because you know this is flat earth.
So
Right.
2 points then. One point is that strikes me as dishonest to engage in a debate which you do not
Dude,
really
we're not
care.
debating.
Please,
There's
please,
no debate.
please,
It's not a
Chills,
talk
please,
thing.
Wait.
it's to me okay, fine. It's a dishonest discussion, right?
It's not a
To
discussion. Dude, it's not.
no,
We're not discussing
this
this.
isn't a discussion. This is you shouting and
No,
interrupting.
no. You keep saying we're engaging in a discussion. We're not engaging in a discussion.
Let
And I
Eggshells
don't mean me and you. I mean flat
Dude.
earthers and the globe earth.
Dude.
What is it then? When we talk about gas
let
pressure,
Eggshells finish.
who don't believe it. I mean, if the word discussion or debate is not, what would you say we're doing if not discussing?
I say
Conversing?
what I
Would
say
that
we're
be
doing.
okay?
I have I'm having fun, and I'm also just explaining things. Explanations are not discussions. An acknowledgement of reality is not a discussion. Again, I will say this again
So
because you
splitting.
think
That's so splitting hairs. That's
it's
so.
not
It really
splitting
is.
This is what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
it
This
is.
this is
No,
trending towards what I would describe as dishonesty.
no, it's not. Because I will tell you again, the way that these things are backed up is by doing and seeing the thing. That's not what a debate is. That's not what a discussion is. That's an experiment. You don't have to talk to prove the shape of the earth. What I'm doing is I'm explaining reality, the things that we do and see. That is not the same
So
as a debate or discussion where you discuss different ideas. And I will say it again because it seems like we're
splitting
not
hairs.
understanding this. We're not. I will never debate reality with people. I will not concede reality to people.
So,
Yeah,
I think
even
I think there's a distinction without a difference, and I still want to make the second point because you interrupted it. The second point is this was exactly my chief criticism that we started with, that you only, if you do that, if you cannot contend even to sort of embrace for a moment for the point of discussion that the other person might be right, or at very least have good reasons for believing what they do, then you cannot offer them an internal critique, right? You can't show them that their worldview is within itself, ignoring yours. If your worldview didn't exist and only theirs existed, you could show that their worldview is in some way flawed. But if you cannot contend that, if you can't hold that possibility that they might honestly believe what they believe, then you're not just not having a discussion, you're now just being an ideologue who is shouting your version of truth at another person. I'd agree. Then I'd be forced to come back to agreeing. You're not having a discussion. You're just sermonizing.
So hold on, dude. Do you not understand? You do not need to talk about the flat Earth to prove the Earth is not flat. No words need to be exchanged. There's a difference between describing reality and having a debate about possible worlds. Republicans can have an amazing discussion about political climate, economics, all of that. But the new wave conservatives saying that Trump didn't commit felonies, even though he was accused and found guilty of them, that is denial of reality. Me describing that someone did something because it happened, because we don't need to talk about these things. We can
yeah.
find the court records. You're not understanding that difference. I only hold this
Oh,
view for people who deny reality.
But
Can I
okay,
jump in
also,
on that
me,
one?
by
describe to me.
definition, you don't debate science. You debate politics, maybe.
What? I
But
don't think that's true.
you
I think
can
that every debate is a debate. Every debate is a debate about
You-
reality.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, no. Who would win, Batman versus Superman? Go fuck reality. That doesn't exist in reality, and that is a great debate. It's so fun. That's a debate about not reality. You can
Okay.
debate these things. I will never,
Okay.
ever, 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 ever
Okay,
cede
okay,
reality to these
all right,
people.
okay, all right. Thank you.
I don't think it's. I think that's just proven my point. But it sounds like you're an ideologue.
My dude, I will tell you for the 1,000th time, doing the observations, the science, the actual experimentations for evolution for the globe Earth, these things do not require talking. Zero. You don't need to talk for them. Me telling reality is different than having an honest debate about possible worlds. You don't seem to understand this difference. I will never concede explanations of reality to lunatics. It will not happen. If you want to do
And
that
don't
to
talk
pretend to
lunatics.
hold on. If you want to do that to pretend to have an honest debate, you can concede reality to these people. It does not end well for anyone in that case. No one benefits
But
from that.
But notice how
also
you're poisoning the well when you say pretend to have an honest debate. To me,
I'm not
having an honest
pretending.
debate
action,
is no. Let me
action.
respond to the point you made because he's just accusing me of pretending, lying. That when I have a debate with somebody, I'm pretending to be honest by accepting that
The
the other
other
person,
person.
even for the sake of argument, might be right. To me, it's the opposite. It's to even engage and have a discussion with anybody about anything if you can't contend they're true. That to me seems dishonest. It's like, well, that you're just dealing with a nutter, and yet you're still presenting to them what you think to be true. Like that seems more dishonest than going, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. Let me share with you my thoughts. You share with me yours, and then at the end of that, we might have a better idea of who, the
Okay.
audience might have a better idea of who's put their point across.
There's a very good reason I keep repeating myself because it seems like you don't hear me. Not to debate. I will never lie about this. Never trying to convince anyone of the globe Earth. I am having fun. I am explaining reality. Not trying to debate. Not trying to convince. I will never ever tell anyone that. I am not trying to do that. I will not concede reality to these people. You keep thinking that's my intention. It is not my intention. Do I need to say what I'm doing here again, or do you understand what I just said?
I've responded to that point, and I said that is a distinction without a difference, and you didn't
Okay.
respond to that. I'm going to continue to call it a distinction without a difference unless you can show me what that difference is, and then I'll happily hear it. But to me,
The
to say
difference
I'm just
is-
explaining reality, you sound like a flat earther. Honestly, you sound like a flat earther right now.
Okay, no, because you forget the experimentation, the doing the thing that doesn't
what they say.
require talking. Yeah,
That's what
but
they
they don't do the thing that doesn't require talking.
They claim they do.
But they don't do the thing that doesn't require talking.
They claim to go out and measure lakes. and
Dude,
stuff.
do you just
They say
not
they've
hear
used
what
all
I'm
the
saying?
experiments.
They do not do the thing they need to do without talking. They do not do it. What part of that sentence? I don't know how else to say this. Literally, the
So
reason
explain,
it is not a
explain this thing
debate.
without talking and its relevance. I might not be getting that bit. What is the thing to do the thing without talking? Why? What is that thing? Why is it necessary in order to have an honest debate or discussion
No,
or to
dude,
share
it's not a
reality with
debate.
somebody?
It's not a discussion. It's not.
So what is it?
You're so debate brain. I'm explaining reality. That is not a
What
debate.
is a debate
It's
except
not a
explaining
discussion.
reality?
You can
To somebody who
Holy shit.
disagrees.
You could disagree on opinions. Who's better, Batman or Superman? What's better, certain government and economics, or large government economics or small government economics? Who's a better president? These things aren't explaining realities. These are explaining possible worlds. They're explaining the potential future. They're trying to make predictions about the world. None of these things are explaining reality. And you
But
can
you're-
have debates about who would win in a fight. Batman or Superman. This is not the same thing as explaining reality. We see change in allele frequency. We see a curve. I don't know how else to explain this to you.
I can concede the point now that you can debate things like who would win in a fight, Batman versus Superman. You can. I'll concede the point that I said before. What is a debate except discussing explaining reality? Fine. There are some versions of debates that include two people explaining something that is non-reality. That can be true and doesn't at all respond to the point I'm making, which is if I say to somebody, I think it's illegal to murder people, and somebody else says, well, no, it's not, that we are discussing reality, the laws of the land, and we can have a debate on that topic. Or indeed, the effects of small and big government is describing reality. Absolutely, it's describing reality because we're going to look at countries that have small government, look at countries that have got big government. We're going to look at the reality that surrounds us and share views on it while we are disagreeing. I do not understand how that's not both people explaining reality or people explaining their worldview to one another and also disagreeing on it, which is to me the core tenet of a debate.
I think
There's two different things going on there.
Wait. I think you mean objective reality, not just reality.
Maybe that could be the
There's
case.
two different things going on there. Explaining present economics, such as Trump's tariffs did a really big damage to the U.S. economy. It shrank for the first time in years, right?
Yeah.
That's different than saying, "Hey, we should get a conservative because I think the government should have very little influence, and I think that we should tax people less." That's a potential future reality. But I would say conservatives that say that Trump didn't do damage to the U.S. economy are denying present reality.
That's
a
fine.
present reality.
They might be denying
Okay,
present
and
reality.
hold
Could
on,
you still debate it?
Hold on, really quick, and I'll tell you again, and I'll tell you both sides of our conversation because I know what you're going to say. I will tell you again, I am not debating here. I'm explaining reality. You say that's more dishonest, and I say I'm not dishonest about it because I tell you what I'm doing, and then you say it's a distinction, it's a difference without a distinction without significance or whatever. I can tell you both sides of our conversation because we'll keep going this circle, and I'm telling you there is a distinction there. You just pretend there isn't.
Let's use your example, which is we might have a discussion about what the tariffs did, which is past tense, versus what the effect might be in the future, which is future tense. Could I, for what you're saying to be true, if I've understood it correctly, do correct me if I'm wrong. If what you're saying is true, what that would mean is we can have a debate about the future, the future effects of the tariff. But if we're discussing the past effects of the tariff, it is impossible to debate that topic because that would just be one person explaining reality to another person who's wrong.
No. It's not possible.
We wouldn't know
to
which
debate.
person's which.
It's not impossible to debate the things about present or past tariffs. It depends on what the topic is. There are some things that are simply true about what occurred, just like there are
Right.
some things that are simply true. You will not have a debate about these realities. You just have to acknowledge these things exist. If you don't, you are what we call delusional. Now, again, you're going to say that's dishonest, and I will say
You're missing
again,
the
I'm
point.
not trying to have a debate. And again, you'll say that seems
No.
more dishonest. And again, I'll say, well,
No,
there's a
no,
difference between
don't do
having a
my side.
debate and
Don't do this.
experience.
Don't do this. This is
Eggshells.
Witsit bullshit. You're going to say X and I'm going to say Y is such Witsit bullshit. You've completely dodged my point. It sounds like, unless I've got it wrong, if the topic is about something with a known ground that you've decided you're right about the effect of tariffs on the US, the direct
Well, it's not
question
an
to you is,
opinion.
are you
It's not an
saying
opinion.
absolutely it's an opinion?
It is
What
an opinion.
happened?
Absolutely, it's an
It
opinion.
is an opinion.
Because
Can I
it's got a,
just say
it's
one
got a,
sentence?
What
a value
happened?
May I-
judgment.
Opinion.
It's got a value
May I
judgment
say-
inherent within it.
Can
May I say
I
one
Evolution or
Eggshells.
shape of the globe is an opinion? Do you think either of those
May I
things are
say
opinion?
one?
can I
Say that.
bring it
One
back to
sentence?
flat earth for a second?
Yeah,
Dishonest
Can I-
change people's words, Okna.
Okay, so
Can
let me
What
get
we're
with
originally
one.
discussing.
Guys, chaps, let me get with one sentence, and this will make sense. Everybody believes their subjective opinion is an objective opinion, or they wouldn't hold it.
Bingo.
Everyone's subjective
Also-
opinion is, in fact, everyone's seemingly objective, or objective opinion.
No, I just wait, really quick. I want to hear it
Wait.
from both of you guys. I want to hear you guys say the shape of the Earth being a globe is opinion, evolution occurring is opinion, and
That's
the
not
U.S.
what we're
economy
saying.
shrunk is opinion. That's what
That's not
I'm
what we're
talking
saying.
about.
That's
what
not
I'm
what we're
talking about.
saying.
That's
That's
what
not
I
what
want
we're
to
saying.
be. That's
Can
what
I-
I'm saying.
But no, Okna, you can't just. Oh, fuck, you are so flat earthing right now.
No,
Just because we're saying that somebody having a view that, and I agree, whether it's a fact that the economy has shrunk or grown is going to be a fact, but there are probably many, many variables within that you'd look as a fact, and inherent within it is a value judgment. I think most rational people agree that tariffs short-term harm the economy, but longer term tend to bring manufacturing back on shore, which is better for the economy in the long term. So a debate about whether tariffs are bad.
Argument about the future. Potential argument about the future.
Let him-
How are you telling me exactly what I
Let
said?
me finish. No, past tense. Past tense, they
No.
bring manufacturing.
You're saying
Good.
The past
Trump's
tense, they don't
tariffs.
bring manufring back.
No, what you're saying is Trump's
What
tariff
happened to
now
Japan?
could be
Agna, let him
Trump's tariffs
finish.
now.
Agna, let him finish, okay?
Oh my god.
It's just if you're like it's the core point that we need to come back to is everybody in every argument, as Red Cloud said, thinks that their subjective opinions are objective and true. If you can't acknowledge that, then there's just no point ever discussing. There's no point even explaining reality to them, because they're just going to mimic your "nah, I'm right, you're wrong," and then you're just going to shout at one another.
Oh, that's not what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go out in the
Mm.
world and do things based on my opinion, as you say.
Excuse
So
me, it is
it's not
what's
the same
happening.
thing.
It's the
Yeah,
the
people have
proof is
opinions.
in
Wow.
history. The proof is in history. That is what is happening. That is what is happening with the flat Earth versus globe Earth discussion. Very, very few flat Earths go in here, and very few of us are going to go in a flat Earth discussion route because there's the tribalism, and the tribalism is because everybody thinks that their objective opinion, or their subjective opinion,
The
is
flat
objective.
earthers yelling are way more hostile,
And the other
though.
one's lying.
Yeah,
Sure,
that's true. They are.
sure.
And
Right,
again,
but I mean
I'm gonna
that's
say it.
that's going to rely on other things such as being the underdog and the kind of latent like psychological issues that lead somebody to embrace flat Earth in the first place. But
Okay.
the core that comes back to is I think it is a real mistake to anywhere, even on Discord, but particularly out in the real world, to presume dishonesty. I think it's a real mistake. It's a moral failing, as well as it functionally gets in the way of so many things, where it's so much better to embrace the principle of charity, to say, even if what they're saying is untrue, they might have good reasons for saying it, or even they might know the thing they're saying is untrue, but feel that they are saying it in service of a larger point, which they
Well,
do
when they,
think
like,
is true.
How about when they are like intentionally strawmanning your position?
Well,
I think
sure. I
he
think Ochner's
keeps-
doing that multiple times in this discussion, but I don't think he's being actively, intentionally dishonest when he does so. I think his biases are causing him to minimize or misunderstand what I'm saying, such that he's saying, well, what you're saying is it's subjective whether the Earth's flat, right?
No,
Obviously,
I'm not
I
saying
don't really
that.
think that.
I didn't
were
say you
saying-
said that either. I said that the things we're discussing, such as Trump's tariffs doing harm to the U.S. economy in the present, such as the globe existing in the present, such as evolution occurring in the present, these are not debatable discussions because they're
Well-
not discussions. They're explanations of reality, observable reality, testable reality. Now you can say all that ends up happening is causing tribalism, where you scream at each other. I'm sorry, I disagree. I think people that believe in the globe do quite a bit more than flat earthers. I think people who believe in evolution do quite a bit more than people who deny it. And I think people that understand economics will say that Trump's tariffs did damage. Now, you can make your argument, because you want to pretend this isn't what you did. You can make your argument based on the past that Trump's tariffs in the future might do good. But right now, there is no denial. Right now, there is no denial that Trump's tariffs shrunk the U.S. economy. There is nothing that you could say that there's no argument to be made. There is no. It's just a statement of reality. You keep thinking. You keep thinking. You keep thinking. I'm trying. You keep thinking that I'm. You keep thinking that I'm trying to debate these things. There is no debate to be had here. You can pretend there is. I will move on with reality, and you can stay behind like a flat earther. It's fine, but that's not what is occurring here.
You're just lying and not wrapping it up. So whether harm is subjective, right? So if you say it's harming the economy, what is inherent within that is a value judgment that some people might say, and again, I wasn't saying that long-term Trump tariffs will, I'm saying historically.
Seem to not understand how this works. How would you measure harm to the U.S. economy? Seem to not understand how this works. How would you measure harm to the U.S. economy in the present?
You wouldn't, because it's subjective. You would measure, yeah.
Okay.
Because what you would measure is you would go, right, what's the overall GDP? What's the number of cars we produce? Those two things are objective. Well, GDP is probably, it's objective, but it's squishy to measure. Many of those, there are objective questions, but harm is like saying, how cute is this puppy? How do you measure the cuteness of a puppy? I don't know, because everybody's got a different idea of what a cute puppy is, and it always happens to be their puppy.
I think measuring harm to the economy is very different than talking about how cute a puppy is.
Yeah, I just want to hear you say that there's no way to, at any given moment, determine harm to the. Hear you say that there's no way to, at any given moment, determine harm to the U.S. economy. Just say that.
Yeah, there's no way to objectively determine harm
to U.S. economy.
Because you're going to have some people saying the economy should shrink, right? Donut economics suggests it should shrink to a sizable amount. They would suggest that untethered growth is a harmful economy, is not a good economy. So the optimal economy is one that reaches a point where it encourages thriving, allows businesses to go out of business and allows other ones to pop up in their place. So if that judgment is going to be personal, then no, I can't. It's like saying that's why I use the example of the cutest puppy, because it's such a stark example of, obviously we're going to have different views on what harm means.
Isn't this kind of dishonest though? Because like these people that that would say that there's no harm to the economy are the kind of people they don't also think that shrinking the economy is a good thing.
Yes.
Also, it's like
I'm not suggesting in this that somebody who gets up and says the economy is booming when it's not isn't lying. What I'm saying is harm, you choosing to use the word harm is using a subjective word, a word that there's no getting around it, there's no measuring it, right? You can't measure
a lot of stuff.
You're just lying.
You can measure the brokenness of a bone, right? You can say that bone's got 3 breaks in it, but you can't say, therefore, this is how harmed the arm was. Right? So now we could have an objective discussion about harm, but if you just throw the word harm out there without that in there, you're going to find that when you go to define harm, we won't agree.
You could define harm however the fuck you want for the U.S. economy. Literally everyone, or almost everyone that I know, defines harm in the U.S. economy as shrinkage and losing all of our economic allies to other countries. I think that's harmful. You disagree?
So,
fine.
Yeah, so if you define harm that way, then you can be objective about based on that.
Exactly. Yeah. So if we define it, then we can have an objective discussion. But
and that's how everyone defines it.
Exactly. Well, find me even
most people
that says,
I think that
all right,
I
find
think
me someone
there's
who
other
argues
things
otherwise.
that you would include, such as the strength, like what he missed there is the completeness of your supply chain. So the more completely the supply chain exists within your borders, I would say, even though that might be a somewhat smaller economy, I say it would be a more robust economy. So I would call that as...
No, but importer economies do much better than exporting economies.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, same thing could... I'm just pointing out, like, fine, then how much it's an importer economy might be a good indication of a strong economy. I'm just saying there are other bits there that we would need to include, and we're going to get down to like 20, 30 different criteria, and some of them we're going to agree on, but some of them we might not. And until we agree, until we get to that point where we go, right, this is a complete list, and I'm happy for this one to suffice for this conversation, as you said, Rumham, then we can have an objective discussion about it.
Okay, you we can move on from
Sure.
the income stuff, even though whatever, fine. This doesn't apply to evolution, doesn't apply to flat Earth. So still dead in the water.
Well, I think it does in that
Okay.
if I'm having a discussion with somebody about the economy and whether it's been harmed or not, and we agree on the term harm, it's necessary, I think, in order to have a fruitful. Okay, it's not a discussion. It's not a debate.
Not a debate, not a
Right?
discussion.
I said that. That's what I said. Thank you for echoing my words. What would you call it
You're
aside from
echoing my
explaining?
words.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm
That's
doing it
what
on
I
purpose.
said.
Yeah, I'm trying to be respectful and apply the principle of charity to this discussion. So it's not a discussion. It's not a debate. What is it when two people explain alternate views of reality to one another? If not a discussion, not a debate, what is that?
Flat earthers and people who deny evolution don't have alternate views of reality. They just say, nah, I will. I don't know how to explain this to you. You don't even need to have a discussion. You don't need to talk. You don't need to do the words thing. You don't got to do the speaky. All you got to do, go out into the world, do the shit.
Okay, but the
You
point
can
I'm
see
making is flat earthers say 100 exactly what you just said. I've heard flat earthers say nearly syllable for syllable.
Brother,
Can I just check with other
shit.
people here? Manufactotum, Left Lane, you've been around for a while. Have you heard flat earthers say pretty much exactly the same thing? We're not here
No,
for a
just go
debate.
out
We're
there
just
and look at
explaining
it.
reality. Just go out there and look at
Just
it.
go
Just
and
do
look.
it. We've done the tests. There's no point discussing with these people. They say
No,
exactly the same thing.
flat earthers don't do tests though.
They claim they
No,
do,
they-
though. That's
that's
the
before
important
the
thing.
test.
I'm not making
They say
explain,
they
bro.
have tests.
I'm doing the shit. I do the shit. We do the shit. Everyone does the shit. We do it.
Tested the
Sorry.
That's what they say. They say they do it too. They say they have
Exactly.
laser tests.
Exactly.
And how do you determine they're liars then? How do you do that?
I don't determine
They
their
have
lies. I don't
videos.
They're
think they're
not-
lies.
so-
I think people
You
make
can watch the
mistakes.
videos.
They're not lying necessarily.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe some are, but I've heard people who have no tanks has done this thing where he measured with a water level each 100 feet or whatever, several feet, and it kept being a straight line, and he just couldn't understand why anybody would think it, that there
So
was
you don't think they're intentionally lying when they like say like, oh, this person was at
You take them
this
such good
person
faith,
was at
bro.
sea level when they took this video of the black swan or some shit.
I honestly don't know, and my assumption is that they're probably not lying. In the case of
Why would that be your assumption? Why would you assume that? Why?
because
Because it's more likely they're mistaken.
let
No,
me
it's
let
not.
me
It's not
How did
more
you
likely
decide
you're
that?
mistaken about reality. That
So
makes
does
no sense
anybody
even as a
know
statement.
who here knows Dan the Waterman?
Yep.
Okay, so Dan the Waterman went out and did something. I don't know exactly what he did with Nat Geo, but he was actually on a TV show where they were doing stuff, and he thought that they had kind of done it wrong, had done things incorrectly, or that they had lied about the. Seems that maybe they did. I'm not really sure. I can't quite figure it out. But the guy is, in my opinion, is quite sincere about his conclusion that they didn't prove the globe. And I suspect that whatever was done out there. Once again, I haven't gone through his tale of woe, but I think he's sincere about that.
How is it sincere to just ignore like millions of like actual like evidence and then like find like the one piece of evidence that like supports your outrageous claim
These people
and
are
then be
adults.
like, yeah, that's I'm just gonna base my whole
they're
worldview
adults.
on that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Why
It seems kind of dishonest.
Why assume they're being honest? They're adults. They've experienced reality. Why assume they're being honest?
So this is where it gets from reality down into personal experience, like how you live your life every day. And if you've ever lived with a narcissist or met somebody who assumes dishonesty, or if you're the person who interpersonally assumes dishonesty, you'll know the answer to that question. And the answer is because once you've decided it's dishonest, there's no way to back out of there, right? Because every subsequent answer that they might give, every subsequent bit of evidence they might try to give you to show you that A, they might be right, or B, they were just mistaken, or C, they were speaking quite quickly and sort of used a turn of phrase that might have simplified it somewhat, or whatever else. It gets harder and harder because all of those will stack up and appear to you to be more and more evidence that you're lying. Right, and that's why I encourage against it, because I don't really give a shit about the flat Earth, right? I give a shit about it at an intellectual level. I harbor this bizarre belief that I might be able to rescue people from this brain cancer.
Oh,
But the
okay.
main reason is I
That
think it's
explains a lot
really
more.
useful training for when you have a disagreement at work or with your partner, and you're
Dude,
going, "Hey, where were you
not
last night?"
a
And they go,
disagreement.
"I was with the girls," and you go, "That might be a lie." But if I'm dead certain you're lying, I'm going to become a dick. But if I
Dude,
maintain that it's possible you're lying, but then also ask things in a way that also understand I might be mistaken and da-da-da-da-da, then I'm going to be much easier to be around. And interestingly, fewer people will lie to me.
dude, is this crazy idea? Could you imagine that there's no disagreement about what the shape of the Earth is and if evolution occurs? Like, I don't know why this isn't getting through your head. It's not a disagreement. There's no disagreement here.
I agree with you on that. I'm not
Let me
saying
be
So
clear
that
why
about
their
are
view
you
is equally
saying?
valid. I'm
Why
saying it's
are you?
pointless to have a discussion with them if you've decided that their worldview is not worth
It's
discussing.
not a discussion. It's
no,
not.
real quick.
To be
I wanna
fair,
say-
you kind of
Let's
sound like
look at the definition of discussion. Let's pull up, because
you kind of sound like the Christian precepts when you talk like that, though. Like they talk the same way, right?
yeah.
Like, oh, it's not a discussion. The presupposition of knowledge based on God or whatever. It's just a thing. But
Flat
yeah,
earthers say that too, right? The container is not a discussion. And I'll be like, but can you show it to me? We don't have to. It's not a discussion, right? It's just not. I'm like, okay,
Is
so
it a
something we can
conversation?
never verify is now not allowed to be discussed. Why is
Yeah.
that? Why can't we discuss something that can't be verified? Maybe because they
Yeah.
don't want to talk about it. And they use this as an
Exactly.
excuse to not verify their beliefs that they think are facts, but are actually just beliefs.
Yeah,
Wait,
what
hold
you're
on.
saying,
We
Alpha
can
Veritas
verify
says
it,
this
though.
regularly. What you're saying, Alpha Veritas says a complete version of very similarly. You know,
Yeah,
like
but the difference
we're
is we
just
can
shellacking these
verify
people.
it.
We're just explaining to these people what objective, testable reality is. It's not a
Do you
debate. It's not
do
a
you not
discussion.
understand that we can verify it though?
well, they don't
say
believe you, though. I
You
guess
need to
they
say
think
something. You need to say something that they don't say. They
they
say
think
we
you're
can
being
verify.
Dude,
dishonest.
I don't need to say
Bingo,
something. I
bingo.
could just do
I
the
guess.
thing.
But you don't do the thing. You haven't tested the U.S. economy.
See, okay, now you have to jump back to the US economy, but it doesn't work for flat Earth or evolution. Notice that?
Sure. Have you tested the Earth?
For the Earth? Yeah.
Thank you. No, you haven't. Come on.
Dude,
Be honest.
stars, not that hard. People did it thousands of years ago.
Tested the
You
Earth,
could do it
and your
today.
answer is stars and thousands of. You tell me the test you did on stars.
Yeah, sure. So
Not
do
the
you
test
know?
you could do.
Yeah, so you know like how some stars rotate clockwise, some stars rotate
Sure.
counterclockwise?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do
Yep.
you know that's only possible on something that is, first off, well,
Argument.
you have to be upside down. I do the air upside down. This just isn't possible on a flat surface. And the fact that it happens, at least, I don't know. You
Argument
could just
for
say I'm
ignorance.
lying. It's not an argument for ignorance. It's an observation that occurs.
No, the stars are an observation, but then saying I can't conceive of how they work on
No,
a
no,
flat
it's
Earth
not.
is an
It's not.
argument for
It's
ignorance.
not a conception. It's not
Okay.
possible on a flat surface. It isn't possible.
Show me. That's not a test. That's just asserting that you're right. You said we've tested it.
No, no,
Show
no.
me the
It's
test.
not. It's not an assertion. You can't have two antipolar points
That's not
of.
a test, though.
It's not, dude. I don't. Okay, see now you sound like a flat earther. So you're actually making the exact same argument as them.
Is it?
I don't think
I'm
you
not the one claiming
understand.
I have done tests of
I-
it, right?
well,
I
yes.
proudly admit to people I don't
Cool.
test things.
Yeah, well, it's not that hard to look at star rotation, but you can't have
Cool.
2 points of observational rotation. You can't have 2 axes of rotation going in different directions on one flat surface. It's not possible. You could try to model it. You could try to explain it. Laws of observation do not allow that. Not
The laws of
possible.
observation. I mean, yes, you can,
Yes.
right? You just draw a spoon through a cup.
No, 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 no.
and it
Not a
either-
drawing. You have to
No,
make
no,
an
no, 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 you
observation.
gotta listen. You gotta listen, man. I didn't mean draw.
Okay.
I mean like pull a spoon through the surface of a cup of a tea in a cup, and you'll get 2 opposite spinning vortexes. They'll be flat.
Bro, you don't even like it again, depending on how much
What did you just say?
liberal. If you give
Well,
me enough
you
magic,
said it was impossible.
I
You
can
said
make
it was
it.
impossible for a flat surface to have 2 counter rotations on it, and I just showed you a flat surface with 2 counter rotations on it.
Hey, buddy.
And
I think you're
and-
just
and-
being
no,
a
the most
devil's
important-
advocate, which I guess is fun and all,
Buddy,
but
yeah,
buddy,
Can
you
a
see-
I'm the
screen
best.
buddy,
I'm
can
the
a
best
screen
flat earther.
display two?
buddy,
Can a
buddy,
flat
you see,
screen
buddy,
display
buddy,
2
buddy,
points of
buddy,
rotation?
buddy, you see both of them at once, not what you see
Bingo.
on Earth.
Can a flat
Fine.
screen
Could I
display
say
2
one
points
and
of
not just
rotation at once?
exactly?
Can you do that on a flat
You
screen?
see both
And
of them at
Ochna,
once.
Ochna,
Sorry.
what about
But
this
I'm
as a
just
test? We're off the topic though, discussing the 2 points of rotation. You said it's testable. We've tested it. And then when I asked you what your test was, it was a thought experiment. Are thought
It's
experiments
not a thought
tests?
experiment. You can try to do everything you can to make 2 points of counter rotation where you only see one at a time as you move across the surface. It is not possible. You can do whatever test you want. You can hold a clock above your head in your room. You can put a clock on the ceiling of your room and walk around the ground of the room. You can do everything. You can take a TV and project lights on your ceiling every single time. If you're on a flat surface, you'll see 2 points of rotation at once. It is not possible. You can
that
test it
doesn't
to the
mean the
high
Earth is
heavens.
that.
Yeah.
You're reifying what you're
just
It
making
testing
with
means
the Earth.
experiments.
it means the Earth is not flat.
No,
Oh,
it just means that you can do those tests. You never actually verified what the Earth is. You just did something in your house and then went, look, the Earth
Are you
must
guys
be this
really
thing I
becoming
couldn't
flat
do in my
earthers to
house.
try to
So
counter me? That's really cute.
that's not the
You guys have
verification.
to
See,
literally turn
Eggshells was
into.
talking about the verification aspect. You didn't
Yeah,
do
the
that with
test.
the Earth. You
I
just
did do that
tested
with the Earth.
something that
The
isn't the
fact,
Earth.
yeah, well, we do it with the Earth. The fact that this observation, the change in the change of the celestial sphere happens, it doesn't happen perfectly evenly, but that's because exactly the reason the Earth isn't exactly a perfect sphere. The fact that this happens evenly across all latitudes, right? Longitude, well, it's the exact same thing either way. Longitudes or latitudes means that the Earth is a globe because it happens uniformly. If it was some
If
sort
you
of
just
other shape, like a triangle or like a diamond, it would happen non-uniformly, but that is not the
you just
case.
believe it's a ball, right? Like me and you see the
Yeah,
same
you
sky.
guys,
You
it's
just
cute. You guys,
we
yeah.
both
Okay.
see the same sky. I don't have any beliefs about the ground because of the sky. You do. That's the
Yeah,
only difference.
it's
You
cute that you
actually
guys have
have the
to.
beliefs.
Yes, I get
You're
it.
the one
It's
that built
cute.
this thing in your
Yes,
head.
I get it. It's cute that you guys have to turn into flat earthers to counter the point, which
I'm
wasn't
not a
even
flat earther.
I know, I get it. I get it. You
I'm
have to
not
turn
I'm
into
not a
flat.
flat
I get
earther.
it.
But do you see
have
how
to
you
turn.
avoided the
I
topic?
get it. No, you're avoiding the
Okay,
topic
but
because
you
the
just
topic right now is a thing that you're talking about, things being good or bad or harmful or
now is
observing
talking about
reality or
verifying
having
But
the
you have
Earth.
to
discussions or
be the
having
problem is you have to be
discussions or
dishonest to
having
argue for the flat
discussions
Earth.
in
It's kind of
reality.
annoying.
Yeah.
No,
The
look,
fact that
I
you guys
argue against
hold
both
on,
sides.
hold
I've
on,
argued
hold on, hold on,
against
hold
both
on, hold
sides,
on, hold
right?
on.
This is
Now
why
you're
so
both
is
interrupting
writing,
me.
which is why it's funny
Hold on.
because you're
Now
saying
you're
things
both
I hear
interrupting
flat
me.
earthers
Now
say,
you're interrupting me.
right?
Now you're literally becoming a flat earther to have this discussion.
I'm
So
not a
it's
flat
funny.
earther, and
Okay,
you
buddy,
keep
you can
talking
keep
over me.
saying it. It's fine. It's funny that you guys can't acknowledge the point that I made, that it's not a discussion about reality, it's not a debate about reality, and you guys want to keep pretending that we can't
But
do the
you
things
have
you want to keep pretending that we can't do the things we literally do, and the only counter you guys have is to actually become flat earthers and say, "Nuh-uh." But I gave you the symmetry breaker, is which we can actually do the things. It's not just a claim; we can literally do them. And you guys had to become flat earth. You guys had to become flat earthers to counter
Saying the
that.
same
Do you
thing again
guys
and
want
again.
to
you
have?
didn't do
Do
them
you
on
guys
Earth.
want to
Though.
have?
The
Do you
problem,
guys want to have? Do you guys want to
the test
have
that
an
you're
honest?
talking
Do
about,
you
you
guys
didn't.
want to have? Do you guys want to have an honest conversation past this point, or are you just going to become flat
Yeah,
earthers?
you're eggshell. You're saying you did a test that verified the Earth is this, and then
Okay,
when
so you
he
guys
asked
just
you
want to
what the
become flat
test,
earthers.
hold
Okay.
on. Let me. Then when he asked you what the test was, you said the hypothetical. Well, try and picture in your mind. Well, that's not a verification, right?
It's not
So
a hypothetical.
hold on. You keep saying you have a test, and then the test just comes back to you asking yourself a hypothetical.
It's not a
That's not a test.
hypothetical.
That's just you asking yourself a
It's not a
hypothetical.
hypothetical. You can model it.
It
You can
is.
use a CAD
Yeah.
to
Have
model
you?
it. You can use a CAD to model it. You can use Blender to model
Okay.
it.
But
You
those are
can do it in
Now
your
we're getting
room.
somewhere. Hang on.
Not
Now we're getting
Yes,
somewhere. Okna,
sure.
have
You can
you
do.
have
You
you
can do.
tested
You
it
can.
with that method?
You can do all of these different things, or you could do it in
Can.
reality. You can sit in
Have
your
you?
room and put. You can sit in your room and put a clock on your ceiling. You won't acknowledge
Can.
these points, just like the flat earthers. But it's funny how you guys have to actually become flat
The
earthers
sky's
to
not a
counter
clock,
my
though.
point.
You're just
It's
repeating
funny that
yourself, Okna. Come on.
yeah, and
Okna,
you guys
the
just
sky is not a
yes,
clock.
and you
Please.
guys yes, and you guys
It's
just keep
tiresome.
repeating you guys just keep repeating yourself with actual flat earth arguments. You won't engage in the actual discussion, which is the symmetry
I'm
breaker.
trying to.
We can actually do these tests. You guys
So
won't acknowledge that.
Hypothetical. You can actually do a hypothetical.
Let me respond to that. If you said I've done it in CAD, then the answer to have you tested it is yes, I've done it in CAD, and you'd probably show me the evidence for that. Saying one
Nope,
could.
I said multiple
No,
other
please
things.
please. Fuck, man.
Yeah, you can just ignore everything I just said. Why would I give
I'm
you any
not. I'm
courtesy if you
responding
just
to it.
ignored what I said?
I'm trying to
I said you
respond
could
to
do
it.
it in your room. I said you could
For sure.
project it
Have
over
you?
your head. I said you can
Have you?
model it. Yes, I
Have
have
you?
a fan on my ceiling. I've put clocks on my ceiling. I've put a watch over my
Okay.
head. These
So
aren't
there's a
hard
problem
things
with
to
that
do.
one.
Okay, I
So
get
that was
that
what
you
I was
want
about
to
to get
ignore.
to
I
show
get
you why
that
it's
you want
broken.
to. I get that you want to ignore reality.
Can I get
Just like
back to
flat
me
earthers.
speaking because
Yes,
you're
I
interrupting
promise you
me?
can in 2 seconds. I'm
This is
telling
what
you
people who
the
are very
fact.
confident in their
Yes,
beliefs sound
I
like.
get
They
it.
have to overtalk you because he's so
I get
confident
it.
in what he believes. He
You
can
guys have
allow
to
space.
actually, sure.
Go
You
for
guys
it,
have to
Ochna. I'll give you
actually,
2
you have,
seconds.
yeah. You guys actually have to avoid the entire conversation, which is a symmetry breaker. Is we can actually do these tests, and you guys are literally becoming flat earthers to just say, "Nah, you can't do those tests." It's funny,
Ochna,
but we can't
you're
actually have
repeating
an
yourself
honest
again.
conversation. Yes, because you're actually becoming flat earthers. We can't have an honest conversation past this
Stop
point
repeating
because
yourself,
your
for fuck's
side is
sake,
dead.
dude.
I'm literally telling you, if you keep becoming
Say
flat
it again.
earthers,
Go on, say
I
it
will
again.
keep.
Well, he's only
I
Oh,
repeating
will.
you gotta
himself
pretend
because
to
you
be
guys
flat
are
earthers
Yes,
and
ignoring.
have the
You
discussion.
guys are
Say it
I have
ignoring
5
what
no
he's
times.
saying, so he has to
I
repeat
have no
himself. It makes
problem
sense.
repeating myself. I will do it again and again. I will explain
It's
reality
just
to you
dumb.
guys as many times as I need.
Can
I will
I
not concede
respond to it
reality.
though?
Nope, you can't because you said I can repeat it
And
again.
when he
So,
says
yep,
reality, he
I will
means
do
what
it
he
again.
modeled in CAD.
Yes, sure.
That's his
So
reality.
He
again,
His
didn't do
you
that.
guys
reality is
That's
what
my
he
point.
modeled in
actually,
CAD.
He didn't
it's so
do
funny.
that,
You
and it's
guys
not
are
a test.
actually, it's so funny.
So I want to respond. If you did it in CAD, that might be, depending on how you modeled it in CAD, that might be a test. Testing what your ceiling looks like isn't a test, because what you're doing is going, does my conception of this thing that fails on flat Earth fail? That's not a test, right? You need to be able to test in such a way that you go, I could be wrong. If you're only getting the result you already predicted and there's no other possible result, then it's not a test. It's just a game of confirmation bias, and you didn't do it. It's not a test. You haven't done a test. So you are still failing to break the symmetry between you and a flat earther who says, we've done the tests, because both of you are in the scenario of going, we've done the tests, and you haven't. You've just dreamt up thought experiments like.
Yeah, but you're just saying,
like
nah. He's kind of right though. He's like, here are these tests, and you're like, they're not tests. Like that's
They
all you're
aren't.
So
saying.
one
It's
is no,
hypothetical.
Rumham.
It's
One is a
CAD
That's
test.
different than
One is
saying
a
nah.
So one is a test, which is if you do it in CAD, then you can test multiple variables for like, how could I get counter rotations on a flat plane? And hence, I could be proven wrong. But if you're doing a test of looking at the ceiling where a fan is going to spin clockwise no matter where you are in the room, then that's not a test, because there's no way that you could do that and prove yourself wrong. So if he has done the CAD thing, then I would concede and I would say I'm wrong this whole time. He has done a test, but we know that he hasn't. We know that he's lying.
Hey, buddy,
we know that
why
he's
is
doing
there no way you
exactly
can
what
prove it
flat
wrong?
earthers do
But you
and
think
claim
it's
they've
only a
done
test
tests when
if
they
it's
haven't.
only a
Why
test
can't
if
you
you
prove
could
it
be
wrong?
wrong.
Why
Yes,
can't
absolutely.
you prove it wrong? Wait, why can't you prove it
If I
wrong,
drop
buddy?
a ball and it doesn't, it's gonna fall.
This is
Like just because I can't prove it wrong doesn't mean that it's not a test.
well, I mean, so Karl Popper, the sort of father of the modern scientific theory, and I think most rational people would agree with this, is if I'm trying to test is A true, my test, in order to be a valid test, needs to be able to say not A, right? Otherwise, I'm going, is my partner lying to me? I know if they're lying to me, then I'll ask them if they're lying and they'll say no. The only result you can get there is they're lying, right? Either they say yes, and you know they're lying because they said yes, or they say no, and that's further proof they're lying. So asking if they're lying is not a test, right? The core tenet, as Karl Popper put it, is falsifiability. His test with the ceiling fan, also a test that he hasn't done, the test he hasn't done about the ceiling fan has
The
no
ceiling fan.
criteria that would meet that,
Why are you saying he
wouldn't
hasn't done
falsify
it?
his view.
Why
Well,
are you
I
just
mean,
saying
it doesn't matter
nah,
if he's
buddy?
done it because it's pointless.
It's not
Why
pointless.
does it not? Why
Hold
does
on,
it
hold on.
not have a falsifiability? If there is an angle he can observe the fan from where it appears to go counterclockwise,
Exactly.
then
What
he's
the hell?
falsified his hypothesis. The fact that
But
it
the
doesn't
sky is not a
happen,
Falsify flat
fan.
Earth. It
This
doesn't.
guy's not a
Hold
fan in the real world.
Wait,
that's
wait,
irrelevant.
just
That's irrelevant to whether or not the test conducted has the potential
The falsifiability
to turn up.
factor.
You are
It's not
assuming
proving the reality
that
of the
Wait.
earth. It's just proving
But
what you
you're just
saw in
saying
your
it's not
room.
falsifiable
I
because
need
you
to
already
think
know that
about
the
that.
answer. You already know the result of the test.
Wha-
If you did
Yeah,
the test,
watching a
but
fan
it
spin in
isn't.
your room
before you did the
doesn't
test,
have
you
any
don't know whether it's
correlation
going to
to
be
the
true or
sky.
false.
Bingo.
okay.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, PhD Tony, what's happening here is they've actually had to become flat earthers to ignore my point, which is I won't see reality to people like flat earthers and anti-evolution evolution deniers. And it's so funny because I brought up the difference between flat earthers and people who believe in the globe Earth and evolution is that we can actually do the tests, and they are literally doing the nuh-uh, bro. The fan doesn't. I know you're just doing the nuh-uh, bro thing. It's so funny. You've actually become flat earthers to ignore the
It's not
entire
that I've
point of the
become a flat
conversation.
earther. It's that
Okay.
I'm pointing out that there is absolute perfect symmetry between your argument and theirs.
We can do the test. We can
And
literally
so why
do
can't you
that.
prove the why can't
The
you
test
prove to
and
like
the
why
test
the
is
test
watching a fan in your room. So
I just-
he thinks
okay,
watching a fan in your room proves
Rumham,
something about the Earth outside. That's
Rumham,
hey.
what about
That's flat earthers.
If you can watch your fan and then prove something that you haven't seen, right? Because what he's doing is he's proving something he hasn't seen with what he has. He's like, well, I've seen my room, therefore the entirety of the universe, which I haven't seen, must be the way that I believe it is because I've seen my fan in my room, which is
That's not
kind
what
of
he said.
insane.
He
And he,
said
No,
that he
no.
said
That's what I'm
that it proves
saying.
that that's not what he said,
No,
really. He said
that's
that
not
it is, yeah, it's exactly what he
he
said.
said that
That's-
he said
We've
that like the
actually become flat earthers.
that you can't observe. I forget exactly
that-
what he said, but he said you can't
He
observe
said what I
a
said. He looked at the fan in
phenomenon
his
looking at
room
the
and then thought about the entirety of the Earth must be a certain way
No.
because
No, he didn't. He didn't
No.
say
No.
that. Don't
No,
straw
he
man,
just
don't
said
straw
that
No,
there
he
can't
didn't
be
say that. It's a
flat.
misrepresentation. So that what he said was that the flat Earth claim is that stars rotate.
he's making the claim. He's making the claim, not flat Earth. He's making the claim in this. He's claiming that this hypothetical flat Earth that he believes exists or can exist because of the fan in his room. That's what he's
That's not
saying.
what I said.
Do you not understand what he's saying? He's saying this
That's not at all
hypothetical
the
thing in my head can't
You
exist
might
because
wanna-
I look
you
at the
might
fan
wanna be- you
when I lay
might
down
wanna
on
be
the floor.
quiet because you're
Why are you
actually
dumbing?
being.
I feel like you're dumbing down his argument too much to that.
So-
to sound like
Well,
you're-
So the
hold on,
argument-
eggshells
the
is on my
argument
side.
goes like
Eggshells,
this.
am I getting it right? Did I get his
No,
argument right?
The argument
no, I
goes
don't.
like this.
No, I don't think
The
you are.
argument goes like this. The argument goes, we observe in the southern hemisphere. I live in the southern hemisphere and I have lived in the northern hemisphere. So I've seen both. We observe that stars rotate counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere and clockwise in the northern hemisphere.
Other way, but close enough, yeah.
Other way, sorry, my mistake.
Okay, but yeah, that's just
But-
seeing the sky move, right? And like you already,
This
when
is
you
not
say
up, bro.
hemisphere, right? Like, hold on. If I go to one part of the world, and I
Okay,
see that,
okay,
hold on,
shut
Tony,
up. I'm not
Tony.
finished
Okay,
talking yet,
I know,
mate.
I know.
I'm not finished talking.
Your argument is
Let him-
very good. That's why it can stand by itself without you. If your
Right,
argument's
no.
that good,
You asked
it'll
him
be
no,
fine.
man.
It'll be fine
You
without
asked
you.
him a question. You asked him a question, right? Let him respond to it.
They're just actually flat earthers
Okay,
now.
a common counter argument used by flat earthers is that stars will the
not a flat
direction
earther.
in which stars rotate. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that a common argument used by flat earthers.
Okay, but I'm
is
not.
that,
But that's you're just avoiding then what I'm trying to
Let
do.
me fucking talk, mate.
You interrupted
Jesus
me.
Christ.
No,
You're
I
about
was
to
in
get
the
muted,
middle of
mate.
explaining something and you're constantly interjecting. The argument used by flat earthers, whether or not you're a flat earther, it doesn't matter. Flat earthers make the argument that the direction in which stars appear to rotate depends on where the person is observing the rotation stands. A person in a room with a ceiling fan can disprove this argument. They have not demonstrated that
Okay, but my
the
okay.
is not flat.
But
They have
I'm
not,
not.
they have not falsified every possible explanation.
Okay, so but I didn't say any of that. So what I said was, if you stand in one part of the Earth and see the sky a certain way, and then go to another part of the Earth and see the sky a different way, that's all you have until you start building a mental hypothetical in your head.
It's not a mental hypothetical.
Okay,
Not a- it's not a hypothetical, it's observed reality.
This is what's great. This is why you can talk about things that don't exist. So now you're saying it's not a hypothetical. So when we stand on a place on Earth, right? Like I go outside, can I see that I'm in the northern part of a ball, or do I just see that I'm on a place on Earth?
Those are the same things. They're literally the same
no,
thing.
no. So when I go outside, you're saying I can see the ground as a ball?
Yeah, you just can't tell it's a ball, but you're seeing it as a ball.
Oh, I just can't tell it's a ball. Well, that would be
Why do you
not
have to be a
seeing
flat?
it.
Why do you have
Well,
to be a flat earther to make these
No, I'm not.
arguments?
Look, I'm not a flat earther. Mountains aren't
Then
flat.
why are
I'm
you
just
making
saying-
these arguments?
Wait,
It doesn't make
hold on.
sense.
Look. He just said,
Can I
hold on.
respond to
He said,
Can I respond to Rumham's point before? Because I'll happily concede that fine, you could falsify this idea of a a fan spinning, if you happen to end up in a part of the room and then suddenly still below the axis of rotation, you're like, wow, it's now going counterclockwise. Fine. But what I mean by falsifiability is you're trying to set it up in such a way that you could be disproven wrong. And we just know it's not going to happen. So the question is for Rumham.
Why?
And the question,
Why would it happen?
You're not fucking listening,
so
man.
did
Like, you're just
Einstein-
interrupting for the point of making mouth
So when
sounds. I'm
Einstein
agreeing with you. It's
observed
not going to
the-
happen.
when
So
Einstein
Rumham,
observed the
I want to finish
eclipse,
with a
and
question to you. I
if
want to
Einstein
finish with a
observed the
question to you.
eclipse, then like how could he have set it up in a way that it could have been not how it reality
Exactly.
is?
So that's the question I'm going to pose to you. When flat earthers say you can't have gas pressure without a container, and their example is putting air in a car tire and getting to 60 psi, and then going, well, the falsification criteria for that is you've got 60 psi around my car rim without the rubber there, right? So by them, the same standard they're setting, right? Oh, it does have falsification criteria. Whereas what I'm describing when I mean falsification criteria is you're honestly setting up a test that meaningfully could show you you're wrong. That doesn't mean using a barrier, using a container and highly pressurizing it and then going, but that doesn't happen when I don't have the container, is a meaningful test. Because although it could be falsified, it won't be. And you've designed the test so you wouldn't know if you were wrong. That's what I mean about the fan example. You wouldn't know if you were wrong if you only test in a way that will show you that you're right.
But they're dishonest because they don't do the other things. That's my point. They don't do the things. That's why I started a discussion, because we can just do the things, and you cry about it and literally become a flat earther, so you don't acknowledge the point. The symmetry breaker. No, hold on, because you weren't here for the whole conversation. The symmetry breaker between me who won't concede reality and you who will concede reality is the difference is you're having a discussion, you're having a debate. I don't have that with flat earthers. I do the thing. Literally, that's it.
What are we doing now?
What am I doing with you, or what do I do with flat earthers?
Well, I just don't understand this distinction about it's not a debate, it's not a discussion. Like, I
No,
posted you the
having
definitions of
right
debate
now-
and discussion. What are we doing right now?
We're having a discussion about how you should interact with people, which is fine, because there
So
is
it is a
multiple
discussion.
things.
How can I tell
but
when
that's not what
two
we have
people are
with flat
sharing alternate?
earthers.
How can I tell when two people are sharing alternate viewpoints and it no longer is a discussion or a debate?
Well, first off, you as an individual can't tell, but I'm saying it doesn't matter either way. I'm saying I won't
It does
concede
to you,
reality.
evidently.
No. I'm saying
what Tuokna said was that flat earthers don't have discussions. He didn't accuse you of not having a discussion.
Yeah.
And so the fact
He's
that you
saying
are
it's not a
having
discussion to discuss the shape of the Earth.
no.
Yes, he is.
Oh, okay.
I don't. No.
I stand corrected.
He's saying that over and over.
I'll say it again. I don't have discussions about these things. It's entertainment. What I do is I explain reality. I do the things. I do the test. The symmetry breaker between me and a flat earther saying is that they don't do the test. They don't explain reality. That's the symmetry breaker.
Test is looking at a fan in a room.
You just say,
and then a hypothetical that can't be true because they look at his fan.
You literally turn into flat earthers and just say, "Nuh-uh, bro." Like that's actually what's happening to you guys. But
you got to be honest when you say you do the test, because you keep talking about doing a test like you have something when your test was looking at the fan in your room and then having a hypothetical. So every time you say you sound just like a flat earther when they say we have science, but they don't actually show what they have, because what they have is boiling water, right? So you keep saying you have this test like this great thing when it's you going into your room, looking at your fan, and then going, look at my fan. I guess the Earth must be a ball. That's your test, dude. That's crazy.
I gave other examples.
That's not the conclusion he's coming to.
That's what he said. That's his test. Well, then have him go through the test. Have him be very specific about what this test is.
The
conclusion
of
he's
the
coming
stars.
to is that the proposed explanation for the two-star stellar rotation.
That's a hypothetical. My explanation is a
Not
hypothetical.
valid.
So again, you have a hypothetical.
It's just a bro. He's actually
hypothetical is not a test.
It's not a hypothetical.
An explanation is not a test. I can explain Santa Claus. I can explain the presents getting under my tree. I can explain the presents under my tree with Santa Claus. That's not a test. Okay, an explanation is not a test.
He's not explaining anything, mate. He is testing whether it's given. He's testing. I'm in the middle of speaking. And you call yourself a fucking Christian. Show some fucking common decency and let me talk.
Let's relax. Everybody, shut the fuck up, dude.
Mate, I don't know what's going on, but like when you started saying that, nobody was interrupting you on my end.
Okay.
He was.
I heard right
interrupted
hand.
him.
I heard right
Tony took
hand
his full time.
interrupt me multiple times.
We've been muted for the last 30 seconds.
So
He's just going to whine
um,
about interruptions because his point is nothing. Look, you
guys,
had the test
No,
he
no,
did
no,
was-
no,
hold on,
no,
hold on,
no.
hold on.
You
The
don't get
test
to.
he
You
did-
don't get to
hold
interrupt
on,
me.
let's
Mate.
get to it.
I'm going to keep on talking
Right,
until I
right,
get my
right,
point out,
please.
and you can ignore me all you want.
Let's go
Right?
on.
I'm
Have him
going to keep
explain.
on until I get my point out. He
Go ahead,
was
do it,
testing.
do it quickly, Tony. We got
Okay, Tu Ochner was testing a flat Earth hypothesis. He developed a simple experiment. He made an observation that disproved the explanatory hypothesis proposed by flat Earth. It was not hypothetical. It was an observation that
What was it?
disproved an explanatory mechanism put forward by flat Earthers. It disproved the flat Earth claim,
Okay,
and you can
what was
claim that it didn't. You're wrong.
Okay, so that
Okay,
fails
got it,
then. So
got it.
that might win in terms of what you're saying, Tony, which is it could
We
prove
still
an
didn't see what the
individual
test
flat Earth.
was. We
Wait,
don't
let
know
me
what
finish.
he did.
RTA.
What was the test that he did? And then how did that test?
Fuck.
I don't know. Why
So
do you
This
ask
is the
him?
thing. We
That
did
would
a
be
test.
fine.
I can say I
I'm
did a
gonna
test
mute
that proved
RTH.
God.
I'm muting.
All right,
him.
That doesn't mean I did it.
Leave him on mute for a bit.
Yeah, I'm muting
What is the
RTH.
test?
I'm muting him.
So Tony, yeah, just people are talking about muting you, and you're like, I'm just going to keep shouting the same words again. Like, so Tony, that would be fine if he said, I've disproven a particular answer as to why there are 2 star rotations, but he didn't. He said, I can disprove flat Earth. And so disproving flat Earth, it's not a very good test, right? For one, in order to start seeing the southern star rotations, you've got to be out of the north, right? So you can't see the center point of one before you see it another. So what you're saying is we've got 2 fans, and you can never see both fans at the same time. Like, do you see like the as a sort of quick thought experiment, fine. But if the whole core of somebody saying, I don't need to have discussions and debates with people if they're observably wrong because I can test something, and then their test is of an ancillary claim that the flat earthers don't even make, right? The flat earthers don't use that fan example, right? So if I'm going to say, I don't need to discuss reality with them because they're objectively wrong, because I imagine what it would be like to look at a fan, which debunked a point
not
they
what I
didn't
said.
make. Well, did they make the point that a fan should look different depending on where
Buddy,
you're looking at it?
You're so flat Earth right now, you can't even see it. The whole thing is they
Can we let
don't
Okta
make
talk
these
about
points.
to clarify the fan thing again?
As he just not riding on eggshells
I can
argument,
go again.
right? But then
I'll go
claims that
again.
we just
The
not what he
claim
said.
that the Earth is
So
flat.
if I may answer on his behalf, I have certainly heard Whitsitt in debates talk about use the observing fan argument to explain contra-rotating stellar paths in the northern and southern hemisphere. He did it famously in the debate against Professor Dave. That was his entire counter argument to Professor Dave's first point. So flat earthers definitely do make that. And I will concede your point, riding on eggshells, that it is not a demonstration that the Earth isn't flat. It's certainly not how I would demonstrate that the Earth is not flat. I can demonstrate that fairly easily, that the Earth is not even approximately planar. But you don't do it that way.
Exactly.
My way,
It wouldn't be a test. It would only be a test of an individual claim. It wouldn't be a test of the
dude,
Earth shape
I'm
itself.
going to let you in on a little secret. I said we do multiple things. That is one of them. You didn't want to acknowledge the others because you don't want to acknowledge the fact that the difference between me being an honest person, not seeing reality, and a flat earther is that we do the literal things in reality. You want to pretend that doesn't exist, and you want to focus on this fan example so you don't have to acknowledge these other things. But for evolution and for the shape of the Earth, we have multiple tests. It's not a debate. It's not a discussion. It's doing the things and seeing what happens. You don't want to acknowledge that difference.
He already debated and kind of fucked up one of them,
I
right?
acknowledge that you see it as different, and I think if it were the case that if you had Ochner.
Well, you had to backtrack. You had to introduce more things because
we don't need
he
you.
dismantled that one that you introduced.
What I would say is your point would be valid if you said I've done the tests and they haven't, and it was also the case that either two situations for the flat earthers, either they didn't claim that or they did claim that and didn't do tests, and conversely you had done the tests. Then if we've got this group where you're a part of and you say we've done the tests, we've got objective reality, and I look at the tests and they're not shit like the fan one, but they are actually good tests, and then I looked at the flat earthers and they either didn't test or claim they did but didn't actually do the test, then I would say you've got really good reason to think that you're right, to think that you're on the side of objective reality. But the
I
situation
think
we're
we
in is
should
not
we
that.
should stop
The
talking about the
situation
fan. I
we're
think
in,
we're hung up on the fan too much.
He
well,
has to
it's
focus
important.
on it. He
It's
can't
important
acknowledge the other
because
parts.
it's important because
Because
I
you
said
brought
what
it up.
test, and he brought up the fan.
I brought
And
up
it's
multiple, and you
wrong.
still
Fan
didn't
is your,
acknowledge
it was
them.
Fan's
your
not the only
argument.
thing.
So
He,
he's
I will.
saying,
fan's not the
so
only
he's
thing he
saying
brought
we've
up.
got tests, but included in
May-
his tests are bad
May
non-tests.
I?
Let's
May I
go on
make
to the
a-
next one then.
Things.
If the
May I
fan
make-
doesn't mean
Acknowledge them.
anything, let's go on to the next one. Let's go
Okay,
test by
all right.
test.
We don't need to go any further. We need to show that
May I
he doesn't
present?
know
May I make the presentation that I made yesterday? Omnivore.
We don't need to.
The-
It's not necessarily about Earth shape. This discussion.
I know.
It's just
Okay, I do take your point, riding on eggshells, because I having heard more of Tuakna's point, I do actually disagree with him, because just because tests have been done previously that produce certain results doesn't mean that they're always going to produce certain results. Doesn't mean that the results are always going to be the same. So you are arguing on the base. So you are arguing on the basis of previous tests, where, for all we know, reality could change tomorrow. We've got
Wait,
no
hold
evidence
on.
that can't happen.
Great.
That's not
So-
what I was
I'd
arguing.
I'd say there's a
just
certain
wait, just to be clear.
probability for things, but we kind of like just go about our daily lives assuming the sun will
Yeah.
be up tomorrow.
And
You know,
that's not what I was
that's true.
arguing. Wait, Tony, that's not what I was arguing. I was saying I think it's reasonable and honest for me to draw a line of reality for these reasons. The fact that we can do these tests, the fact that we can do these observations. And then this dude said, wait, but that's the exact same thing that flat earthers say. They say they do the tests. They say they do the reality. They say they're honest. And I was like, okay, they say that, but the difference is we really do the tests. We don't lie about them. We don't need to discuss them. We don't need to debate them. All we have to do is do the test. And flat earthers do not do that. And he
They
just won't
do.
acknowledge that point.
What's
They
the
do.
test outside of the looking at the
They
fan,
do.
though?
They-
Like all we've had so far is
they
looking
do.
at the fan. What's
They
the other
do
test?
So they do tests. They just do bad tests, and they do those tests badly. For instance, the reflections of lasers across reflections of lasers. They fail to account for the fact that dispersion of the laser beam means that even if there is Earth curvature, some of that laser beam is going to hit the mirror.
aren't there tests like fake videos like that
Wait,
like
hold
fake
on.
videos they made like the
You could-
Black Swan thing?
And honestly,
So-
again, wait, hold on, really quick.
Some of
Tony,
not,
you
yes.
could say that, but then we just push it back one more step. Are they doing the test honestly, or are they doing it dishonestly? We just push it back
They're
again.
doing it
and
honestly.
there's-
They're doing it honestly. They're just ignorant of the confounding factors.
Okay, you can say
now,
that.
So
I
they're
don't-
doing
Can I
this
Can I
badly.
ask you, Tony?
You can
Tony,
say
can
that.
I ask you, would it be possible? Do you think it would be rationally possible for somebody to say, I'm doing a test, but I'm not making mistakes. I'm not doing a bad test? Or would
Yep.
you agree that anybody who's doing a test might think it's a good test and be unaware of what makes
Yep.
it a bad test? Therefore,
Absolutely.
is testing in and of itself enough to discredit the other person's worldview such that they're a liar? No.
No. And I would
QED.
argue.
Yeah, but again,
Yeah, I would.
again,
I would
that'd be
argue. I
great.
would. Yeah, I'm coming down and riding on eggshells side in this, because it's not that flat
Yeah,
earthers
but
don't.
it's not what I
test.
said.
They
Though.
they go outside and they say, look, it looks flat. Look, I don't feel rotation. There are better tests that we can do than whether or not it looks flat, whether or not we feel rotation in our vestibular system. You know, there are better tests than the tests that they do. You know, we see too far. Well, yes,
hold
there are
on.
explanations for that.
It would be-
With laser reflections, yes, you've done the test wrong. You know, but there are tests we can do.
That are better.
Wait, that would be great, but that's
Let's
not what I
walk
said
through
at
it.
all. I said that the symmetry breaker between me and a flat earther is that we go out and do those things. Now we could push it a step further and say, oh, are they doing good tests or bad tests, honestly or dishonestly? But it doesn't matter because the results of those tests don't change based on if you're doing them honestly or dishonestly. You don't have to have a discussion. You don't have to have a discussion about change in allele frequency because it's like I don't know how else to phrase this. You don't need to test change in allele frequency. You can just observe it. You can like observe DNA. We've sequenced DNA. Now you could just call people liars, which is fine. Flat earthers do that all the time. And just like you're saying, well, the symmetry breakers, you're calling us a liar. And I would just say the difference is my world will keep moving forward because we keep doing the test. We keep running the test. There's no need to debate and discuss
He's
these things.
saying that like people go outside and see a flat horizon, you know, and they're like, oh, like that's the test.
Wait
you
a
know?
minute.
That
We
is
have some
the test, right?
tests.
It's not a good one,
We
but
have some
it's a test.
tests. we have some tests that prove the flat Earth? Oh, I'd like to see these tests, please.
No,
I'd-
nobody said
well,
prove.
that
Nobody
wait,
said
I'd
prove.
like to-
Everybody the discussion
I'd like
further.
to
It's already
present-
murky enough.
eggshells.
I'd like
there
to
is no
present
test for the flat
my-
Earth.
I'd
Sure,
like to
Ochner,
present
Ochner,
my
I don't think
test.
the Earth is flat. What I'm saying is, there's appears to be the way you present. This isn't a discussion. It isn't a debate. We've got the
It's not.
test. That's
not the reason it's not a discussion or a debate.
Please let me finish, man.
But
Is
stop
completely
strawmanning me
select-
then.
Are they not exactly the words you've used?
No, the reason it's not a debate is because these things are reality, right? I don't know how many times to say I won't cede reality to these people. I won't
Nobody's
concede
suggesting
on
you should.
reality.
Nobody's suggesting
Yeah,
you
but
should.
you're suggesting that the observations used by the tests and the tests themselves, that there's a difference in debate there. I'm literally telling you, I don't know what else you want to do other than do the things. And you're saying,
Well,
well, that's
acknowledge
not
the point
enough.
you're trying to
That's not
make.
enough. That's not enough. Doing the things isn't enough.
Okay.
You actually have to discuss doing the things
You're
as
just-
well.
you're
Can
just
I-
interrupting.
Can I
Fuck,
suggest
man.
that this is
You're
the-
just not very good at this. I have to tell you, Ochner, you're not very good at this.
Well, I'm
So
not
the
worried
point-
about it because you're
the
actually
core-
becoming a
the
flat
core
earther
point-
over this, which
the
is
core
funny.
point that Tony touched on is if you could be wrong in your test, a test in itself is not enough. To say it's reality is fine. We're all fucking describing reality. That's still symmetrical.
No,
You need to
we're
show where
not.
the symmetry is broken, and you just keep saying I've broken the symmetry by claiming I do tests. They claim they do tests. I'm breaking the symmetry by it being based on reality. They claim it's reality. I'm breaking the symmetry by saying it's not a discussion. No, you don't really say that bit, but like you haven't broken the symmetry here. I pointed out
Dude,
your argument is
It's
symmetrical.
not
You've got the same busted
claiming
test, and
doing
at the
the
bottom of
test.
the test. At the bottom of the test is always human fallibility, right? Which is why the flat earthers have got tests that appear to show that the earth is flat because
Fine,
they're fallible.
concede to delusional people. Fine, concede to delusional people. I
I'm
don't
not
give a shit.
conceding to them.
Go
I'm
ahead.
pointing out
You
how
are.
ridiculous you are.
You're
No,
saying
no,
we're
this is
all.
how
You're
you
literally
discuss.
saying we're all
Okay.
possibly equally
Why
delusional.
don't you let him finish? Why don't you just let him finish?
Eden,
it?
you're
It's
actually
not even a
delusional, so
minute
I don't know
long.
who you're talking to.
Yep.
Right on NHL, you realize the
Right.
end of this discussion is that we're all equally possibly delusional, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can't contend you
sure.
might be wrong on a topic, that makes
Sure.
you an ideologue,
So-
which is my primary charge. I leveled at you
Sure.
at the start.
If
and
you
you're
want
living
to
up to it.
pretend, like we're all equally delusional, see where that gets you. Go ahead. I have no problem
Well,
with that.
so let me
I'm just saying, if you want to play a game, you have to play by the same rules. If the rules you want to play is that we're all equally delusional, see how far that gets you.
So let me
Go
adjust it.
ahead, be
Don't
my
say
That's
guest.
not the
Fine.
argument. That's not the argument.
So I think there is a probability that any one of us is delusional, but I do not think it is the case that we are all equally delusional because that
Why?
could mean we're all. Because this is just how I think the world is.
Okay, so
there
it's
is
just your
equal
feelings.
probability.
Got
If
it.
I'm talking to you about this and I'm saying it is both dishonest, it's against the principle of charity, it's pointless and will fuck up your life, those are truth claims. Some of those and some of those are value claims. I have to concede, unless I were to fall foul of the same thing, that you might be right in this, that there might be no point in discussing this with flat earthers because it's about objective reality and you've got the tests. But if my point is right, then you would be able to split the symmetry between they say the same thing.
So
Yeah, you're
can
just
I
saying
just
you're admitting that no one can split the symmetry to another person. You're just saying we're all equally delusional, and you don't want to admit that.
No, not we're all equally delusional. What did I say? No, hang on, this is
Can you
important.
please
What did I
actually
say to
be
you?
quiet for a moment? Okay, because this is a very meta argument. This is a very meta argument, and like we've got several flat earthers in the chat, right? And we're arguing about the nuances of epistemology and the philosophical basis of whether or not there's absolute truth, when we could be presenting the evidence that the Earth is not even approximately planar, that it is in fact spherical, to people who could benefit from hearing this evidence.
No one's disagreeing on
Can
that.
we
What
at
we're
least agree
disagreeing
on that?
Yeah, no one's disagreeing on
Yes,
that.
you're wasting it. You two can get together and take up everybody else's time having this discussion. But at the moment, I don't feel like this discussion. And I'll say, I listening to this more, I am coming more and more to agree with Riding on Eggshells interpretation of what's
fine.
happening.
But just see where it gets you.
But yes, you can throw a tizzy and whine
It's
about
not a
all you want.
tizzy. It's just
But
the world.
But how about, can I please present my argument for why the Earth is not even approximately planar, and for why it is consistent with a spherical Earth?
No,
I
it's
think
not
we all
the point.
hold
No,
on
we
the
all
idea,
understand
yeah.
that. The thing is that
that was the
Eggshells
If
thinks
we
it's
don't
better
all
for the
understand
world.
it, Ochner, there are flat earthers in this chat.
Yeah, but they're idiots, so it doesn't make a difference. They know, like,
Okay,
they're
so
just dishonest people.
no, Ochner, I'm not going to let you get away with that. So you're more important than they are, and your feelings deserve to be assuaged. That's what you're saying. You're a
Yeah,
narcissist.
that's exactly what I said. Those
Is
exact
that what
words.
we're taking?
Yep, that's exactly what I said. Those exact
Thank
words.
you,
Okay,
Anyway,
well then
so
I don't care about you, Ochner.
good.
I'm
I don't care
going
about
to
flat
do
earthers.
what I
I think I can finish it in a different way.
believe brings the maximum benefit.
I've just sort of a mathematical proof for it. Okay, so this might settle it, possibly. Would you agree with this following proof, Ochner? Given two people and given them being random people, the chance that they agree on everything is very, very low, right? It's impossible, low to the point of impossible, because we might believe an infinite number of things.
It wouldn't be different
So
people.
if we picked any random two people and any random thing that they happen to disagree about, so disregard all the things they agree on and just look at the things that they are disagreeing on, these two random people on that randomly chosen topic cannot have more than 50% chance of being right, given it's random, correct?
Wait, repeat that?
So two
I don't see
randomly
what that
chosen
follows.
people and a randomly chosen topic upon
Yeah.
which they disagree, it
Yeah.
cannot be the case that either one of them, given that the randomness of the chosen topic, we're still agnostic towards a topic. We don't know what it is. You've written down a topic, right? Are Trump's tariffs reducing the
like
overall
a true
GDP?
dichotomy. Yeah, like a true dichotomy.
Put it in
Yeah.
a box. One person says, no, that's not true. And the other person says, yes, that's true.
Yep.
It's not possible that either of them are higher than 50%.
Yeah, I
And-
said you can come to the
Yeah.
conclusion they're both
So let me
equally
finish the
possibly
proof.
wrong.
Yeah, let me finish the proof. It must in fact be lower than 50% because it's equal chance they're both wrong about a given topic, right? Where some people said the Mets won the World Series and some people said it was the Yankees, and it turned out to be a different team altogether. So now it's a worse than 50-50 shot on any given topic with any given person that you might be wrong, right?
Wait, but
Then
some things
add to
are
that,
true dichotomies.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, like
but it's
if
not possible
evolution
both right.
occurs.
Sure. I'm not saying that's a 50-50 shot. I'm saying that if we don't know what the topic is, it's a 50-50 shot.
Dude,
It's worse than a 50-50 shot.
why? I agreed. If you want to pretend that everyone has the potential of equally being wrong, all equally being wrong, you can live in a world like that. You could create that world if you want. See where it gets you. We can all pretend like we're swimming in different boats. Fine. Go ahead.
No, we're not pretending we're swimming in different boats. It's not ignoring the differences. That's what I'm trying to coach you out of believing. Is
Okay,
if
may I have an
possible
attack
any
at
one of us
this?
is wrong, and then the last question is, could they know they were wrong? And the answer is no. In order to think they're right, they must think that they're right. Right? That's a sort of necessary thing. Is they must believe it to be true in order to believe it to be true. Therefore, they cannot know which topics they're wrong on. Therefore, you could be wrong about evolution.
We
that
hold
end thing
hold
didn't
our
follow, but the
position.
second thing
We
did.
Let's see
hold
if she needs to make
epistemological. Please, we hold epistemological positions based on the preponderance of evidence and the proper analysis of that evidence by people who are skilled in such analysis. We have set up systems that assess the evidence, that assess the analytical techniques that are applied to that evidence, and we use these systems, which are fallible. They are not perfect systems, but they are the best systems that we have to reach consensus on what is supported by the evidence and what is inconsistent with the evidence. That is how human knowledge is established, and I would rather we get away from these abstract discussions and actually look at the preponderance of evidence we have for the shape of the Earth. Does that, and I fail to see why this is such an unreasonable thing to do.
Yeah, I'll explain it because again,
it isn't an unreasonable thing to do. You're just being a dickhead, Ochner.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Let him
so
respond.
the
Let
issue
Ochner
between me and Eggshells right here is because Eggshells wants to say, "Hey, we all are in the same boat, but we all could be equally wrong about being in the same boat." But
that's not what he said. That's a misrepresentation of what he said.
Well, it's pretty
Did
close.
you say we shouldn't ignore the difference? It's literally what he said. That's
just finish your thought, Ochner. It wasn't wrong enough that I need to interrupt. So carry on.
Okay, but the issue there is to even acknowledge that we're all in the same boat, but we could be in different, we could all be wrong about being in the same boat, is an acknowledgement that there's no need to understand or represent the evidence because we all could just be wrong about being in the same boat. To even
That's
acknowledge
yeah,
that you're in the same boat, to even acknowledge you're playing the same game, is to have sets of rules on that same game. And I'm saying for people who don't play by those rules, get them the fuck out of the game.
Well, so there's a bunch of I disagree from step 2. So objective reality, I think, exists. Could it be the case that objective reality doesn't exist? I don't know what that would mean. So probably not, right? Are we all sharing that reality? More or less, but there are clearly some people who are more biased than others. And I think this, on the topics where you care most deeply, we are most likely to be wrong because we are most inflexible, right? If you don't really give a fuck who won the World Series, you'll switch the moment you hear an answer from Wikipedia. If you're dead certain that it was the Mets, there's a chance you'd read a fucking Wikipedia article and go, who wrote this? Who wrote this bullshit, right?
That's why I
So the
don't care about
topics I
nothing.
care most about are the ones I should be most questionable about, right? Because those are the ones where for some reason my dissonance is protecting it. And if things are that bad that we share a common reality and we can go do tests about it, but we might be biased, we might be delusional, we might not have seen something from a certain angle, we might not quite understand how refraction works at the time that we do the test, then it doesn't make sense to go, well, my worldview is objectively correct because something alleles, and other people's worldviews aren't worth entertaining. I think that's you don't need to go from I might be wrong, therefore we're all probably wrong, and there's no point doing anything. To I think I'm right, but I might be wrong, so I'm going to listen to other people.
That's not what you said, though. You said
My
that there's
objection,
just as
my
much of
objection
a.
is more fundamental. My objection is, Akhtar, why are you here?
Okay,
You've just said that you don't care about flat earthers. You don't care what flat earthers think. You don't care what they have to say. So why are you on a Discord? So why are you on a Discord where flat earthers are present?
Oh, because I
why not go to it? Not telling you.
Dude, you just said that the beliefs that you have should be questioned. The beliefs that you're strongest about should be questioned the most because you're most likely to be influenced. You did not specify a position on that, so I assumed it applied to both sides, correct? Or is that an incorrect assumption?
Sure. Yeah,
That
no,
is
I think
the
it's
correct
Okay,
assumption.
so that's validating.
No,
let him
we
continue,
get to
Tony.
expand on that.
He's talking to me about what I said. I think that he can take this one.
Yeah, so that's validating both, as you should do the same amount of self-reflection for both of these positions. You're saying, hey, you should do the same amount of self-reflection that a flat earther does as a globe believer because you have the same strength of your belief, the same convictions.
Not quite. It's close. It's not quite, but let me just adjust it. It is. When it comes to the globe, I don't give much of a fuck about it. So when somebody goes blah, 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 Coriolis or something, and I'm like, what is that? Hang on, planes getting pushed westward, something rotational. Because I don't care, I'll pull up the Wikipedia page, read through it, try to understand it, talk to some fucking nerd like Tony about it. They'll explain it. I'll see what other necessary consequence there might be. And, oh, yeah, gyros do, and bullets and this and that. Because I don't care, I'm going to look for that extra information. What I'm saying one should do is be willing to, in themselves, like you might need to on this topic, is go, what about when happens with flat earthers when they do that? So they've still got this core belief. But what you notice is because the belief is so strong, they don't just search up the Wikipedia article for Coriolis willy-nilly, right? They're careful about how they do that because they're trying to protect this belief because they know that when they open up the Wikipedia article, it's going to go due to the rotation of Earth, and they're going to get all this dissonance, right? And go, oh, God, I don't like that. So they'll quite often just do a page search for flat or something like that and get off the page and go as back quickly as they can to their own priests and listen to what their priests say about Coriolis, because that's a much more affirming assonance, I call it, the opposite of cognitive dissonance, a cognitive assonance inducing way to go about it. And as such, they can feel like I'm the person who does all the searching. I know what I'm talking about. We've actually done the research. The other people just believe what's on Wikipedia.
Wait, but
and the problem is there is a kind of symmetry there, even though their conclusion is indeed batshit insane.
No, but you asserted the reason for their beliefs, the strength of their beliefs, is cognitive assonance. But that's not the reason you asserted this, or dissonance. You said the whatever cognitive
away
dissonance,
from dissonance towards assonance.
But that's not the reason you asserted the strength of the belief of the globe earther. That's not the reason. You don't want to acknowledge that part. The strength of the belief in the globe earther is because it matches reality. That's why.
And that's why I violently disagree with you.
Sure.
Most globe earthers know nothing They know next to nothing about the topic of geodesy, next to nothing about the actual evidence that we have or what form that it takes. The average person knows that they've been told that this is the case, but they don't really have a solid understanding of what the evidence is. The average person who yells at yells at flat earthers is actually likely to be more ignorant than a flat earther about the evidence that pertains.
I agree.
Okay, that's fine. That doesn't.
I keep hearing flat earthers say that exact thing, Tony. They say that when they talk to people about it, they've got no idea. They've got no clue how big the Earth is, no clue what makes the sun shine or whatever it is, no clue what caused anything on Earth. They're clueless.
Many
So-
think the sun
And I
orbits,
mean,
Guys,
sun orbits the Earth.
Tony, eggshells. You guys can have that belief, and you guys can treat the world in such a
See where
way.
it gets you?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. We can play as if we're
Almost
all
like we're listening.
pretending to be in the same boat, even though we're not that way. That's I call people delusional. You can pretend they're being non-delusional and being honest. You can play that game, see where it gets you. It's okay. I'm fine with you guys
See where it
playing the
gets you.
game.
No, we've
I
heard
will
it. We've
not
heard
play
it.
that
Look,
game.
let me just
I
post.
won't do
Let's
that.
finish this with this. I'll just post the Wikipedia page of the Principle of Charity, and you can choose to read or choose not to read it. But let's move on. I think people are getting bored with this because it's a bit of a meta discussion. But all I'm saying is essentially completely encapsulated in the idea of the principle of charity. Up to you whether you want to use it or not in your personal life or on Discord.
Don't want to use it.
I understand your view. I get why you have it. It is somewhat a bit of a futile exercise explaining reality to people who are motivated to disagree with it. I get where you're coming from on it. I think we're all bored and we can move on to actual Earth shape or something.
As far as what Tu said about seeing where it leads, we know where it leads. Because if you assign weight to a certain experiment or a certain set of experiments or a certain history of those experiments, you assign weight. Okay? So you have scientists over many years conducted many experiments that hold a lot of weight in science. And then you have a flat earther who takes a thermometer, a laser thermometer, points it to the ground or something and says, oh, look, the moon is cold light. How much weight does that hold? Very little. So we find out in the end, whichever has the most weight is the one that tends to get adopted by science, and that is that the Earth is a globe. So it is unnecessary to worry that there are people who don't agree as you do about the shape of the Earth. The weight of the science will win out in the end.
That's why I don't pretend to act. I don't act like these people are acknowledging reality. I'm not worried about it. That's why I'm having fun. That's why I'm not arguing with them. That's why I'm not debating them. I just explain reality to them. That's exactly my position.
I understand.
Yes.
I understand, but here's the second problem with that. The second problem with that is this channel will end up. This channel will be exactly the same as Jem Panda's channel, and Jem Panda's channel is an absolute mess. Yeah, it is. Why? Because it's 20 to 30 duogners who take the position that they've drawn a line, and anyone who's not on that same line as they are is worthy of nothing but mockery and ridicule. And that is
not debate, not discussion. What are you doing if not debate?
If that's your motivation, I'm not saying you should, I'm not telling you what to do, but if that's your motivation,
I'll say with my full chest.
You can't educate someone if you are treating them with contempt.
I'm not trying to educate them.
You said that with such a dern. You said that with such contempt. That's my word, dern. Doing it right now. You said you cannot treat them with such contempt. That was my.
Sorry. Who was I treating with contempt?
I'm not trying to
like you're
educate
treating
them.
Duochner with contempt while telling him. It's my word,
well,
dern.
you can't
educate.
You can't educate people if you're treating them with contempt.
Not trying to.
Then fuck off and let the people who are trying to educate people do their job.
You guys,
he's not interested. So he's not interested in being educated. He's not interested in being educated
That's not
himself.
what I said.
So he may as well not be here. If he's not educating somebody, and if he's
I'm
not
not for
responding
asking
to
people
education.
To leave. I think that's low. There's not for asking people to leave. We're just
Well,
sharing our
okay.
ideas.
Well, how about instead I do what I've been trying to do for the past 40 fucking minutes and make a presentation about why the Earth can't be planar.
I'm using myself.
Okay,
Is it
so I'm
long
sharing my screen at the moment. Let's assume the Earth is a plane. Okay, let's grant that it's correct. Consider any point of known coordinates. Sorry. Consider any point whose coordinates we know. How far away is it from the North Pole? We know the answer to that question. We know that the answer is 90 minus its latitude times 69.1 miles, or 111.2 kilometers. So we know the answer to that. If we've got that's our first lemma. It's a sort of a mini theory. If you've got a point that is directly north of that point, you know that the distance between those 2 points is just the distance in latitude times 69.1 miles, or 111.2 kilometers. That's our second lemma. We've now got a corollary. All of the points that lie between our point and the North Pole all have the same longitude. They all have the same longitude as P1. Okay. So there's a proof of that, which we'll skip past. Now I introduce a second point. Yes, I am, or I was. Did somebody stop me? No, I'm still live.
Sharing your Discord screen.
Yes. Is that not where I should be sharing?
No, what we see is your Discord.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. Well, that's not good, is it?
You probably got to swap to the screen you want to share.
Yep. Okay.
Chelsea,
I did on my computer, so that didn't go well. I'm a genius. Make selection.
I guess Earth is flat then, huh?
Yep. Can everybody see the presentation now?
Nope.
Nope.
It's your screen desktop.
Again, my screen desktop. You can't see this.
We could see it.
So I should be on a presentation now.
We see the Discord.
It's still the Discord window
Okay.
and my voice.
All right. Excellent. So I click on share. It says make selection. I click on make selection.
What
Here's
browser
what
are you using?
I'm not
It's like
using
turning it off and on again.
using share all applications. Can you see all of my application windows?
No, just the Discord again.
Okay. Well, then I can't make a presentation. So
Look, slow down. Go try to change the window.
there.
Are you on a Mac or PC?
I'm on a
He's
Mac.
got an echo. No, fuck it.
Oh, that's your problem, Mac.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can't make a presentation, so that's that.
Well, I mean, you
Why
can't.
don't
You
we
just gotta learn
ask
how to
about
do it. You have to
I think
change
it
your
would-
window instead of streaming your Discord application. You got to stream the proper application, the
Or
proper
just
window.
the monitor, or
No,
the monitor
on-
that it's on.
Why
On the
don't you just-
computer, it's
I-
different. You got to select what gets streamed when you click stream. You can't. It's not like mobile where you can just swap to whatever you want streamed.
Yes. So a button comes up saying share all applications or share this window. I click on share all applications.
Minimize
Except
Discord
that you
so
can't-
you can.
Hit that little green thing. Yeah. Okay. Change stream. Did anything come
Okay.
up?
Add windows.
Yeah. Select the proper window that you're trying to share.
Discord sucks.
There we go.
Okay. All right. So
There you
to
go.
go back, we've got a point. Here's the distance to the North Pole. We know, well, here's the line to the point to the North Pole. We know the distance of that point to the North Pole. We know it in miles. We know it in kilometers. That's our first thing. If we've got a point that is directly north of our original point, we know that the distance to that is just the difference in latitude times 69.1 miles, or 111.2 kilometers. Okay, there's a proof of that, which we'll skip past. Now imagine we've got a second point. Similarly, we know that the distance of that point to the North Pole is just the 90 minus the latitude times 111.2 kilometers. And we know that all points along both lines have the same longitude as P1 and P2. We can now make a triangle. We know the two sides of the triangles, and we know the angles between those two lines. That's just the difference in longitude. So we can now solve for the length of the third side. We can solve for the distance between points P1 and P2. We can do that using the law of cosines, which is basic high school trigonometry. Here's the first thing. Here's the first page from the Wikipedia article. We've known about this for more than 2,000 years, and we can. And this is the length of the sides. So we've made no assumptions about what the map is. We've made no other assumptions other than we know distance to the North Pole and the angle between the rays, between the intervals when they meet at the North Pole. And this is the formula that we get for the distance between any 2 points on a planar Earth, assuming that topographic effects are small. We can do exactly the same formulation on a spherical Earth. We've got 2 points of known latitude and longitude. We create the triangle, the spherical triangle with the North Pole, and we're solving for the length of the other side. And these are the formulas that are used for that. It's just the angular separation, which is given by that top formula in red, times 111.2 kilometers per degree. We can now apply that. We can also, the spherical law of cosines is something we've known for hundreds of years as well. We can now apply that in reality and to physical objects. Here's a map of train tracks in the southern United States. We can look at Pensacola and Jacksonville. And this is a train track whose length we can measure physically. So we know the latitudes and longitudes of both points. We can calculate the spherical distance between the 2 points. That's 533 kilometers. We can measure the track separation, which is 593.2 kilometers. The flat Earth distance is larger than that. It's 643 kilometers. So this spacing between these 2 points is inconsistent with the flat Earth formulation, with the Earth being approximately planar. We can do the same in Australia. Here we're going to look at 2 points, Tarcoola and Kalgoorlie on the Trans-Australian railway line. We know the latitudes and longitudes of both points. We can calculate the spherical distance between them, which is 1,242 kilometers. The track separation is 1,281 kilometers. And the flat Earth distance is 3,039 kilometers. So it's in error by a factor of more than 2. Here, flat earthers, the last time I used this, weren't able to work out what the distances between Tarcoola and so I included some stuff here. We can do the same thing in Argentina for Viedma and Sierra Colorada. Spherical distance 405 kilometers, track separation 449 kilometers, flat Earth distance is more than double that. And we can then go on to look at the distance traveled by the Bly, Bly. We know his starting point, we know his ending point, we know that the spherical distance is 5,600 kilometers. He didn't travel in a straight line. You can see that he had he been there was land in the way. But the flat Earth distance is again wrong by more than a factor of 2. We can look at the Shackleton expedition, which had to travel more than 1,300 kilometers in order to get from Elephant Island to South Georgia. The flat Earth distance is wrong by a factor of more than 4. We use these distance calculations every time we we sail intercontinental. We have been using these techniques since the 16th century. This is a sailor's manual from the 17th century, on how to do spherical trigonometry. We use this formula every time that we have planes. Here, for instance, are a set of 5 plane journeys. The actual flight times are in that middle column in red. I've just multiplied the flight time by the cruising speed to get that next column across to the right. The next column is the spherical distance, and then you can see the flat Earth distance. For them most part, the flat Earth estimate is vastly wrong. In the case of the Sydney to Santiago, the flat Earth distance estimate is wrong by, again, a factor of 2. We can look at submarine cables. These are physical objects that exist between points on Earth's surface. We can look at the distance from Sydney to Hillsborough. Again, the flat Earth distance is wrong. From Perth to Muscat, again, the flat Earth distance is wrong. This is the Humboldt cable, which is in the process of being constructed now. But again, the flat Earth distance is wrong. Similarly, the Umoja, we do, and there are hundreds and hundreds of these cables. The flat Earth distance estimates are always wrong, whereas the spherical distance estimates are always accurate. So the Earth cannot be flat. If it were flat, the flat Earth distance estimates would be correct. And the Earth must be approximately spherical, because if it wasn't, there would be points where the spherical distance formula is inaccurate. There are no such points. Until you can find such points, there's no reason for us to abandon the spherical model. That's my presentation, and that's why.
Tony. Sorry.
That's okay. And that's why we come to the conclusion that we do. Well, that's one of the reasons we come to the conclusion we do about the shape of the Earth.
All right. I did take some notes. Maybe someone, I see RTH here. Maybe if you wanted to go or.
Have at it, man.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I just had a few quick questions, and I really appreciate your time, Tony. That was a great presentation you shared with me the other day, and I look forward to watching it again on Craig's channel and taking notes, because it's screen recorded there, so I don't do that, unfortunately. But so okay, can we start with the planar? If we are on a planar Earth,
Mm-hmm.
what if have they included some sort of overlay with contour lines to account for topography?
Generally, topographic effects are small compared to the
Planar?
spatial separation. So
Okay.
the largest topographic elevation is about 10 kilometers. So when you're talking about distances of hundreds of kilometers or whatever, that isn't really a major impact. So
Okay. Thank you. Also for the sailing, you mentioned that from the 16th to 17th century, they included spherical trigonometry.
Yes, in fact, the history of, if I can just, the history of spherical trigonometry goes back to goes back 2,000 years, when the Greeks were using spherical trigonometry to work out how long sunlight would be at certain latitudes. So how much sunlight you should expect. That was a problem that the Greeks were tackling using spherical trigonometry.
Okay, yes, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, that makes sense. Very interesting. And yeah, I'm still doing research myself on how and how everything can be maybe portrayed on a, I guess, planar topographical surface with a North Pole at the center myself, and how the lines of latitude and longitude actually exist on that. I just haven't had a lot of time, because personally, when I first heard about flat Earth, I kind of saw the general surface level information, and then I saw that it may have aligned with the Bible, so I kind of shifted focus away from the scientific topics and then just onto the Bible. So now that I'm back onto this topic, I have to kind of look at your math, right, and consider these arguments. So I'll need a little bit for that.
Fair enough. May I make the point that I'm not suggesting at all that you should abandon your faith? Nobody.
Oh, yeah.
Well, certainly, I don't feel like anybody should be attacking anyone else's faith. I was a Christian myself for more than 30 years. I'm an atheist now. Don't see that I don't see that there's any cause to be attacking anybody's faith or asking them to abandon it. I know from personal experience that the relationship I thought I had with my religion was extremely valuable to me at the time. So I don't want you to feel like I'm attacking your faith or trying to get you to abandon it, because that's not my intent here. My intent is simply to say that the evidence we have is not consistent with a literal interpretation of portions of the Bible that I think were poetic or metaphorical in their application. So
Yeah,
that's all I'm
thank
trying
you.
to say.
Yeah, I didn't get that sense at all. So but I do appreciate that sentiment. And yeah, interestingly enough, it was a Globe defender, Ray Comfort, who actually brought me closer to my faith now. So I don't, which is amazing. So I'm grateful for Globe defenders, flat defenders. But yeah, thank you for pointing out your work. I have a lot of research to do, and I'll probably have some more questions and follow up when I get some more time. I'm definitely very interested in this topic.
Okay, that's great. And right the hand, you have nothing to say. Is that correct?
Well, the one thing I would say is if you used a very large map to get yourself from point A to point B, it's going to be accurate and the distances will be straight. So if what you're saying is true and that the distance between 2 points, like say New York and San Francisco, should be a curved, then that difference will be there'll be a difference in the actual mileage from when you use a flat map with a straight horizontal line. And the map is accurate and your presentation is not. So I'm going to go with that your presentation is just a bunch of bullshit.
How about Antarctica? What do you
Wow,
reckon Antarctica
that
is?
was a leap of logic.
What a rebuttal.
Well, it's facts. Maps use straight
No,
lines. They don't use curved lines.
it's not. No,
No, they
maps do not
don't.
use straight lines.
If you plot up aircraft trajectories on maps, they won't make straight lines. So I don't know what you're talking about. So if you have an accurate map, please do for the globe that is just flat. Somebody, NASA Shell just put up in the chat the difference between the Great Circle and the Rum Line between New York and Madrid. You can see that the Great Circle distance, which is actually the shorter distance, is the curved line on that map.
That's not a map. It is a map. To scale. It's not to scale.
That very much is a map. And
where's the every map's gonna have a legend that shows you how big an inch or like a half inch is how many miles. Like that doesn't have that.
Hey,
So
this is gonna be your map until you provide us
map.
one. You understand? And by the way, I just posted flight routes, by the way, with the AE map.
Yeah, they don't work.
And it doesn't work.
Mercator does have a stretchy scale if that's your problem, right?
Yeah,
The hand.
Mercator has a
grid.
Hey, since you don't have a map, I provided you one. I provided you two RTH, two maps, two flat Earth maps. One of them you've never heard of before. I guarantee it.
The one I posted is a Mercator map.
Yeah, so the Mercator map has a scale that depends with latitude, as Writing on Eggshells said, and generally they give sort of you'll see down the bottom that they give a variety of scales, and they explain how they work for different latitudes. So if you don't know how to find the scale for a Mercator map, you've just not researched the topic well enough, I'm afraid.
I mean, I know how to use a map. Like it's one of the easiest things you're ever gonna do in your life.
So do you have a map of the globe? Do you have a map of the entire Earth?
I mean, you could use if you even use Google Maps, right? Like that's all going to be flat.
Yeah.
Like those.
No, Google Maps is not.
I got. Let me just make the point. So when you're looking at the ground from above, like all the Google Maps images are, or like from a drone or something like that, like, and you go from looking straight down, point A to point B, that's going to be a straight line, right? And if you make it curved and then you walk it, you're going to get two different distances. So if you hold on, if what you said was actually happening, then there would be two different distances from the top down view of Google Earth and Maps than the actual miles, but they actually
No.
all line up because they're horizontal lines.
No, what you're seeing is great circle lines. You're seeing a straight line over the surface of a sphere is a great circle line.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I ask you to go on to Google
Hold on,
Maps
can I
right
respond to that?
now and
Hold
get the distance between Pensacola and Jacksonville?
Hold on. When you say you're looking at it from
and then compare that to the result that I obtained for the distance between Pensacola and Jacksonville using the spherical distance formula. Can you do that for me?
I'm going to address your point about looking at the line from above. So when you look at Google Earth map view and you look at the line, your quote curved line from above, and you have a distance from San Francisco to New York, and there's a line there, that's a horizontal line, right? It's going to be a straight line. Hold on.
It isn't.
Hold on. Wait. I'm not done.
Well, you're wrong. So anything you make from now is just going to be
you're just interrupting because you know I'm about to make a point, right? So if you just hold on.
Based on previous experience, that's a long way away. But anyway, go on.
So if you had a bridge with an arch, right? So now picture that arch bridge and you put it from New York to San Francisco. The arch is going to be different than the walking path above. You're going to have two different distances, okay? Right?
Not that much different. How high is the bridge?
I haven't, let's look. Will the differences be different? Yes or no?
Fractionally.
See why they don't want to answer? Because they know this is, and again, this is how you.
No, wait, hold on a second. The problem is,
it'll be so small, it will be like the line is a horizontal line with no deviation. Yeah, but it's not. But remember, it will behave just like it, but it's not.
It's no. Yeah, it's not. Here, let me show you. San Francisco to.
I mean, come on, man. You just said it's a straight line but the only curve you're going to see is when you look at it from the side. That's what you just said. Come on. So that means the top view down horizontal.
Looking down at the top, you can tell it's a curve.
Well, then wouldn't it be a direct flight? You would be banking left or right. So if you look at a flight,
how about if we go on a longer flight?
Hold on.
Let's go on a longer flight. Let's go San Francisco to Tokyo. Let's try that.
If you look at a flight, the path of a flight from straight up over it, right? And there's curve, that's going to be to the left or to the right because you wouldn't be able to distinguish curve going up and down from right above it. So when you're talking about right above it on the map view and you're having curve, that's going to be left to right. If it was left to right, then it's a straight line, dude. Come on. That's it. You got it. See?
So
and I don't even do this. Like, I don't even care, right? Like, I'm just
you're
here to,
babbling incoherently and thinking you're making sense. Nasser Shill, can you please use Google Earth to get the distance between Pensacola and Jacksonville and see whether or not it agrees with the distance that I gave?
Yeah, it's going to be a straight line. It's going to be a straight line on a flat screen.
It's going to be a straight line on a flat screen with the distance that I predicted using the spherical distance formula, isn't it?
Okay, so when you're going to pull up your entire argument was that
between those 2 points is going to agree with the spherical distance formula, isn't it?
Well, don't interrupt me, please. So you just got done giving us a presentation about how the Earth is not planar. And now when you're about to prove distances between 2 points on that Earth, you're going to use a planar straight line, top down. Hold on. I'm not done.
No, I'm not. I'm using the spherical distance formula.
Hold on.
You lying sack of shit.
You didn't let me finish. That's fine. So when you pull up Google Maps,
you're lying about what I said. I am not using a straight line. I am using the great circle distance between the 2 points.
When you pull up Google Maps and you put 2 pins, and then you get that line between the 2 pins on Google Maps, it shows you the distance.
Great circle distance. It is not a straight line.
Once I start making a point, you got to interrupt. So if you pull up Google Maps on your phone, which is a flat screen, and you take 2 points, right, New York to Tokyo, you're going to get a straight line on a flat screen.
No, you're not.
No, look at that line.
You got a curved display.
Excuse me. Look at that line. You see, San Francisco is why do you go north from San Francisco to get to Tokyo?
hold on. But we're only talking
Tokyo.
about a complete. Hold on.
Tokyo
If
is
you look at-
south of San Francisco.
Look,
Why do you go north
your-
to get to Tokyo?
Look, I'm only arguing that you have a map and you have a flight, and if that plane
Again,
is not,
this is a Great Circle route.
hold on. You're not getting any like when you have a flight of a path of a plane, you're not going to get the up and down, right? That's not the it's not a wave, right? You're not counting its up and down motions. And when you take the distance between San Francisco and Tokyo, you're just going to take a line that the plane is going to have to travel.
Where do I have to find it in Florida?
No one says
You're
that
like, this is just like willful evasion.
Jacksonville and Pensacola were the two cities whose distance I wanted in order to show that they agree with the calculation achieved using the spherical distance formula.
Okay, but so what you're going to say...
And that they disagree violently with, well, they disagree with the distance predicted using a flat Earth formulation. Assuming that the Earth is planar, we can calculate the distance between those 2 points.
530.
And we get the wrong answer.
535 kilometers.
Okay, so what you're saying is on your flat screen, that flat map, you draw a straight line between Tokyo and New York, and you're going to get a curved distance.
Yeah, why does it go north? Why does it go north when Tokyo is south of San Francisco?
Well, hold on.
Why does it go north?
We're just talking about the distance between.
Well, we're also talking about the direction on the map. I mean, this is
the map. No. Hold on.
This is a Great Circle route.
We're talking. He pulled up Google Maps on his phone or on a TV. Right, that's flat, and then it's going to get a 2D image, which is flat, and it's going to give him a straight line distance on that grid or that planar representation, and it's going to be accurate. That can only be possible if what it's modeling is also in that formation or orientation.
It's using the what's the name of it? What's the name of the Tony? What's the name of the formula you used? Haversine. It's using Haversine formula to calculate the distance over the surface.
You can't accurately model a sphere on a flat. Hold on.
Yes, we can.
Well, you didn't even let me speak.
Well,
and this is how I know this is speak. This is how I know this is emotion.
It's not emotion.
The fact that you make a false statement and then think that any logical deduction you make from a false statement is valid indicates that you don't know how syllogisms work. This is why people try to pull you up at the first false statement you make, because any logical conclusion you draw from your false statement cannot be valid, because you've included a falsehood in your line of reasoning. This is why people interrupt you so often, is because your chain of reasoning is invalid because you have introduced falsehoods at various points.
Or they lack self-control and don't like to hear when their beliefs are being questioned.
You're false. You're totally false.
So can I get my point out?
Nothing you said is true.
Okay,
this is not
back to a monologue.
No, it's not a monologue. You're the one monologuing. You're the one not.
I haven't even. Okay,
yes,
take my turn to talk again.
Okay, fine. Go ahead and say your stuff. Want to say your stuff?
You can't like if the Earth was a ball and you cut it to try and put it on a flat screen, it wouldn't fit. It would be all distorted.
We're not doing that. We're taking a project. We're looking at the globe.
The best setup.
You're looking at a 3D object on a 2D screen.
Oh fuck! This is stupid.
Hey, you should have done the work, man. You need to have the map. You need to have the model. Don't give us the bullshit.
This is dumb. This is
I want to put you up right the hand.
It's 2D.
So all photographs are wrong, right? Because they are 2D representations of 3D objects, right? So all photographs, all images of a 3D object that you see on a computer screen, or that you see on paper, or that you see in anything, even actually when you're looking at something with your eyes, you only see a 2D representation of it. That's all your eyes can pick up. Your eyes are not distance detectors. They can't tell you how far something is away. Your brain does that by analyzing the images that you've got. Right? So
can I respond? Oh boy. Okay.
Go on, respond to that.
Well, no, I'm going to respond to the original point, which we were talking about maps. Okay, now just looking out at the world is not a map. Like when you take a picture and you photograph the Earth from above and you map it out, that's different. You're talking about something that's different. Okay, so now if you have pictures, if you're trying to hold on, If you're trying to map a ball to a flat piece of paper, it's going to be distorted.
Again. You just dropped a falsehood, and then you're trying to logically extend from the falsehood. We should discuss the falsehood when you reach the falsehood.
Well,
right?
but it's true that if you try and put a curved thing on a flat, it's going to be distorted.
You've asserted that photographs from above are different from other images. Why?
Well, what we're talking maps, like a picture of Toys R Us or whatever is not a map.
So why this is a flat map now? What I just posted is a flat map.
Well, it's on a 2D screen, right?
So it's a flat map though. The fact that it's a globe.
Can you have a 3D object on a 2D screen?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Rand! This is dumb for you. This is a dumb argument even for you. This is a dumb argument.
It's your argument. That's why it's dumb.
No, sir, it's your argument.
You can have an image of a 3D object on a screen, right?
What?
You can have photos. You can have photos on a screen, can't you? Of 3D objects.
One at a time, guys.
This is dumb even for a right to hand. I mean, come on.
Is the screen displaying a 2D or 3D image?
Why does the Great Circle Rock go north of San Francisco to go to Tokyo and south of San Francisco?
You just ask random questions in a conversation.
This is not a random question. This is not a random question. The fact you are evading it shows it is not a random question.
You're evading how you're trying to display a 3D object on a 2D screen. So
The question goes directly to your point.
There are technical explanations if you'd like to hear a technical explanation. Now, the technical explanation is that you're not just calculating the distance across the screen by its pixel address. Because even if you zoom in or zoom out, the distance reported in mapping software will be the same. Because it's making an inverse calculation by Haversine of the underlying latitude and longitude of those points. So even on Google Earth, if you zoom out and it shows you a spherical image and you zoom in and, oh, it looks flat. Yeah, the distance doesn't change because it's not calculating what's on your screen. It's calculating the underlying data set that generated it. It's called a projection. And so when dealing with a Mercator map and you just drop a ruler, going long and diagonal, you're going to have to do a bunch of math, which is included in the scale bars on a proper map by latitude with some projections. And so like even on like the AE maps that have a scale bar, which are rarely seen in this forum, the latitude scale per 15 degrees varies by latitude. So you'll see that that's why the distance from New Zealand to Santiago on an AE map draws like almost a full hemicircle around the outer edge. But if you zoom out in say Google Earth and you rotate it around to it looks like a straight line, or you zoom in and you rotate it and now you see an arc, the distance doesn't change. It's not counting pixels. It calculates the angles and then it does the projection, and then it's a very technical process to get a distance between 2 points on a map. Now, when dealing with something like a large scale map, like a U.S. Geological Survey map, those scales are pretty close to uniform because it's a very small area. The problem with any map is when it depicts a very large area. So when you see a whole Earth map, Mercator, AE, Lambert, Peters, it doesn't matter. When it depicts the whole Earth, you have to take a lot of processes to get a distance that's accurate, because all the distances in reality, the shortest distance distance between 2 points is a great circle, and that is the calculation for the distance. And when you project that to make a either paper map or on screen, those individual, all the latitude and longitudes of the entire graticule are mathematically projected individually to make a raster image. Done.
Okay, wow. So that was like 700 points. So you can display a 3D object on a 2D screen.
Stop it, right to hand. Fuck's sake.
With math projection.
This is dumb even by your standard.
Yeah, with math projections.
Okay. Did you listen to anything he had to say?
Yeah, he's talking about like, look, with the point we were making, right, was he's talking about.
No, you didn't listen to anything he had to say.
we're talking about the distances that between two places right now.
Bro,
if you
I can
look,
sense you're making your shit up in real time. You don't know what you're gonna say 10 seconds from now. Stop lying, dude.
Hey Tony, was my description on point?
Okay, but you're not letting me. Nobody's letting me like finish my statement. You guys are just talking over me all the time.
Description was actually superb, and I wanted to thank you for it. But Right the Hand got into responding before me. I thought your description was spot on.
Me too.
For me, it hit every point.
Okay, the original point was the distance between two places, right? Okay, now the distance between two places, when you look at it from above, is going to be a straight line. Are we in agreement so far?
Depends on what map you're looking at.
I don't think
No,
so.
we're looking at the we're looking at the ground. We're looking at the ground from above, right? And if we look at point A to point B from above, that's going to be a straight line difference because we're ignoring topography. Okay, right? That's why plane flight is faster, kind of, because it doesn't have to go around shit. It can go right point to point.
Okay.
If you look at NASA Shield's image of the Tokyo to San Francisco, that's clearly not a straight line.
We're having a conversation. You just ignored everything I said and started talking about something else.
Oh, look who's talking about ignoring shit.
When you look at, and we agree.
That's been your tactic all day.
Okay, let me answer.
He said
I had to bring it to the original point after a 30-minute fucking.
He asked if it was a straight line. I said yes. It looks like.
Okay, I disagree with Shoebill. I disagree with Shoebill.
Okay, well then you
The
guys.
shortest path between 2 points on a curved surface is called a geodesic. This is not what I would call
when dealing with the Earth. Come on.
Geodesic great circle. Yes, I don't consider geodesics to be straight lines.
Yeah, but we're looking at
straight
in this
line
discussion,
through
Tony, keep it in this discussion. Great circle is so close that the difference is at the super high technical level. Come on.
No,
well,
close enough to straight.
I would suggest that if you were drawing a straight line from Tokyo to New York, you would have to pass through the Earth, right? That would be a straight line connecting the 2 points in a mathematical sense.
He said looks like.
Yes,
but
he's about to make a distinction between looks like and is. Right, he is about to argue that it is a straight line distance and therefore the Earth can't be curved. He's about to use this weaseling to.
Are you going to do that right there?
That in fact the path
what you're going to do?
We're a proud Tony, I don't
If I
think you can
may.
argue against things that people haven't said yet. That's again.
If I may, Right the Hand asked if I'm not mistaken, if you take 2 points on a sphere and you draw a line between them, that they will look like a straight line. My response, which he claims, which he claims was not a response, was if you look at the picture from NASA Shield from San Diego or San Francisco to Tokyo, that I believe is clearly not a straight line.
Oh no, look at the second one I posted. It's clearly a straight line. It's the analog of a straight line.
Yeah, but that would be if you're looking at it from above. Okay, now don't
That's right. The second one I posted. The one I posted at 11 after the hour.
Listen. If you're looking at the path of the flight of a plane from above, and its path is curved, it's going to be a curve to the left or to the right.
Okay, yes. This is a straight line.
Okay. Right? Are we on agreement?
Okay, but this one doesn't curve. It goes straight.
Hold on. Wait.
Shell, I would say
wait. You're showing me a line from looking at above that's curved, and you also agree that when you look at a line from above, the only curve you're going to see is left to right curve, and you're using that to prove there's up and down curve. Okay, man.
No.
You said it.
This
is why I go point by
you are a
point.
fucking moron. You are either you are intentionally being stupid right now, or you are really stupid. One or the other.
I'm doing pretty good here.
No, you're not. You're totally below. This is looking at it from above. The analog of a straight line over the surface of a sphere is a globe. on a globe is a great circle. Excuse me. This is a great circle rod. I'm looking at it from directly above. Why?
Well,
Okay,
you can't see up and down curve from above. If you looked at an up and down curve,
Exactly.
hold on.
Of course you can't.
Up and down. What do you mean? What do you mean up and down curve? Because fuck
Yeah.
me. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
This is
Bro,
dumb.
this is your.
This is
yes,
dumb.
exactly.
This is dumb even for you. Even for you, this is
It's
dumb.
your argument. It's your argument.
No, it's your misinterpretation of a very simple argument. You either, like I said, you're either intentionally poeing right now, or you are the dumbest person on earth.
The argument was, since I made the argument, I might repeat what the argument was. The argument was, from basic geometric principles, I derived a distance formula for a planar Earth and for a spheroidal Earth. I showed, using practical examples, that the distance calculations for a planar Earth were inaccurate very often, and for a spheroidal Earth, they were accurate. That's the argument. Now, respond to the argument.
No, that's not the argument. The argument is.
Yes, it is the argument.
No, wait, bro, you gotta let me respond. You gotta self-control, dude. The argument was, when looking at a path of a flight when looking at the path of a plane from above, and you see curve, the only curve you can see from above would be left to right curve.
I don't even understand what you mean by the phrase above.
Why does the plane go north out of San Francisco?
Oh, no, right. Before we move forward, we have to agree on certain, like,
go north. Why does the plane go north out of San Francisco?
If you can't agree that from looking at the path of an object from above, if you see curve, that's going to be left to right. Like, if you can't agree on reality, how are we going to move forward?
Why does the plane go north out of San Francisco?
This is cognitive dissonance. This is seeing a curve.
It is cognitive dissonance on your behalf. It is cognitive dissonance. You have totally have your head up your ass right now. You still can't explain why the plane goes north out of San Francisco to get to somewhere south of it. Why does it do that?
Well, how do you see downward curve from above?
How do you go north? First, you tell me why you go north.
I'm just saying, you're showing me this curved line, and it's supposedly from above, yet there's a curve. That's got to be a left or right curve. You can't see up and down curve from above.
It's a straight line, you moron. Look at it. It's perfectly straight.
Well, then if it's straight, then it's then there's
left or right. Let's let Rob speak.
So I'm going to disagree with Nasmashil on this, in that line does not look straight to me. And the reason why I say that is, to your question, does a left or right deviation illustrate curvature? What you would refer to as up and down? Yes. You take a 3D object, you take a sphere, you draw a line from north to south on it. You then rotate that sphere. So you have a line going from north to south, directly coming to you and moving away from you. Take that sphere and then rotate it perpendicular to that. Tell me that line does not appear to curve to you.
And if you're going to make the argument, we're looking at it from above, that suggests to me that you think that there is a unique point above a path across a sphere. And you're using the terms up and down curvature in relation to a sphere, where down is the direction that gravity goes. There's no downward curvature in a flight path, except for when it gets up to flight altitude and when it comes down, right? There's no downward curvature to that path. So you're using these terms up and down when they don't make sense in the context that you're trying to apply them. Up and down are concepts that apply to you when you're in a gravitational field, and they will change as you move along the path. What is above the flight path, the point above the flight path, will depend on where you are along that flight path.
I understood every word you said then, Tony.
Right the hand, can you respond to my scenario?
No, nobody's responded to what I said. So
oh my fucking, yes, I have.
Because I still trying to understand what you're trying to say.
let me repeat myself right to hand, and I will, and then you can tell me where I'm not answering your question. I'm going to take the distance between the North and the South Pole on a globe that is physically in my hand. And I'm going to draw that line from the North to the South Pole, where the line comes directly at me and then goes directly away from me from the South Pole. I am now going to take that sphere and rotate it eastward. Are you going to tell me that that straight line, which appears north to south in the beginning, does not deviate to the right or left when you rotate it to the east? This is applicable because I am refuting your statement that a flat or a point or a line between 2 points on a 2D surface is going to always be straight for the globe. It's not.
Well, one, you're rotating your point of view, right? So that's one point. And then two, it doesn't matter what shape the object is, right? Curved, ball. If you're looking at the path from above, you can't see, right? From your vantage point, the only curve or the only deviation from that path you'll be able to see is left to right. Like this is the this is like a non-debatable. This is like the most. It's just how maps, how looking at things from above work.
You are talking about looking at that line from a position that is directly above that flight path. You don't have to do that on Google Earth. You can move your perspective. You can rotate the globe so that those two lines, or that line between those 2 points, is not directly below, is not the sub-Earth point. So
okay, but that's not my point. So why would I bring up something that's not my point? So back to the point. Without rotating your point of view, New York to San Francisco, looking at it from above, right? On a flat or a ball, the path of the plane will look the same.
Directly from above, it would look the same. If
There
you're on
we
a
go.
flat
Finally,
plane,
we got there. Jesus Christ.
No, except if you're on a flat plane, your route would be different. Your route would not curve north the way that it does.
Hold on.
I have never.
It's not
I
going
have
to be.
not interrupted.
It's not going to look the same if you have line of sight distance information, which is not that hard to do with just by based on the signal there and back.
Hold on. I really got to make this point. I'm very frustrated. Write the hand. Find yourself a piece of paper, find yourself a globe, and draw a line from one point to the other, and then shift your perspective. On a flat plane, that line will always be straight. On a globe, that line will curve.
Okay, but what does that have to do with line of sight, though, when you use a larger apparatus with line of sight over a long distance? That line doesn't curve.
That's not what we're talking about.
What are you talking about?
The problem is when you fly from San Francisco to New York, you will curve north of the flight that you would think you would fly over the flat Earth. The same happens on this new. It's better when you go further, like the San Francisco to Tokyo flight. You're way up off almost 50 degrees north when Tokyo is south of San Francisco. This is proof. This is evidence that the Earth is not flat, that the Earth is a sphere, because you fly great circle routes. This is how you get a globe with a piece of string and check it out yourself. The shortest distance between 2 points is a great circle route.
Okay, but this is like all these things are irrelevant to the point I made. And
No, they're not. They're totally relevant. You just want to say no, because you're a bevtard and you don't understand that that Earth curve and altitude are different things. Topography and Earth curve are different things. Get your head out of Bev's ass.
Even that's irrelevant to the point.
No, it's totally relevant to the perf. You are a bevtard. The arguments you're giving are 100% bevtard.
I mean, I got one. He said when looking from directly above, if you plotted that red line from New York to San Francisco and you're looking at it from above on a plane or a sphere, the line's going to look the same from above. That's what I said.
Except that the routes would be different, because on a flat plane you would fly a different route than you would on the globe.
And the distance traveled would be different as well.
Correct. and you would fly a longer distance, and you would fly a longer distance if you flew the so-called flat Earth route than the Great Circle route.
So if you had a flat map that was accurate with straight lines, then let's say we had that. I'm just in a hypothetical world where there was a flat map with a horizontal non-deviating distance between San Francisco and New York, and it lined up with reality, then reality couldn't be curved, right?
Yeah, if it here's the problem though. Here's the problem.
That's impossible because the latitude is 3 degrees different.
Here's the thing that's wrong with that sentence. You said if it lines up with reality, and it doesn't. A flat map does not line up with reality.
The other problem is San Francisco is 3 degrees south of New York, so there's another problem.
We're not at the problem yet. So
yeah, that is the problem.
Do you agree that if in reality it was 1,284 miles from San Francisco to New York, and you had a map from above with a horizontal line with that same distance, then the Earth couldn't be curved. That line couldn't be curved. Do we agree?
If
incorrect.
If no. If and if.
So if that was the case, okay, that's all I was just trying to say.
That's not the case though.
Wait, you're saying it. What I just said could be true, and the Earth. So you're saying you can have a map that's flat with a horizontal line between New York and San Francisco that lines up with the flat, and the flat map lines up, but the Earth could still be a ball somehow.
Well, because it doesn't line up with reality. You said you had two ifs in that statement. You had two ifs in that statement.
Yeah, the technical issue here is if you have a flat map and you draw the air route from San Francisco to New York with a ruler, you have not plotted the route the path will take. So if you just draw on a flat map that line from New York to San Francisco with a ruler, you are not drawing reality. You are drawing because that flat map has a projection. So if you want to plot the route of the plane on a flat map, you can't do that with just a simple ruler.
That was my whole point. New York City is 3 degrees north. No, this is the direct point. New York City is directly north by 2 or 3 degrees of San Francisco, so you're not going to draw the accurate line if you're just drawing a straight line from above on that map to what a plane actually takes.
The distance between New York and San Francisco.
No, we're talking about the lines of latitude here.
No, we're talking.
They're 2 degrees separated.
Looking at it from
above.
Bigger problem, though.
No.
There's lights everywhere on the Earth.
We are 2 degrees separated.
In reality, the distance between San Francisco and New York isn't really enough to visually see the difference. That's why I told you to look to Tokyo.
Well, yeah, but look, I'm trying to get any type of agreement on reality here.
Well, the problem is, the reality is New York City is 2.5 degrees north of San Francisco. So the line you're drawing is not accurate in reality from what a plane drives or flies.
But this is also the problem. The problem is that there's flights all around the Earth. You would have to make a map where all the flights around the whole Earth fit, and you can't do it on any flat surface. Never.
Right, before we even get there, in order to find out how far, right? Like if you were to say, how far is it to your kitchen? And I said it was 2 miles, and you said what? And then I started walking in random directions, right? That's not, when we say distance, we're talking about that's why you look from over from on top. So it's a straight line distance to get.
This is a stupid argument of yours. The problem is your projection is wrong. The problem is that the Earth is not flat. No matter how much you say that the Earth on a flat map, the flat map is a projection of the globe.
I never said the Earth was. I haven't said the Earth.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going with this because you've done it like 5 times a day, and you continue to go. You continue to flog. You continue to beat this dead horse.
Until you answer the issue of New York being 2.5 or 3 degrees north of San Francisco, which is at least 200 miles north, on the flight path that it would take, even your straight line thing would not be accurate of what the plane actually flies. Answer that.
Look, man, you're not going to force me to say words I don't want to say. Like I'm trying to make a.
Of course not.
I'm
You
speaking
only want
reality, and you're not willing to accept reality. That's the problem.
Stop interrupting him. Every time he spoke for the past 2 minutes now, I've been listening. You guys interrupted him every single time.
Well, he's lying out his ass. You got to stop him as soon as he starts the first lie.
No,
Otherwise,
stop
he
it.
keeps
Stop
building lie on top of lie.
I'm going to stop you. One of the two things is going to happen. Don't interrupt.
So you wanted to build on lie on top of lie? How many
I
lies
want
did
you
you
to
have to tell?
stop interrupting or you're going to get muted. Last warning.
How many lies can he tell before I can interrupt him?
Millions. He can
Go
tell as
ahead,
many
right
lies as he
ahead.
wants
Go
to
ahead.
because we want to hear a discussion now.
That doesn't
we
mean
say
you
this to you a
talk.
lot. You do get it,
That
mate,
doesn't
don't you?
mean you talk, bro. Go ahead,
Look,
right the hand.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get agreement so we can build from there. That regardless of what is below us, if we're looking at it from above, the distance we're going to use, like if we were Superman and I was flying above New York and I flew to California and I could superly figure out how many miles I flew, it would be a straight line distance when viewed from above, right? Like point to point.
No, it would look like a straight line. I agree with him on this one. The problem is that he thinks that this means that the Earth is flat.
It would not be a straight
I'm
line
not saying
because
anything.
wait,
he
it
said
would not
looks
be a
like.
straight line because he's
He just
flying
said-
2 degrees south.
But he just said looks like. So we're going to make a projection just specifically for that flight where you're looking at it from the midpoint of that path.
But hold on. I'm not talking about a flight. I'm talking about the distance, right? Distance between a spot in San Francisco and a spot in New York. That distance is going to be a straight line distance if it's in the air.
No.
Define straight line.
Correct. Incorrect.
Well, it's still a great circle, even though you're looking at it from above.
That's my point.
Yes,
It's still
yes.
2.5 or 3
well,
degrees
hold on, we're not- we're-
southeast.
He had the word. He had looks
Or what?
like. He had looks like in there. So appearance is
From above.
all he's going
We're
with.
looking at it from above. We're still from above, right? So from above.
A great circle right from above would appear to be a straight line. Okay.
Okay, and if you're
3
looking
degrees
at
north.
this line from above and you got and you put a ruler that had distance on it, you would get a straight line distance from
that would be
point
inaccurate.
to point.
And that would be
inaccurate. You're correct. You would get a straight line distance, but it would be incorrect because those 2 points lie on a sphere.
And those 2 points
Can
are
I-
3 degrees
ago,
apart
or
from
one-
each other, which is
Can I say
180,
something?
180 degrees south of each other. So there you go.
Can I say something? He's just confusing with the distance along the surface and the projection from the top. He's telling that what you see when you are looking with a straight line, the grid circle appear like a straight line on it. It is a distance. But he forget it's distance along the surface, not the projection of it.
Yeah, when looking at it from above, you lost the Z information because it's arcing up off that page by the way you describe it, and it's maybe towards you where you're saying looks like, and then you want to measure a looks like, and that's where the information is lost that you're traveling a circumference and not point-to-point chord.
Again, Tony went over this
maybe
an hour ago.
okay. Let me try one more. Picture you have like cut the bottom off a rectangle. You get what I'm saying? So you have like a staple. Picture a big staple, and you put that staple one end on New York and the other end on San Francisco. Are you with me?
Yes. Yep.
Now, even if you have some curve, right? Now you make the staple higher so that you still get the staples to go down where New York and San Francisco is. You will have, when viewed from above, a straight line distance between New York and San Francisco.
What you will have is the chord distance. Okay.
So, if I may, in your analogy, you will measure using a ruler the top of that staple. That is not the actual distance. The actual distance would be along the curve underneath the top of the staple.
Okay, so now we would get to the second point of where I was trying to go. When you make the map, you're taking the pictures from above, right?
Not necessarily. I think maps
Come
are
on,
taken.
dude. Come on. Do we got to bring up Google Maps? It's from above.
I believe it's from data taken from the ground. or from satellites in orbit. I actually don't know where.
The view you're
Google
looking
Earth
at it from is from above, dude. Come on.
But when we make a map, we go through the cartography of it. We're not just taking, the simple ruler line distance of the staple to make the map. It's far more complicated.
You're not going to count the topography, right? Like,
wait,
correct.
Yes,
Right? Do we agree that
Google cars drive around and get accurate distances from place to place on the face of the Earth, and that's how we can painstakingly, if we want, drive from New York City, a point in New York City, to a point in Florida, and accurately represent that actual distance across the surface of the globe.
Thank you.
When the Google car goes from point A to point B, it's not giving you the distance that it took on the highway and going through all the things. That's not what distance you're getting, bro.
Yeah, it's not a staple line distance.
But it is a distance along a curve.
Not when viewed from above. It can't. The distance can't be a curve when viewed from above.
If it's not, then go try it and prove me wrong.
It's a coordinate measurement, right? Coordinate measurements, they don't account curvature. Coordinate measurement.
Give me an exact point.
I don't know
where
who told
you're
you
at.
they did, but they don't.
Give me an exact point where you're at. Start in New York, drive to an exact point in Florida, and I can painstakingly map that out and tell me the exact road you drove on, and I can give you the exact distance you drove.
Lael, odometer readings are not what is involved in this discussion. Please do not drive from New York to San Francisco and think you can do that with a car, no matter how careful. That's not this discussion.
Yeah,
he's saying the maps are not correct, but yet Google Maps is made from cars driving across the surface of the Earth.
Google did not make a map from odometer readings.
No, but the odometer readings will match what I'm saying is the odometer readings will match.
No, they won't.
The
They can't.
surface of the Earth across the measured distance from place to place.
We have to change of elevation to 0.
Go roll your car and then let us know.
I've done it. I know it works. I've done it before.
So it's a very wibbly way to do it. Would you agree with that?
Oh my goodness.
That's the hard way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like not
So
what-
someone
not what
said
you
they drove
use.
from some point to some point in Florida, and I painstakingly went across the surface from where they drove from to that place in Florida. And I was I said, "Did you drive this distance?" And he went and checked he went and made sure from his odometer readings that he took, and guess what? They matched up. Wow.
Did you count for all the ups and downs and the lefts and right to get your what the fuck are you even talking about, dude? It makes no sense.
I took the roads, the highways that he would have taken. I used lines. I drew lines on the map. I zoomed in and got the distance, and I was accurate to what his odometer said.
Google Maps figures out road distances.
And I don't care if I don't care if Google Maps is not a straight line distance. That doesn't matter. My point is that Google Maps is based off of not only satellites but the Google cars driving around, getting to different places and across the surface of the Earth on the roads, and accurately measuring those distances as well as an odometer can.
No, that's not what they do. Like you're just saying. It's not what the Google cars were ever made for.
Yeah. Let's just go ahead and take the straight line distance and call that the great circle that you get off Google Earth. That also equals what a jet airplane to be flying in a great circle. And if no matter how you measure that with a ruler, you're not going to get the same distance.
I'm sure most of us here know Bob the Science Guy, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. Now, believe it or not, the same argument Right the Hand is making right now, viewing a curved line from above it appearing straight, I remember Bob the Science Guy making the same argument like 3-4 years ago. And I'm sure there's people here that could remember that, like Lael, Terry. I'm sure you guys remember that?
Yeah, but that's not what Right the Hand is saying.
That's exactly what right the hand is saying. He's saying from above, the line looks straight.
Looks straight.
Isn't that
yes.
what you're saying right the hand?
Yes. Yes. Now here's the problem though, SE. The very next thing he says then is then we can take a ruler out and measure that line and get the distance. That is false.
Yes.
Well, that's what they do though. That's how it works.
Says who?
That's literally how it works. They don't account for curvature.
They do.
Coordinates measurement. When you do coordinates measurements, it's like point A to B. It's not like
Over
let's
surface
add R.
pair.
I just posted an image
But
of
he's right.
San Francisco to New York with a line. Is that what we're trying to discuss?
That's right. Yep.
Again, there's a difference between the linear distance formula and a spherical trig distance formula.
Yeah,
which
R.
I think Tony went over
R.
an hour and a half ago.
R. That's literally
that picture. That's what I'm talking about. That picture, right? You'd be able to get. You could measure that pipe that he put onto that.
Right, but then you have to go up and down too. We're going to include the up and down distance or not?
The top edge of the pipe is going to be
You're looking at
longer
it from above, so you're not going to be able to see those posts when looking at it from above.
But that's
Which
staple.
is what I represented in the Google Earth Pro image that I did above that.
The distance along the top of the staple is going to be longer than the surface distance.
Backwards.
And this is this is where you get to the next part where if pictures taken from above are what we use to make our maps and they're accurate,
that is not.
What is the distance between them? The curved path or the straight path that lines up with the maps?
Well, you're invoking with the science of cartography, and you can't be that simplistic to just say they take a picture from above and just draw the map, because pictures from above, generally from a mosaic, and through the whole photogrammetric process, will develop the image coordinates, project that onto the ellipsoidal coordinate system, and then project that into either transverse Mercator or Lambert system. So you're totally ignoring the multiple steps of cartography, not just taking a picture and then tracing the photo.
Yeah.
But you could just do it with a whole bunch of little pictures from above.
And then you're in a world of analytical geometry, of photogrammetry.
Well, not because even you go on the small scale, you're going to be using, like, if you were on your block and you wanted to find A to B distance, you're not using a curved line.
On a block? Okay, so now we're talking less than...
but again, it's like now you're pleading to scale.
Yes.
Right?
Scale does matter.
Application.
Yeah, if you're mapping 1 square mile... Yeah, if you're mapping 1 square mile or mapping 4 million square miles, yeah, absolutely scale matters.
Maxwell told me scale matters.
I mean, hey, that's... I think it's silly to be like, hey, when everything we can use, straight line distance. You want to, how far is my house to his house? You're not going to do an arch, right? Like the path of a baseball. And then now all of a sudden you zoom out and that's what we do. I mean, hey, I get,
Come on,
okay, a mile. Okay, you just described something which is... You just described something which is like...
Damn it.
Yeah, you just described something which is like 2 miles or less. I mean, yeah, scale matters because at 2 miles, the differences are fuck all.
If you have
that's not scale. That's just the way we measure distance.
No, that is scale. If you have a measuring instrument that's precise enough,
there's no curved measuring instruments, dude. You can't go to the store and buy a curved ruler or a curved yardstick. There's no distance measurements that are done in curves, man.
Actually, they are. I'm going to guarantee you that every ruler that you're going to get, like school classroom ruler, is going to be straight to about within the same tolerance as the 8 inches.
I do it all the time when I'm doing body work on the car. I've got a metal ruler that I have to actually bend to measure the distance on a surface.
Yeah, I have to go back to what Tony said 2 hours ago. If you take a latitude and longitude, and you measure and you determine the distance between those 2 points using the spherical trig formula, and then you actually measured that distance in a plane, those two would match. If you took the longitude and latitude points from those same positions and used a planar distance formula, it would not match. Same thing for a mile.
I think that this more broadly fits into a very big category that I think Flat Earth has, I know you're not a Flat Earther right at hand, but whatever, is looking deliberately for the worst evidence. And it's like, well, we know that measuring over land would be a good way to measure, but what would be the absolutely worst way to do that? Get me a straight edge. Somebody get me some rulers.
That is how we measure.
Let's do it the dumbest way we can.
Hold on, let me ask you an honest question. If you had two towns and between them was like this hill, like waves of mountain, like not mountains but hills, rolling hills, and somebody's like, how far are those mountains? How far are the towns? You're not going to use the distance of up and down and then add. That's not what you would do.
No one is suggesting that you would.
What would you do?
You would do the top. You would say from God's view, looking down from point A to point B with no deviation because of any land features. The distance is this one line distance, 80 miles.
How would you do that? Because God doesn't God may or may not exist.
Well, but again, like
become him. So how do you do it though? What functional tool do you use? If it's not straight edges, because I'm saying you're reaching to the worst possible tool, and then when I said what tool would you use, you're like, well, I'd be God. What's the tool?
Well, no, he's mentioning God view as like in a video game
from above.
Yeah,
from above.
I get that, but I'm saying that's not a way to.
Well,
measure.
but hold on, because when I did use the straight things, you said they was too small.
Well, you used it because you described something like a block in a neighbor's house.
Well, yeah. Well, what would change with? Okay, so if the distance between my neighbor's house, hold on, if I have my neighbor's house is right next to me, and we're trying to ignore topography, and you just start moving it away, why are we going to think it's going to deviate? Like, because we're looking for distance. So why are we putting in any deviation to that distance?
Fine. How are you going to measure it?
Well,
just for a second, all of the globers are wrong. Globers are wrong. We're dumb. We get it wrong. Right? Don't ask us how to do it because we're fucking retards. You're the clever one in here. We're going to sit cross-legged at your feet and learn from you how you're going to measure two towns and how far apart they are.
You use the same principle that you use when you make any other measurement, right? Wouldn't if you're going to have a rule of measurements, wouldn't it all be based on a singular rule? Like when we're talking distance, we're talking straight line A to B. Or would you go, well, depending on how far away they are?
Well,
which one would you
use? Okay, the reason of your answer.
Yeah, the reason.
How do you do it? Writing?
Yeah, the reason.
Here's what the answer would look like to me. I go up the mountain and I use a laser pointer or something like that, right? You're just asking these rhetorical questions about how we might do it. Remember, we just said we're all retarded. We're all wrong. We don't know how to measure the distance between two towns. You must.
He made a good point.
You know how to measure. Hold on. You know how to measure distance. The problem. Hold on. You know how to measure distance because you can do it on. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Because you can do it in your wall, your backyard, down the block. So you know how to measure distance. Now the thing becomes, how can you manifest this curve into that straight distance?
No, I just want to know. So you can, I can't, I'm retarded, remember? You can measure a wall. What do you use to measure the wall, and how do you then apply that to the distance between two towns?
I mean, come on, bro. If you don't know how to take a measurement.
I don't. That's right. I'm a retard. Please explain how you do it.
Again, it's a measure of precision. Imagine you have 2 points that are a mile away from each other. If you have 2 points that are a mile away,
he knows the distance, and he's got a better way of measuring it.
I'm just trying to get us to agree on a standard of what distance is. Well, okay, so then what's the fucking point of measuring shit if there's no standard of distance?
Let's try this. Write the hand.
Yeah, let somebody else have a quick go.
Write the hand. Let's try this. What I would suggest is, again, we have two magical strings that can ignore topography. All right? You take a string from one point to the other that is a mile long. That is going to follow the curvature of the Earth, and so it's going to have a certain length. If you take another string and pull it absolutely taut in a perfect physical world, it's perfectly straight in every coordinate system, and you measure the difference between those two lengths, it's going to be exceedingly small. Let's say 0.1%. Now, let's expand that to 100. So 0.1%, what is that? 0.01 of a mile?
And it's nowhere near that much.
Again, I'm just illustrating. If you go to 100 miles and do the exact same experiment, then the difference
he's got an open mic, sorry.
1 mile.
Okay.
Nico.
So the difference is now 1 mile. If you go to
Nico?
1,000 miles, the difference is 10 miles. Do you see how it scales with distance?
Well, yeah, but you know what? The thing that doesn't change is how we ascertain, like the fundamental basis that we use to get distance. We're not, when you say hold on, when you say distance, nobody is thinking I have to take a curved path to get to the house, and that's the 5 miles. Everybody's, when you see distance, it's a straight line.
So I'm sure you've heard that when you do a certain type of survey, I can't remember what the local type of survey is. That survey is planar for a certain distance, but when you want to get accurate distance beyond, say, 100 miles or whatever that distance is, you can no longer do that type of surveying. You now have to do geodetic surveying because the difference between the straight line path as you know, from two theodolites or whatever the fuck it is, to the curvature of the Earth is going to be significantly different. There are two different types of surveying based on the scale of what you're dealing
talking
with.
about measurement. There's only one way to measure a distance, right? Because now,
That's right.
Hold on.
Hold on. You're right. There's only one way to do it, and you can do it. You know, you can do the full geodetic survey between you and your neighbor's house, and then you could just pull a tape measure, and you're going to get so close to the same answer. You're going to say, "Oh, see, the Earth is flat." Now, you could do that same thing with two cities 80 miles apart. Unfortunately, you can't pull that tape measure through the link, you know, subterranean. So it's going to be on the arc of the sphere of the Earth. And you're going to get the real distance along the arc of the surface of the Earth.
And that distance is going to be linear with degrees and have a radius of 3959. The best way to do this at long distance is with celestial navigation or nautical miles.
Yeah. Oh, you want to talk about nautical miles? Let's talk about nautical miles and how everything you're saying goes out the window because it doesn't match.
Change the subject.
And it goes to a different.
I don't think it's a different topic. I think that's how you measure the curve is nautical miles.
No, it doesn't use the curve nautical miles. You misunderstand.
Does it have a radius of 3959?
It does.
Yeah, go read up on nautical miles and look at the reference point. It's
the nautical mile. The nautical mile is a different name for arc minutes, and arc minutes is a unit of angle.
Right.
So when you measure in nautical miles, you are measuring in angles, and when a length doesn't have to be on a meridian, just at some arbitrary azimuth, the length of that path that you're going to travel in nautical miles is a delta of angle at the center, subtended at the center of the Earth.
So the point I was trying to make,
I think the easy way to say it is
the point I was trying to make is they used the radius, but the radius didn't match up with reality.
No, radius absolutely matches with reality.
No, not with nautical miles. It did not. It most certainly did not.
Can I understand what you're saying there, Pure Rigor? Are you saying in Pure Rigor
what I'm saying is
there is a radius within nautical miles, but it doesn't match with the Earth's radius?
What I'm trying to say is they took the math for the sphere, they applied nautical miles across the ocean, right? And they said, this is the distance. And then when they went out to reality, they're like, oh, fuck, it doesn't align. So then they said, well, fuck that.
Are you speaking from
in the sphere? Like you asked me a question, at least let me answer, right? So now we're going to go up into the stars, and we're going to reference something else because it doesn't match the sphere. We're just off tens of meters, like so. We're going to do away with that.
And what distance are we off by tens of meters?
The miles, like the location, didn't match up. In reality, what they said, okay, we're on a ball, right? So that means like if we go X amount of meters this way, we go this distance, we should be here. And then in reality, they weren't there.
But what are you talking about? Who in reality said we aren't there?
Are you speaking from experience? Are you speaking from experience?
Coming from?
Like,
I need a citation for this.
Yeah. You're saying in reality, we go out to test nautical miles and we find they're wrong. So what I would agree with
and so why did we go to the stars? Because it didn't match up with reality. That's like how it started. Like it started with nautical miles. Started with we assumed it was a sphere and it didn't match up with reality. So we said, fuck, we can't reference the Earth. We got to reference the stars. Am I wrong?
That's the bit we're trying to ask you. Where did they not match it with reality? Because it's still used today. So if you've got a source showing that they went and tested reality,
when you say it's still used by referencing the sphere. No, it's not. Shoebill just told you. It references the stars.
No, it doesn't. The way to read the nautical miles is commonly done.
I said the angle subtended at center of the Earth. I didn't say the word stars, did I?
Yeah. Stars is a good way to measure it, but it's not the only way to measure it. And the core of your claim rests on this idea that they went out and tested it and found that it was wrong. I think that's bullshit. If that's true, I will happily concede the point and I'll start to doubt the globe. But at this stage, I think you made that shit up and you won't be able to support it.
The reason to use stars is because distance is hard to measure. So stars was the plan A when dealing with thousands of miles or hundreds of miles. And you can still do that at tens of miles.
Did it match? That's the problem they were having.
No, it did match.
No,
it does match.
Match reality. So why did they change it? Like you claimed,
nothing changed.
Like,
nothing
everything
changed.
was fine, but then we scrapped it and went to the stars.
No, we
for a
didn't.
reference point.
We did not scrap it.
All right, so what's it based on? Where's our reference points for nautical miles?
I'm going to say
Where
the
is
answer
our reference point for nautical miles?
I'm going to answer that.
Yeah.
When I Google it right now, what I'm going to find is a portion of a degree, which is a 360-degree circle, which is a great circle route around Earth, and it will not say anything about the stars, except to say this is one of the ways you measure it. But it will have nothing to do with the stars.
What's your reference point?
Yeah, the radius
I don't care
of Earth.
about like all this
radius of Earth.
scary shit.
Radius of Earth.
Just tell me what your reference point is.
Sure. So it's 21,600 nautical miles around, which is going to be 360 times 60, right? So you get 21.
Your reference point is a piece of paper.
No, the Earth.
Okay.
The Earth itself.
Well, what are you measuring?
Around. The Earth.
Oh, so you're using the Earth to do your measurements?
Yeah. Isn't that what
you're telling me?
Yeah,
oh, so
21,600 all the way around.
From referencing the Earth?
So
That's
where did
fucking
you
amazing.
core to your claim is that they went out and tested it and found it was wrong. We're all calling bullshit on that. Show us. You can't, can you? You made it up, didn't you?
You answered it for me. You proved it for me. You proved we don't use the Earth. We don't measure the Earth with nautical miles. Shoebill even said it.
No, I said we do. I said it's a great circle route on Earth.
You're contesting something.
Reference where you're at on it.
Told you. He already explained it to you. How it's measured.
You didn't. You got it wrong. You said they gave it up, but I'm saying the measurement stayed the same. The method we use is with the stars. But once you know the distance, the length of that,
the measurement stayed the same. The locations changed.
What locations?
That was my point.
What locations changed?
The locations using it, referencing the
locations
Earth,
of what?
Changed.
What location? Is
So
it
we
like
took
Sydney?
it to the
Sydney
stars.
changed, or this doesn't make any sense.
The
What location? You're
distance
saying
with
the locations
reality, the
changed.
distance of
Only
the
change
mile,
time?
point A to point B.
What did it change from, and what did it change to? So now it's the
The
distance. not
location,
the-
like what part is where am I losing you, right? So if
yeah,
you
I think
drop
you've
the
lost this
buoy
off, to be honest.
in the ocean, right, and then
Yeah.
you went 1 nautical mile away and you dropped
Yeah.
another buoy, right? You're like,
Yep.
okay, well this is the distance. All right, well in our math, you shouldn't be there. So they scrapped it.
They didn't.
No, that's
You're just
gibberish.
making that up. That's just
Yeah,
not
that's
true.
gibberish.
It's barely comprehensible, but what I think I understand from it, it's just made up out of whole cloth. Like you've got that out of nowhere. That's just not true. It's as far from reality as you can get.
Oh my fucking word! So
Sumerians-
you're gonna make me
Sumerians came up with the
cite
idea of
all this
360
shit
degree- Well, just one thing.
just because
that
you don't
they
know what you're
changed it.
talking about, because you want to lop like you know about nautical miles.
I know pretty well. I know a reasonable amount about it, and I know that flat earthers are none of them know how to do celestial navigation except Brian Mabbott, who.
Well, that's
kind
just
of
a blanket statement, guy. It's like,
Yeah,
what's the point of
it's
that?
true.
Well,
I mean,
It's like a
they blanket
generalization. Yeah,
navigation
fuck
with a
flat
lot of
earthers.
people.
Yeah. Let's
So I'm saying it's a portion of a great circle route. It's a 60th of a degree of a full circle around the
Oh,
Earth.
it's a degree. So what that degree?
Yeah.
How you getting that degree? Look into the stars.
Well, that's how you read it, but it's a measure of the Earth's circumference.
Yeah.
Look, here
So
we
it's
go.
not based on the sphere.
nautical
that you
mile. Yeah, it
reference.
is. No, it
it's
is.
not.
Yeah,
You're
based on
looking
the
to the stars. You fuck.
Well, I said I would go
What are you
online to
talking
find
about?
it.
You're
What
not
have I found
referencing
online?
the object
I'm
you're
posting in
on.
the chat.
That's my
I'm
point.
posting in the chat.
He tried to do that.
relationship,
But it didn't match it. Didn't match
the
reality.
relationship of
They
one
made all
arc
kinds
in
of
it,
corrections and all this other bullshit.
Where's the correction?
the
You're not showing that.
relationship, the relationship of 1 arc minute every nautical mile is only possible on a sphere.
60 arc minutes per nautical mile. Sorry, 1 arc minute per nautical mile. Sorry, you're right, you were.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's 1
So I
degree
just
per
went and
60.
checked on there, and Pure Rigor, the very first thing, here's a more detailed breakdown. Based on Earth's circumference, a nautical mile is defined as the circumference of Earth. 1 minute of latitude, 1/60th of a degree is approximately 1852 meters. So it is based on Earth. You're wrong on that front. It is based on the Earth, and there's nowhere in here saying it changed or we went out
It
and
doesn't
tested
reference
it.
Earth.
Can you support that bit?
It doesn't reference Earth. It
Yes, it does.
references the sky to
Uses
measure
the stars
the
to know
Earth.
where you are on the Earth.
Yeah, you reference the sky to measure the Earth. That's what I've been saying. You don't reference the
That
object
doesn't
you're
mean
on.
it changed, right?
Your
What we
point
did,
A to point B is not based on the object you're on.
did it change by a lot when
You're
it changed?
measuring from the sky is my point.
Sure.
That's an optional way of doing it. That's an
Yeah.
optional way of doing it. And
Yeah,
pre-electronics.
Yeah, I agree.
And pre-electronics.
Celestial navigation. Celestial
Yeah, it
navigation,
works.
works
And
like
pre.
But it didn't match the sphere. When they tried to reference the sphere and use the math based on the sphere, they're like, "Oh shit, it doesn't match reality." Fuck.
That
So
is
they
a
changed it.
bold. That is a bold-faced lie, purely
Okay,
fabricated
now I gotta
and
dig this
repeating
up.
some piece of crap. No, you're not speaking from experience.
Easy. Don't. That's not with the shouting and the.
I gotta dig up all this shit again and
What about-
just
yeah, so
you're gonna have
so
to.
The main part of that claim you're saying is they came up with nautical miles assuming a sphere, then they went out and tested it and they found it was wrong, and when they switched to the stars they had to change it. If you're saying they changed the method through which they did it, I think you're wrong. I think we started with the stars initially. But if you're saying they
No.
changed the length of the nautical mile,
Yeah, my
please
buddy's a
show what
merchant
it was
mariner,
before.
and he just schooled me to this because me and you had this conversation maybe a month or so ago. So I touched
Possibly,
base with him on it again, and he schooled me to it.
Sure.
What's he?
So
Did
what did
you
they
talk
change
to
So
the
it's like,
Bev or what?
I get you guys want to say no, you're wrong. It's not how it started.
Well, you
But
don't-
I don't know.
Who'd you talk to, Bev or what?
Your mother. Like, what the fuck kind of
I've
question
shown
is that?
My mom doesn't know
Did you
my
inject for that? That's what you inject for?
Yeah,
That's your
that's-
Who
moment?
did you talk to? Who did you talk to, Bev?
Like, is this your moment, guy? Like,
Who'd
what
you
is
talk
your
to?
point?
You said you
What are
talked to somebody who
what are
schooled
adding
you.
to the
Who was he?
conversation?
Who was he? What did he know?
I'm not going to know his way.
If this guy is an expert, if he's facing this guy as an expert, I want to know who he is and what he knows.
He's my buddy in real life, you twat.
So what does he know about?
Mariner, and I asked him about it, and he schooled me to it, and he broke it
so what did
down,
he
and I
tell
read
you?
up on it.
So what did he tell you?
Like, what do you want? Like this guy's credentials? I don't care about that.
No, substance. I'm ignoring NASA's question. I agree. It's not relevant who this person is.
Actually, it is. Right.
Like, I'm
it's
telling you
relevant what
my
they can do, but
understanding and
they
what I
said is
read
more
and what I
important.
dug
Sure.
up on it.
Yeah,
Right? I genuinely believe you guys, like, you don't got it right. Right?
Yeah,
Well, we do. I mean,
Well,
celestial navigation has worked for 400 years. Celestial navigation has worked quite well for 400 years. Even the first 747s used it.
Shut up, NASA. Please shut up.
Why?
They both say the same thing. That doesn't split the symmetry at all. They say it works the other way. Fuck. Please go for it, Pure Rigor. What did he tell you about nautical miles? Because what I suggested is what the AI produced back, saying it's based on a measure of Earth's circumference, a great circle out around it.
What he threw at me was like when they originally started the nautical mile, right? It was based on what they believed the shape of the Earth was, right? And they took the nautical mile 18, whatever it is, right, meters, and then they said, all right, the point A to point B, right, and 1800, whatever, 50, I can't remember, but they took like 0.8. Yeah, I spent like a fucking week since I read up on this. So they took the point A to B, right, and they projected where they should be, but it wasn't matching up, right? So they started making all kinds of corrections, and then they said, hey, you know what? There's a more accurate way of doing this by looking to the stars. So they started doing it in like arc minutes and all that. You know what I mean? Like basically measuring from the sky.
Sure. So
and if you guys say that's not true, that's not right. Like I don't feel like digging this all up. But if you honestly want me to,
what I think
I
might
will
be true about
try
it.
and track down my history.
About it is if you have a difference of a belief about the radius of the Earth, if you're just trying to start guessing at the radius of Earth, which is what like the Sumerians, not all about the Sumerians were flat earthers, right? Like back to Ptolemy's time, the ancient Greeks, we're starting to go, we think the Earth's round and we're trying to guess at the radius of it. If you get the radius wrong, if the radius changes, the nautical mile will change because it's a measure of a full circle. And as you can imagine, a small circle with a smaller radius is going to have a shorter, each degree is going to be a shorter distance.
Well, yeah. Yeah,
so the whole circumference is shorter. So if what you're saying is they got the
that's
radius,
what he proposed to, because it's not a perfect sphere.
And
right?
once they started measuring it using this more accurate method, they had to adjust the distance of the length of a nautical mile. Fine. Sure.
Right. Well, that's what he proposed, right? Because I
Yeah,
asked him,
that's
like, well,
imminently
how does
possible.
that match, like, the current situation? He's like, well, it could just be something is like they think it's a perfect ball and it's not, like it's shaped different over here. It's like, there is possibilities. Do I have the answer? No. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just
Do you
saying, like,
agree that
my
it is defined
understanding
as a
of it.
great circle?
What's that?
Do you agree that it is defined as a great circle?
What's defined? A nautical mile?
So a nautical mile is defined as a
it's a
portion of a great circle.
Nautical mile is a distance.
Yeah,
That's it.
and that it's a specific kind of distance though. It is a distance which is a great circle, i.e., you're on the outside of a sphere.
No, it's just a measurement. That's it.
No, but what I'm trying to say is what
Not
it's
a great
based
circle,
on
anything. It's
is a
just a
great
measurement.
circle route.
No, like you could still get that. You could still take 1850 or whatever it is, and you could do it on a sphere or a flat surface. It doesn't matter. You're still gonna have
Actually,
1850 is
it doesn't
1850.
I agree. That's not in contention. What's in contention is the basis of it is a great circle around Earth. What it says is, if I'm on a ship on the ocean and I travel in any direction, I will be, without turning left or right, I will come back to where I started. So I'll be on a line that is straight if it's constrained to the surface of a sphere, right? So it's a straight line, but you're just ignoring the z-axis, and I'll end up back where I started. That definitionally is what a nautical mile is. So if it's the best way to measure oceans, what that says is oceans are spherical.
I mean, if you want to come to that conclusion, yeah, that's like, you know what I mean? I can see how you got there.
It's a mathematical necessity because what it says is, like if you imagine the pole on a globe, but the pole follows you around, right? So at any point you could head off at any direction. And what it's saying is the distance to get back to where you started will be the same no matter which way you point and start walking.
But if you stay in the ocean,
what that means is that only is possible if you're on a sphere. If you're on a banana, it wouldn't work. If you're on flat, it wouldn't work.
But you can't.
There's no other shape that can fit on except a sphere.
But you can't do that in reality. So I don't get where you're going. Like you can't
What
do
do you
that.
mean you
Land
can't
mass
do
is
that in
water.
reality?
A nautical mile is over water.
Well, nautical miles everywhere. Nautical miles are over land.
No, it
too.
doesn't.
Planes
No, it
use
doesn't.
nautical
It doesn't
miles.
match up when you go over land. Like it just.
Yes, it does.
Show me that. Okay, so that's
You can
meaningful.
say it does, but it doesn't. Like
It does.
I already.
You can say it doesn't, but it does.
Airplanes flying over North America still quote their distances in nautical miles.
Yeah, they're not on the surface. They're not on the land. They're elevated, right?
So Rigger, show where it doesn't match. Because if you're saying they don't match on land, that is what would be expected on a flat Earth. Is that nautical miles should be non-linear. They should not match with degrees, and they shouldn't match with keep steady with statute miles. So if it's true that nautical miles are screwy over land, you just need to prove that, and you debunk the globe, because the globe necessitates that no matter where you are, over land or water, at your altitude. At your current altitude creates a radius.
That's not even true because you just say like that doesn't even make sense for that argument either. Because I could defend that as a globus. I could just be like, no, we're not on a perfect sphere. Like your nautical miles aren't going to be perfect. You're going to have to adapt them because it's an ellipsoid, so it doesn't work.
That imperfection
and that's so minimal that I would ignore.
Yeah,
right?
at that level of imperfection, navigation is not affected. Geodetic survey is. So yeah, it's a matter of are you looking at parts per million or parts per 100,000?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, where's our capabilities lie? You know, like what the fuck?
Well, I think we've been sailing the oceans using this system for quite a long time, and it clearly only works. So what it has, and my claim is this: 21,600 is the 21,600, not 26,100. Yeah, is the necessary nautical miles in a circumference. What I'm saying to you is, you can test that, right? Where you can say, is that or is that not the definition of what a nautical mile is, such that once I travel 21,600 in any direction, I should end up back where I started. And if the answer to that is yes, then you go, well, that gives me a radius. If that radius is pretty much the given told radius of Earth, the problem you have is not just that nautical miles necessitate a sphere, but the length of a nautical mile necessitates a sphere of a very particular given radius. And if we're on a flat Earth that doesn't have that radius, why do we need that radius to navigate?
And in a pre-electronic world, not very long ago, a cruise ship leaving San Francisco to Hawaii was using that same 200-year-old, 400-year-old nautical mile, and an airplane flying from San Francisco to Hawaii is still going to have that same nautical mile, and you can do nautical miles at your will, any terrain or not, on the surface or in the air or on the water.
No, on the water or in the air.
On the ground too.
Take your pick.
Either.
Yeah,
Nautical miles are
but you
slightly
can't do
longer in the air.
surface.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can do it on the surface too. You can do it
Perfectly
wherever you
on the
want.
surface.
No, you can't.
Hey,
Yes, you
absolutely
can.
can measure. Absolutely,
How do-
the absolute
because then you
celestial
should-
navigation.
Why can't you?
Because then you would have to assume you're on a You cannot add all the math up, because if you do, you're gonna have to assume you're on a perfect fucking sphere.
It
and
doesn't matter.
That is
the
what it
globe
assumes.
says
The
you're not on a perfect sphere.
imperfection,
No,
the
you're gonna need
imperfection.
imperfections. You're gonna have to make constant corrections to
Well, the
adjust to
imperfection
reality.
of
And
the
that's what makes-
imperfection from
Stop it.
sphere to ellipsoid is 0.03%. So yeah, if you're only going
Easy.
1,000 miles, you're not going to have to worry about it.
So
Yeah, there's-
we
the Earth
do
is
this
basically-
over land, and I can show
So-
you
so
how.
it's-
Because you sound
what-
American,
what
right?
you're
And
saying
I'm
is
Australian.
it doesn't matter
Our
what the shape
countries,
is, right?
Yes,
it
it
doesn't matter
does.
what
Yes,
the
it
shape
does.
is. This isn't
Our
going to prove it
countries-
either way. That's basically
Your-
what you're telling me.
Yours and my state borders are set with this system, right? It uses nautical miles to make the states, and what you're saying is the length of the state borders shouldn't match, right? Which you can check. You can go and check if they're right, and what you can do is check if they're square, as they necessarily must be on a flat Earth, right? The lines of longitude.
State borders? What?
Yeah,
What
the
are you
state
on about?
borders are set with celestial navigation. It definitely works on land. It's called field surveying for
Cartesian? Yeah, Cartesian coordinate system?
No.
Is that what you're talking about?
It's a spherical coordinate system.
Cartesian coordinate system?
Spherical.
What are you talking about?
Spherical coordinate system.
Not
That's why
Cartesian.
that's why the
Oh.
northern border of Colorado is shorter than the southern border of Colorado.
Exactly. You've got these square edges.
That's
to
why
it,
if you
curved lines of latitude, but they'd be curved on your system too. But you can tell, you can do the math on it if you want, or just know that it uses nautical miles, and that does the math for you. It says that any line in any direction will turn up back where it started.
here's another
That's
thing
what
you can do.
nautical miles say.
Go to Kansas and drive north, and every about 60 miles or so, there's a latitude jog where the road goes east or west for a quarter mile or so in order to line up again with the.
Yeah, so you can do all this shit, but we don't do it. All right.
Yeah, you can. I've done it actually. It's fine.
Yeah, but nobody else does. It's not used in
except-
practice.
So
But
what?
okay, yeah,
So
you
it
can
actually
do it.
proves.
All right,
I know,
cool.
I know. You can wave it away saying, "Oh no, yeah," but it actually proves.
No,
that
I'm just saying it's not used in
purpose-
practice, like you're saying.
Yes, it is actually. Yes, actually, it is. They
I can
move the roads.
describe how it's used
They
in
move the roads
practice.
to keep.
Oh yeah.
They
Hey,
move the
Shubo,
roads.
you're a surveyor. You
They move the roads to keep the.
tell these guys
sections-
it's used in practice. Go ahead, Shubo.
Hey,
I wanna hear
hello.
him say it.
Go ahead and talk over me. I know. Go ahead and talk over me because the
Yeah,
fact
'cause
that
you
they
just
move the
inject
roads.
Dog shit, dude. You
Yeah,
don't
I
add
inject
much.
stuff that proves that the Earth isn't flat, and you say no. That's all you got.
I'm not saying nuh-uh. I don't
Yes, you
give a
are.
shit.
You're
I
waving me.
already defended
Oh, you
the
don't give a
globe.
shit. Then why
I
do you
just
argue?
defended
Then
the
why are you
globe with
arguing?
eggshells.
Then why are you arguing that the Earth is flat?
Oh.
And
When the
you
fuck have
mentioned
I said the Earth was flat?
Okay, you mentioned yeah, you could ask me.
When did I say? I was
I'm going to
talking about
ask
the
you.
nautical miles.
I'm going to ask you. Are you talking from experience, or are you referring to a published document, or are you just repeating shit you've heard?
As far as what? Like with the nautical miles? No, I did my own research on that. The surveying,
Okay.
I have very minimal experience in that. Like I don't think I'm at your level. You know what I mean? Like I've done surveying, like out in the field. I've actually used these tools. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's
anything
another
larger
one
than anything larger than a construction site?
Yeah, we shot over lakes and shit like that. Yeah, I'd say I don't know, a few miles. Maybe 2.25, I'd say.
Which one was that? 2.25 miles. That's not far.
No, it's not. Like it's honestly not. Like that's what I mean. Like I'm not on True Bill's level. I've used them. I've done some. You know what I mean? I've
And
had
that is
some
why,
practice with it.
which is why I question why you're so adamant that the nautical mile was found to be bullshit and something got changed, or they're doing all kinds of corrections, all kinds
That's
of
what I
weird shit.
read. That's what I read about it. That's why I said it, because my buddy put it in my head. You know, he schooled me to the beginning of it, how it was created, yada yada yada, and then when I did my research, I found the same thing.
Well,
so
I
it's
question
updated,
that.
But what about?
Yeah,
what,
that's fine.
wouldn't-
Like
wouldn't
if you
you-
want, like I'll dig through my history and see if I
Oh,
can come across
just
anything. If
something.
you're-
Just a
Yeah, if you're
toehold.
interested.
Just a toehold on what you said. Just something.
I don't think you're asking the right question if you're saying how is it invented and like how has it changed over the years, unless you're saying what is it based
No, how was
on?
it implemented originally?
Yeah.
That's what I was after.
What I mean,
Like
is
creation.
those might be good questions to ask, but the core question needs to be what is it based on, right? And then you go, what is it based on? Who came up with it, and how did they base it? Is valid
It's
now,
based on the stars.
and how is it being updated is dependent on are those better methods of doing it, right? So the one I'm reading is like in the 17th century, they just had to guesstimate sea distances, which is notoriously difficult to do. Then in the 17th century, somebody proposed a standardization, which is very close to the modern nautical mile. And then it's been standardized and is still in modern usage. So that's like fairly convincing argument that it is both based on a circumference of Earth and people have measured it with increasing accuracy until they're now standardizing it for the sake of simplicity.
Yeah, but unless it's a perfect sphere, you need adjustments, right? Can we agree with that?
So the system is
All
it
right.
treats the Earth
So it
as a
doesn't work
perfect
off a
sphere.
perfect sphere. That's my point.
Works off a perfect sphere. And
No, it
if
doesn't.
you it does.
Earth's not a perfect sphere.
Right, but the system works off a perfect sphere. And if you've got roughly the right radius of Earth, which radius doesn't make sense on a geoid, right?
So it works off a
there might be
perfect
no.
sphere. Earth isn't a perfect sphere.
Close enough to
What?
Earth is,
So would you
close enough
agree
to
then?
perfect sphere.
Would you agree then, Rigger, if I had a model for a car, like a manual that described the car, and it wasn't
No,
perfectly...
I'm just looking at the logic. That's it.
Yeah,
like,
let's
Shells.
look at the logic.
Like I'm not
That's
looking
it.
to go down this like hypothetical, theoretical thing. I'm just looking at the logic, right? The logic says if you can, start where you end where you started, right, and you go around a perfect sphere, and nautical miles based on a perfect sphere, but the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. Okay.
Close enough.
So we can still use nautical miles. So that tells me it doesn't really matter, right? It's not really accurate measurement. It's not an accurate enough measurement to really give you anything substantial.
That's incorrect.
Incorrect. No, hang on. That's
totally
the wrong,
incorrect.
I think that's the wrong
Okay, so
conclusion to draw from
if
that
it's
information.
incorrect, then we're on a perfect sphere.
I think you're. Can I take this one? So, Rigo, I think that what you're saying is, if it's on a perfect, if the Earth isn't a perfect sphere, and this system is based on a perfect sphere, you're saying there should be inaccuracies. I think it is also necessary you agree those inaccuracies are going to be infinitesimally small.
They have to be inaccuracies, or you
must
have
be
a perfect
inaccuracies.
sphere.
Yes, there must be inaccuracies, but that doesn't mean that something with some inaccuracies is as good as something that is completely inaccurate. What you'll find
So
is,
therefore,
let me finish this thought. If it were based on let's look at the different system. If it was based on a flat plane, if it was based on a dodecahedron, if it was based on a pyramid-shaped Earth, or based on a spherical Earth, what we must agree is, if I'm accurately mapping distances on this thing, then I'm probably in close to the right thing. So if it is, let's say, conical, and I'm testing it against a pyramid shape, I should get better answers with the pyramid shape than I should with the sphere or the flat or the other shapes. Even though it's not correct, I will get less wrong answers that way. And if I get
Less
to a point
wrong,
where the answer,
I mean, it's just not an accurate tool, I would say.
No, but there's missing the bullseye. There's missing the
doing the
bullseye
job
by
it's meant to do. That's what I would say. And
what
probably
I'm
get a
saying
different
is
tool.
there's missing the bullseye by a hairbreadth, and then there is missing the target, and then there is shooting the person behind you, right? And what you are saying is, so let me finish. And so what you were saying is, we've got this system that has the same as the given radius of Earth, and it's so effective that the difference in distances over great distances are so small we could ignore them. So that rather than that telling me we're probably on something very close to a perfect sphere of 3959, you go, well, then it could be flat. Equally good arguments, even though one shows infinitesimally small differences because it's perfect and we live on an imperfect world, versus this flat one that can't guess a distance at all.
So this is where I'm losing you, because my understanding when I was digging through all this shit was it wasn't insignificant. The distances were not insignificant with reality. Well, you're insignificant. You're saying infinitesimally small, right?
Yeah.
Like it didn't matter. But the problem is they had to make a change. They had to make adjustments and changes to it to get
Why
it
wouldn't they?
to match
Surely you do that
reality.
with any measurement,
right?
Like that's any map, right? Any map you,
Yeah,
you
but
can
you're
keep
saying they
updating.
didn't matter. Like you can't say, yeah, why wouldn't they change it, and then in one breath, and then say, oh, it didn't matter in the other breath.
Wait a minute.
No, I don't say it didn't. No, I don't say it didn't
They wouldn't
matter.
make adjustments if it didn't matter.
Okay, if I said it did, if I said it didn't matter, I take that back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I don't think I did. What I said is
it's
they're
just that you were
infinitesimally small,
minimizing, right?
Which
the
means
inaccuracies.
Which means that people who need infinitesimal accuracy, it will matter to them, and people like the rest of us who don't, even to the point of mariners who are trying to find distant cities to within eyesight across the Earth. Then for those people, it is so incredibly accurate that it can still get you within eyesight of Sydney, even though you left from London. And I think that's pretty impressive. And that means that whatever system they're using is so probably close to the physical reality that it's good enough for most people. And
No, they're navigating through the stars.
Incredibly
That's
wrong.
all they're doing.
0.3%.
So incredibly wrong. It doesn't know where the sun's going to rise.
Yeah, and using celestial navigation and a perfect sphere, right, is an easy calculation or an easier calculation, less error prone. And as he pointed out, if you get within a mile of your target, you are so happy you put your sextant away and then you visually dock. Now, if you are doing something geodetically, if you get within a mile, after even in half the circumference of the Earth, you get within a mile, you fucked it up really bad. So it does matter what you're trying to accomplish. You use the tool as necessary. So the perfect sphere, the difference between a perfect sphere and the elliptical shape of Earth is only 0.03%. If you're only going a couple of hundred miles across the Caribbean, you will not be in enough error to even twice the length of your boat.
Have any of us done that kind of navigation? I haven't. I've never done like out of line of sight navigation without a GPS.
I've done it. I had the navigator show me how to do it. It was mostly the navigator's job.
I don't mean take a reading. I mean like actively navigate.
Yep.
Using these methods without line of sight of shore.
That's how we used. That's how we flew until the GPS came along.
Yeah, you can navigate.
You don't have to go that long ago. It's not that long ago that a cruise ship leaving San Francisco to Hawaii was completely dependent on the sextant.
Yeah, they had multiple navigators on board in case the first one got sick, because otherwise they were fucked. And they used
you'd have 3 or 4 guys. Yeah, you'd have 3 or 4 guys doing it constantly, so they could check each other, as well as if one didn't show up that day.
Yeah, and they're using the radius of 21,600 nautical miles. And you're agreeing they get to within where they should. Do you agree with the principle of if my model is close to correct, I will get answers that are close to perfect, and perfection is
what I agree with is if you use the stars, right, to navigate, right, you can get the direction you want to be, right? You can use this Polaris as a reference point, right,
below
to
the
navigate.
equator. Because what's necessitated by the celestial sphere is that there is 2 points of rotation, a point in space, around which everything else rotates. That's what's necessitated by being, if we're on a ball of 3959, that's what's necessitated. What that means is the moment you pass the equator, barring a tiny bit of refraction, you shouldn't be able to see the central point of rotation. You might be able to see Polaris if you're like half a degree below the equator because it's not on dead center. And what it also necessitates is that there's a southern pole that is doing the equal and opposite to the north one. So ours goes clockwise, and we've got a star comparably close to it.
Don't do this shit. Don't do this double speak shit. Don't do this double speak shit. Oh, it goes left to right in one way and then right to left the other. No, it doesn't. It all rotates in the same direction. It's one body of stars.
Yeah, it rotates in the same direction. But if you have to physically turn,
I think that's dodging my point. I think
if you change your reference point,
so
the stars are going to do different things.
Let me explain my point, because you've interrupted to tell me that what I'm saying, and that isn't what I'm saying. What the more important point is, there are 2 central points. And then you said, oh, you're going to say left to right. No, left to right is a dumb way to describe rotation. I'm going to describe it as clockwise and counterclockwise, and one of them will always be one and the other will always be the other, and you can tell which pole you're looking at based on whether it's rotating clock or counterclock. That's what I'm saying. That clearly says there are two different ones that have different stars in the sky, different numbers of stars in the sky. Our skies are far brighter than yours. That doesn't have a central star that is 180. Our model defines them as they must be 180 degrees apart. And if you treat them as if they're 180 degrees apart, then you can test the radius of Earth, and what you get is 21,600 nautical miles all the way around. No, it's always 21,600 nautical miles. It's the length of a nautical mile is set by the radius of Earth.
Yeah, but
and
it
that's
doesn't
necessitated by it.
That was my point.
It does,
earlier.
though.
No, it
Everybody
does.
who does celestial navigation, anybody who can do that step,
Yeah, because you're using celestial
confidently
navigation, but when
knows
you put it to
the radius of
practice,
the Earth. But that's wrong. No navigator believes what you say. No flat earther can do this. There are multiple, including myself, there are a bunch of us that can do this calculation. It's pretty easy. There are no flat earthers can do this. So you're saying, oh, when it comes to reality, I've heard from my friend. If you heard this about
no, the research
miles
I
from your
did,
friend,
he pointed me where to go,
Yeah.
right? And
Is
then
he a
I
flat
did
earther?
my research, and they tried to reference the nautical mile based on the Earth and distances with 1850 and say, okay, 1850 this way, we should be here. 1850 that way, we should be there. And then when they, in reality, they were like, fuck, it's not matching up. So then they scrapped it and they went to the sky.
I'm still willing to bet $10 that guy's.
And you
I
keep
think
telling me, no,
that's
no,
fine.
no.
I'm going to bet $10 that guy's a glober, and he
Okay,
knows.
and
the
I
latest stuff.
think I know what he's referring to.
He's impartial. He doesn't care. Like I asked.
I think he's referring to
It's like, I don't give a fuck. He's like, what does it matter?
I think he's referring to dead reckoning by compass and celestial navigation before magnetic declination was thoroughly cataloged.
Oh, so you sail due east and you see how much the compass clicks around to the north. Like how much? Is that what you're saying? No.
I think so,
How do you do
because
it with
that
the
was when
compass? I don't get
that is what Cook discovered, came to realize that when they ended up with a week-long weather pattern to where they could only use the compass and they were dead reckoning, and then when the skies cleared and they got a good position, they found a difference, and that was because magnetic declination, they could only use the compass for dead reckoning, and magnetic declination was not yet thoroughly cataloged. But Cook's measurements went to cataloging magnetic declination. And so dead reckoning by a compass, you have to be on your game for magnetic declination.
Yeah, Cook was an OG. He is like, if you want to test this idea of does the nautical miles and does celestial navigation necessitate a globe pure rigor, it's a fascinating conversation. My obsession with it is my dad, when I first asked my dad, it's like one of the last conversations I had with him, I was like, what would you say to flat earthers? And he thought for about 10 minutes and then went, celestial navigation. And he flew in a plane race using a sextant, using a bubble sextant, in order to, I think he used a bubble, I'm pretty sure he used a bubble sextant because he can't really use a nautical one, but maybe you can, I don't know.
Aviation sextants sextants are because you can't bring a measure from horizon, because you're the environment of the airplane, which is why they had a sextant bubble on the roofs of airplanes.
Yeah, on the roofs of the old 747 had a little cell nav. Yeah, so I think if you look into this properly, Pure Rigor, because you sound interested, because it's not just the nautical mile, it's also things like in order for celestial navigation to work, a star must be over a point of Earth at any point in time. All of the stars in the sky have a GP, and they always have a GP. And you can see how much the star is moving, and you can see how much the GP is moving, right? Yeah, reference point. So you can see a point that's directly under, the Southern Cross, which is how we find the South Celestial Pole.
It's more of a void, but yeah.
Well, no, there's a star right next to it. There's a star comparably far from it.
And quite recently,
Polaris.
And quite recently, Bacon asked me to make some stellar observations so he could test his software. And I measured, by the way he asked the request, as I measured stars that were particularly low in altitude. And the one that sticks out in my mind was when I observed the star Fomolo when it was 13 degrees above the horizon. And it was off to the southwest. And the GP of that star was off the coast of Chile, 5,300 miles away. and I measured the sextant angle with a theodolite using, which is essentially a bubble sextant, and yes, there is refraction. There is refraction, and I properly calculated the refraction using the SMARTS formula, and I got within 60 meters.
Oh, that's good. That is very good.
And the refraction was particularly large, was over 240 arc seconds. That's 6 miles. I was off not a tenth of a mile. Now, that's 5,300 miles to a star whose GP was below the Tropic of Capricorn and west of Santiago by about 1,000 miles. And I got within 20. I got within like 50 parts per million. And guess what? That works out to 68.83 nautical miles, or 68.83 statute miles per degree.
So the other thing I think is important about that is these stars, if they fit into a sphere, right? If there is a celestial sphere that they can be mapped within and no other surface do they fit together on, which I contend is the case, the celestial sphere is necessitated by doing this, that sphere must be parallel to the Earth. That's how it's treated in celestial navigation.
Concentric.
And that's something you can Google as well, pure rigor, and say, is the surface of the celestial sphere, even though it's infinitely far away, parallel to the supposed surface of the Earth? And they'll say, well, it's not parallel to the mountains and the valleys and necessarily the seas. It is treated as parallel to it in celestial navigation. So that perfect sphere, every point that is radial to it and normal to the surface will also be zenith, and a star could be over that point. And the North Pole is sort of defined as pretty much next to where Polaris is.
And I might point out, I was talking from a practical experience, a measurement I made, so it matched reality.
Yeah, and your one's down the south, and your stars are doing a tight little circle. And we know that Polaris does a tight little circle, and the GP doesn't move much. So we see stars doing a tight little circle, and what do you know? The circle over the ground that we suppose them to be over doesn't move much. But on the flat Earth, any way to do it flat, that would have to be this tiny little star doing a tight little circle has to have a GP that's whizzing around me at tens of thousands of kilometers an hour to cover the whole circumference of a flat Earth. So you can't map it on flat. There must be some stars that are underneath the flat surface, right? They must set and go into the underworld, which is what the original system was. The Sumerians believed that the sun, the moon, and the stars went into the underworld, which makes sense when you live on a postage stamp of Earth. Tiny little fertile crescent, that's all you've ever seen. Of course you think it goes underneath you. It does. Your world is flat. But to copy that worldview when you know that there's like China and Australia exist is just insane. You've got to guess that the stars are under you if they fit into a sphere. The sphere is rotating around you. Some must be under your feet. There's no other way that a sphere works. So if we are the central point of a sphere, is the question you want to ask the AI, pure rigor? Does the celestial sphere treat us as the central point of an infinite sphere?
I want to ask the AI what?
Does celestial navigation, does the celestial sphere treat you as the center of a sphere and necessitate that there must be stars all around, above you and below you? And the answer is yes. Celestial sphere is the center point, is you, the observer, but it's also
it's
the
a
whole
sphere,
Earth.
right? If it's away from you, it has to go like it's a fucking sphere.
Right.
So,
So where are the stars? Where are the stars that are under your feet? The sphere will have stars under your feet. In reality, are there stars under your feet in flat Earth?
I don't know, guy. I'm not saying what it is. Like, I'm just saying, fuck, I see stars in the sky. I don't know if it's a sphere. I just see movement of the stars, right? And then you want me to subscribe to all this other shit and then commit to some answer. It's like, bro, what? What are you talking about? I see
this is how we
stars
navigate.
moving in the sky.
Yeah, right. Do you agree they fit? Do you agree they can be mapped into a celestial sphere, and they only, if you want to map them, the only way to map them is as a sphere? You're gone.
Say that again.
No, there you are. Do you agree that the celestial sphere exists and that's a map of the stars, and that's the only way to map the stars?
Do I agree a celestial sphere exists?
Is a map of the stars.
I don't know what the stars, like the mapping of the stars.
Where
like,
they
I
appear to
don't
you.
know.
It's a perspective map. All perspective maps are spheres. Because
what they appear to be doing is traveling east to west. Like, from my perspective, whenever I look at
except they don't. Except they don't.
Oh, fuck
does
off,
it fit?
dude.
No. If you look at the north, if you look at Polaris, the stars above Polaris are traveling the opposite direction. They're traveling west.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
When you talk about rotational movement, you generally talk in terms of clockwise and counterclockwise.
Which direction? Go ahead. What direction are they going?
You're just using the wrong tool. It's like me saying I was traveling at green miles per hour, or my temperature is 100 degrees per minute. Or
this
something.
is what the
it doesn't make it doesn't
right.
No,
Where they
it's just
talk about
not how you measure rotation.
Opposite rotations, right?
But
the
you're
same
not talking
body.
about rotation. Is left
No,
to
that's
right a
what
rotation?
he's talking about. They're traveling.
Is left to right a rotation?
No, that's what he's going to be talking about. That's where he's going to branch into. He's going to branch into opposite directions, right? But you can't have both. You can't have.
You're just using the wrong term.
Yeah, you can.
You're just using the wrong term to describe rotation.
You can observe that.
Explain it, NASA. NASA, explain it.
Explain it. We live on a sphere.
No. Explain your rotation of your stars. How they can travel in opposite directions.
We live on a sphere.
Clockwise, and they can simultaneously.
Because what you're saying,
we live on a sphere.
No, you're not explaining.
Yeah, the way I like to think about it is if you stand up in your room and turn.
Don't do it, Seafoam. Don't do it.
If you stand up in your room and you spin counterclockwise and look up at the ceiling, from your perspective, everything on the ceiling is going to spin counterclockwise. But if you keep spinning counterclockwise and look at the floor, everything on the floor is going to look like it's spinning clockwise.
So if you change the observation changes. Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing how that works, huh?
You're spinning in the same direction.
Profound. So if you change your observation, the observation changes.
Exactly. Welcome to science.
Yeah,
wow.
So you're spinning.
What does that tell us?
This is what the nautical mile says, though, Pure. What that tells us, Pure Rigor.
Are still rotating in the same direction, right?
No, they're not, though. They're
no, but they're not Pure Rigor, because what you're saying is left to right. Left to right is not a.
I'm not saying left to right. I'm just saying that's their argument.
How do you describe?
Your argument is east to west, which doesn't describe. Very difficult to describe rotary motion as east to west.
Okay,
how could something rotate if it's only heading in one direction? It's got to be going backwards in some place, right? It's a rotation. How could everything go east to west and still be rotated?
No, rotations aren't like back. It's clockwise or counterclockwise.
Thank you. Clockwise or counterclockwise. Okay. Bingo.
Unless you're on the
how do you change your perspective?
Now we establish rotational direction.
Right.
Which way? Are they going clockwise or counterclockwise?
Which hemisphere?
It will be dependent on
which hemisphere.
If you're the I would say it like this: you're the center point of 2 points of rotation, right? If you are like you're sitting in a car and there's a wheel to your left and a wheel to your right. If you're the center point of a rotation that is going the same direction,
multiple reference points and multiple different reference frames and all this other shit.
No, there's no different reference frames.
I asked very simple.
Broken on reference frames.
Eggs. Very simple. What rotation do you have with the stars? Pick one. Clockwise or counterclockwise?
East to west will result.
No. We're talking. You said that's not a good way to describe east to west. So we said
yes. Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish.
I said okay. Clockwise or counterclockwise.
Rigor, shut the fuck up if you're going to ask a question. Don't interrupt to ask the same question, you dick.
Yeah,
come on.
It depends.
You're dancing around the question.
Let me get more than 4 words in, you fucking retard. If east to west motion will result in 1 clock and 1 counterclock rotation if you're at the center of it.
What?
That's what I'm saying.
1 clock?
East to west rotation will result in 2 central points, 1 clock, 1 counterclock. Do you now understand it? Did the final words of that sentence now make sense? And maybe next time, let the person finish.
No, you didn't say anything. You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, so Pure Rigor, to answer your question.
You just said, if I give you 2 reference frames, this is exactly what I said.
No 2 reference frames.
You gave me 2 reference frames, and you said, well, if you look this way, they turn that way. If you look that way, they turn this way. I said, no, give me 1 reference frame and tell me the direction of the rotation.
It depends on which celestial pole you're looking at.
No, because
if you're looking toward the northern celestial pole, then all the stars you see are going to be rotating counterclockwise around the north celestial pole. And if you're looking at the south celestial pole, all the stars will appear to be rotating clockwise around the south celestial pole.
Bingo.
Okay. Yeah. So what does that tell us? The stars are going from east to west.
If we see that, it makes it very improbable we're on a flat Earth.
It tells us
So
the
it's
stars are
necessitated by a
traveling
globe.
east to west,
But
correct?
they're not though. The
All
stars
going in the same direction.
the stars above the North Pole are going west to east. The stars to the
Oh, here we
east
go.
are going
Here
up,
we go.
they're going
Now they're
up and
going
down.
west to east.
They're going east
Now we have
to
two
west.
Why don't we
Then they
just
go
become?
they go up,
Here we go.
then they go west to east, and then they go down. Wow.
Yeah,
We're
let
going to
me
talk
Had
about
this
let me
conversation with them
post
before. Egg.
hold on, wait.
insufferable.
Let me
The,
post
the
in the
reason they have this they argue it this way is so they can say you have clockwise rotation or counterclockwise rotation, and at the same time have opposite rotation. That
Exactly.
is that's their whole little catch thing, and it's just
Yep.
you can't have two directions with
Yes, you
rotational
can.
movement
Yes, you can.
simultaneously.
Yes, you
I
can.
can show you how
Yours
we.
is
I can
fair.
show you how we
Not
have it.
unless you
Okay.
change the observation.
Nope.
You have
Nope.
to change.
I can show you how.
Oh,
I can show you now. Let me join the conversation from my video because I've got a globe right here, and I'll show you. And all I'm going to do is spin the globe and show you that physically at two places there are two places, and one is turning clock and one is turning counterclock. And I can move my perspective so I can look at one or the other. But you're not going to contend.
right.
Well,
So
after
you
I've
change
showed
your
you
reference
this.
frame.
No.
You
But
change
what
the
I'm saying.
observation.
No. Remember, you've got to listen to the end. I'm going to show you that the thing that is spinning is maintaining clock even when you're not looking at it. Because that's the thing you flat earthers don't understand is my reference frame doesn't really exist. I just choose it, and that's my perspective, and it doesn't change anything about reality. I'm going to spin this globe, and the top's going to be clock, and the bottom's going to be counterclock.
We're talking about an observation. Okay?
Yeah, an
A directional movement of the rotation.
Okay, here we go. Open my thing up so you can say that this is reference frame dependent. How do I turn this around to get my face out of the shot? There we go.
It's at the top.
Oh, so it's a bird's eye view. All right.
So this what is that one doing? Right?
Counterclockwise.
Counterclock, right?
Yep.
Counterclock, keep spinning it the same way. Look at that. That's
Oh,
clockwise.
you changed the observation. How about that?
Right. So what
How
so if
about
it's the
that?
observation, what that means is
And you do
yeah,
it. The
what that
very
means
first
no,
thing you go
keep
to
listening.
is change the observation.
Keep listening there. You can get there. What that means is if it's reference frame dependent, if my observer is dependent,
what you said you weren't
stop
gonna do.
being counterclock because I'm looking at the bottom, which is fucking dumb. Nobody should think that that's going to change its direction because my thing's down here. It's retarded. It's
No,
not
we're
reference
talking
frame
about
dependent. You don't
an
understand reference
observation.
frames. You keep spinning that way even if you're not looking at it.
I'm not making any of these straw mans that you're proposing to me. Like these are all you. I just said from a single observation of the stars, you cannot come down, and you can't come to the conclusion that you have the same rotation with opposite rotations.
Well, if you
Or
stand in
can't
if
have
you stand in one
clockwise
spot,
and simultaneously
especially
counterclockwise from the same observation. You have to change the observation.
well, especially
If
on
you're
the
at the center of
equator,
it.
if you're standing on the equator at nighttime and you look north from one spot, you'll see the stars going clockwise. And if you don't move and you just tilt your head south, you'll see them going clockwise.
So you change the observation.
Yeah,
It's like saying I'm looking down
direction.
and I see the ground, right? And then I look up and I see the sky. Okay, those are two different observations. One you're looking down, one you're looking up.
So there's a few things about it. In one way, you're right. In one way, you're right. If you're at the
I'm
center of a point,
100% absolutely.
yeah. In one way, you're
undoubtedly
right, but
right
it's missing the point. The way you're right
No,
doesn't.
no. You just don't want to encompass the east to west movement of the stars. So
well, the thing is,
we're all agreeing that that's a
hold
thing.
on, wait. I can post a picture I took, like a star trail picture. Unless you're on the equator at any given point in time, there's always there's always a few stars that are going west to east, unless you're on the equator.
Right now we got west to east. All right.
Some stars do. Do you know what the circumpolar stars are?
Right. So we're going back. We're going backwards now. Okay. So what's the direction?
Depends on what star you're looking at.
Well, pick a fucking star. Pick a direction.
It depends what star and what time of day you're looking at it.
Pick the Big Dipper. No, pick the Big Dipper.
Let's do Calf and Cassiopeia. That's a good one. That one's
which is very close to the pole. It's right in there
All
with
right, cool.
the like
we
the
got
Big Dipper.
star. So now pick your rotation.
okay. Well, from my house, I'm in the northern hemisphere, so Cassiopeia for me and everyone rotates counterclockwise around the north celestial pole.
Okay, cool. So our observation sees the stars are traveling counterclockwise.
Yes.
Okay. Now, without changing your observation, explain to me how the stars go clockwise and change and go opposite direction. Because opposite of counterclockwise is clockwise.
Not
So please
opposite
explain
direction. If we
without
moron.
changing
What I was
the
trying to explain
observation.
Well, if I'm looking north, then I can't possibly ever see the south where they do. So
Yeah.
without changing anything about my orientation, I can't see any
Right.
stars
That
going.
is my point. So you cannot claim that simultaneously traveling in opposite directions.
Yes,
they're
it can.
not.
They are not traveling in opposite directions.
Thank you.
Right. So when you're in the south and you're looking north, you can't see the rotation of the around the south celestial pole. But if you trace them around the back of your head, they're still going the same counterclockwise as in the north. Now, to look at those stars, you have to physically turn around.
Yeah,
and
I'm with you
the
100%.
definition of clockwise and counterclockwise is egocentric. That's from your position and your location. So the fact that you have to turn around to see it, that's when the sign gets flipped and becomes clockwise. But they're still going exactly the same as in the north, except you have to turn around to see them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Or you take stellarium.
Thank you. You have to change the observation to see the opposite location.
Take stellarium.
No, you're not changing the observation. You're changing your orientation to it.
You're no longer
Yeah, I
looking
think,
in the direction you were looking in. You're looking in the opposite direction, so you get opposite rotation. Holy
so perhaps
shit!
let's
Yeah, the
talk
Earth is
about
a
it.
sphere.
Like,
Thank you very much.
Can you watch my
What
screen?
does that have to do with anything?
I've got Kerbal open, and this might be able to help explain it. But
I don't need your help explaining it. You need help
Well, I think-
understanding.
No, you need help. How's that work on the flat Earth, by the way?
You
How's
might
that
be
work?
right.
How's that
You might
observation
be
work on the
right,
flat
and
Earth?
I hope you can
Yeah,
explain it.
shut up, dude.
Here's a good example.
Tell me. We've explained to you how it works on the globe.
No, here's a good example.
Please
May
tell
I?
me how it works on the flat Earth.
NASA.
May I?
I've been trying to explain to you what Shoe Bill just explained to the room.
Well,
And
no,
you
I
don't get
understand
it.
it
You
quite
argue
well.
with me about it. Shoe Bill says it.
No,
and you don't say
just
shit.
because you
which
describe
which describe the fact that the Earth is rotating in one continuous configuration.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the movement of the stars, not the Earth.
Okay. And here's another example. Here's another example. If you stand up and put your arms straight out, and then rotate your arms going from back to front, and if you look over at your right hand, it's going clockwise. You look over your left hand, it's going counterclockwise. But you would say your hands are both doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yeah. I get that.
Can you,
I'm glad you got everybody else up to speed, because that's what I've been saying. If you don't change your observation,
so what's your problem with
opposite rotation?
So what's your problem with this?
You have the problem with me.
No,
I said you
I have no
cannot
problem with
get
this.
opposite rotations from the same observation. You said yes, you can. I said okay, and then you just keep giving me examples.
Go in stellarium.
Observation.
Go in stellarium.
Tells you.
Go in stellarium. Go in stellarium. And make
what I described.
Go ahead and interrupt me. Go ahead and interrupt me.
Yeah, but what I described.
How come everyone has to interrupt me? I mean, come on. I get 5 seconds.
How you do, man?
What I described is rotation of Earth. So I don't know what his point is.
I've got a demo. I've got a simulation of this on my screen right now. We were talking about the
stars.
I've got a simulation of this on my screen right now. I've got Kerbal here, and I can show you what you're saying is right. But I just want to. Okay, but just let me finish again. What you're saying is right. If I look in a different direction, I have to look behind me. If I'm looking at the North Celestial Pole, I have to change my perspective. So if I was in this guy's can and you sped up time such that you could see the star trails, you can see up somewhere there is a central point around which the stars are rotating counterclock, right? So I'm looking north, definitionally. And what you're right about is I would have to turn around to look at the stars that are to the south.
Yeah, I'm right about everything I said, Eggshell.
Yeah,
everything.
But, yeah, I'm not.
But what does this prove to you? What's the big fucking deal?
Sorry, where is it? There's the clock one.
I don't know. You guys challenged me on it.
So let me just get to the point, please, Rigger. What you're saying is, yeah, you've got to turn around. That's right. But for that to be meaningful, for that to be worth discussing, what that necessitates is, while that one is objectively doing clockwise, somewhere below the horizon over there, right? Because you can see the way the stars are going. You can see that they necessitate down here somewhere a south celestial pole. If that's important, what that means is when my back turns, something changes. Because this, I just keep it going. And if I look north, it always takes me a little time to find it. So what I'm saying is,
when your back turns, something changes. What changes?
So when I'm looking north, I can find the counterclock one. It takes me a while to find it, and then you find it, right? You can just find this point around which everything's rotating.
Yeah,
and that's
what
the
changes?
counterclock one. My perspective.
Yeah,
you're
I'll
right.
tell you what
I'm agreeing with
changes.
that.
The only thing that changes.
Right? So your perspective changes, and now you're looking up. But what you're saying, for that to be important, that would have to stop because I'm not looking at it anymore. Because my perspective, what I'm saying,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
So why does my perspective changing matter?
Well, what's the big point?
Rotation, no matter what you do.
Changing matter.
If you observe
the thing that changes,
the
thing that changes, the fact you had to turn around, and what changed is your description.
No, the observation.
Your description.
The observation.
Where you were looking. Are you saying the thing I'm not looking at is not doing that anymore?
If you change the observations, right, you're now observing something different.
Oh, fuck
right?
no, you moron.
Right. That's just saying if I look somewhere different, I'll see
Yes,
something.
you're a fucking moron. You really are.
Oh, don't. What the fuck is wrong with you now? So just go on mute.
Maybe.
Please, shut the fuck up. I want to talk.
But here's the question.
You've been feeding this guy information
but here's the
hour,
question.
and he's still not
Here's
fucking
the
getting
question.
it.
You don't get it.
No, you don't, you moron.
Fucking dumbass.
No,
here's the question, though.
They've been feeding, spoon feeding you this shit.
And you agreed with him.
No, but here's the question.
Spoon feeding you this shit for an hour, and you still are puking it up.
Rigger, can you see my screen?
Yeah, no insults, Rigger.
Let's
hang on.
call me an idiot.
NASA came in with the insults.
He's been calling me idiot like 2, 3, 4 times already, and now you're gonna.
Well, yeah, okay. Whoever's saying idiot or whoever.
Okay.
Yeah.
But here's the question.
Well, what do you call someone who's been spoon-fed information for a freaking hour?
You're not spoon-feeding me. Stop with it. Stop.
Okay.
You're not spoon-feeding me. I made a point, right?
Okay, but
I made a claim. I backed it up. And then you challenged it, right? And then I tried to explain it to you over and over and over. You kept challenging.
So what? So what? So no, okay. So answer me the question.
Then Shoe Bill came in, right? Shoe Bill came in, explained my point exactly what I was saying, just in a different way. But he made the exact same point as me, came to the same fucking conclusion as me, and then all you shut your mouth about it and agreed with me.
Yeah, okay, but Rigger,
I'm an idiot.
Rigger, here's the question.
And you need to spoon feed me? What are you spoon feeding me? You don't even understand what I'm trying to tell you.
He's been muted. Chill.
Wait a minute. Here's the question to Rigger. I got a question for him. Does that mean that even if we want to hold the Earth stationary and the stars rotating, we're still on a globe? And in reality, we know that the Earth is rotating, the stars are stationary, we're still on a globe. So we're online, the Earth is a globe, correct?
What the fuck does the shape of the Earth have to do with the observation in the sky?
Like the fact you had to turn around to see the other one?
Yeah, they must be on the globe. I've got a globe simulation going right now, and days are still going. And what this shows is it necessitates, if the stars are where we think they are, because they look like they are, it necessitates, if we were on a turning spherical body, it must be the case that you would look 180 degrees and see two opposite rotations. So whatever your issue is with that, we get the idea that if it were the case that we're a sphere inside a sphere, which is what the celestial model says, then it must be that when I look north, I see counterclock, and when I look south, I'm doing clock. Like that's necessitated on every sphere in the solar system.
I get
and every
the
sphere
logic,
in this simulation.
and I get how you get there. Like I'm not saying like anything about that. I was strictly talking about the rotation of the stars, and don't claim opposite rotational directions from the same body of stars. You can't claim it's a celestial sphere rotating and then say at the same time it's going in opposite directions. Like
opposite
no,
what would it look? So that's just a description.
Different observations. That's what I said. You just have
let me ask you. But the rotation is the same. The rotation is the same. The description is different.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's not go backwards. We've already figured that.
What would it look like then, if I can ask you this question, Rigger? If you were inside a sphere, like imagine a sphere painted in
that's what I mean. Like,
please.
You want to put me into a sphere. I'm telling you, I don't know what the fuck is going on up there. I don't know.
I'm not saying you do. I'm just asking you a question to see if you can use the logic.
But we do. But Rigger, we do.
Okay.
We do know what's going on.
Can you pretend?
Yeah,
can you
what's a star made up of? You know what I mean? Like, all right, show me a sample. Like, come on.
But that's just avoiding having a discussion now. You're just avoiding having a discussion. But the point is, let me finish. Can I finish?
Stepping out of my realm, right? Because the conversation
you're avoiding stepping out of your belief system. Sure, I can
the observation, right? That's all I was discussing. Was the observation.
I stayed inside my realm.
Pull me into all this celestial shit. Where it's like, what?
Well, you took us here by talking about by wanting to have a discussion about nautical miles, and now you don't want to discuss them, right?
I already talked about all that.
If you were inside a sphere and it was completely black, right? Somebody just made a sphere around you, like they would make a dome that you'd watch stars in, but they made it all around you and pricked holes in it so that light got through from the outside and rotated it around you. Would you agree that in that, if you looked up, it would be going one direction, and if you look down, it would be the other? This is exactly what you would see if you're inside a turning sphere.
I understand the logic of the sphere inside of a sphere. If that's what you're asking me, I understand.
I'm saying, would it look exactly like
mainstream claim? I understand, like how the, you know what I mean?
Yeah, fair enough.
I get it. I get it with the little wibble wobble, and that's what gives you your star trail or all the other shit. Why they appear to move? Yeah.
So it looks exactly like we're a sphere orbiting around a sphere going through space.
No, I just get the logic. I get how you
get
come
the
to
logic that it does look like that. Yeah.
But I'm not going to be like, oh, this is absolute because I saw stars rotating in the sky.
Well, it's absolute because we've been doing it for hundreds of years in every industrialized country in the world, and navigation is successful. Cartography is successful. I don't know what. Find a flaw first. Find something that didn't work.
Yeah, where did it fail?
That's a good something that didn't work. Like you're just saying,
you said it got
the stars do this, therefore we're on a sphere. Like that. What the fuck kind of logic is that?
We measured the sphere independent.
You reference a point in the sky that you've never been to, can't ever get to.
You don't have to.
And then you're going to say,
yeah,
because of that, we're on a sphere. Like, what the fuck?
Could you guys stop saying we don't know what stars are? Have you got any idea of how we can figure out what the stars are?
By the way, I can measure in my pissy little 400 square mile valley. I measured a portion of the sphere without using the stars. How about that?
Cool.
Measurements don't matter.
Did I say that?
No, I'm asking.
No, I didn't say that.
You're getting mad at me because I don't agree. I don't come to your conclusion.
I measured a portion of the sphere.
I don't use your logic, Shoebill. I don't use the logic. You like all you guys are trying to use. You're trying to say, well, we observed something in the sky. And
that's why I pointed out.
We see what the stars do, and then we
that's
make
why
a
I
claim,
pointed out.
and then that reinforces our original belief.
That's why I pointed out. My measurement of a portion of sphere was evident in the measurements, and I did not use a star.
Okay.
Can you see my screen, Rigger?
Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't want to look at stars. Is that what you're showing me?
Totally unnecessary to measure to determine the shape of the Earth.
Stellarium? I don't want to look at that.
No, it's not Stellarium. It's a game, Kerbal. You fly these little green men around in space.
Oh, Kerbal, I don't want to watch you play video games. What are you doing?
Because it shows the rotation of the stars. It shows exactly how it would look if we were on a sphere by modeling it with a sphere. And then you can zoom in and zoom out pretty effectively to test the idea of, I mean, you can test a bunch of things in this, like, oh, geez, I just missed one. Like that, eclipse.
Let's see.
Kerbin just eclipsed the...
Yeah, what all the stars are supposed to be doing. Yeah. That doesn't give like a God's eye view, huh? Of like all the
can do. I can zoom out. Yeah, I can zoom in and out as much as you want. So this is a little capsule that a guy was in. And then if we look, it takes a while to find.
Is that the dark side of the moon?
So there, see how you can find a point somewhere around here where the stars are all rotating?
Yeah.
right? That one's pretty close to it. It's not moving much.
Yeah.
So that would be the case if you, I'm zooming out now, but you can't really see it. If you're on a body and it's rotating.
Yeah, I
that
get
way,
it. I
right?
get the logic.
Yep. And then if you look down from there, it would necessitate that if you look way below your feet, oh, I've got to go and do a flyby now. That'll be rotating.
Right,
the
but
opposite
what you're claiming is stars do this in the sky, therefore we're on a sphere.
I'm saying
if
no,
the
no, that
stars
wouldn't
do
be my
this,
only reason.
that
It wouldn't be
means
my
we're
only
on a
reason.
sphere. That's
If
the
it was
logic.
therefore,
That's the
then it would
logic.
be my only reason. So let me answer your question. That's not the logic. The logic is this is compelling evidence that the stars happen to do exactly what they would if we're on a sphere. If I look south, they should go clock, right? As you can see, you can't even see them here, but you can see that there is a center point that they're going around that's somewhere down below the horizon. Such if I zoom out, you can find it, right? It's somewhere around there, right? Where suddenly the ones are going underneath it. And that's necessitated by being on a ball. And it also says, oh, if I travel, 30 degrees around the ball, I know what that means. It's a sensible thing. It's 30 degrees of a full circle, and then it's going to be much higher in my sky. It all clicks into place. So is it just because it clicks into place?
I already said I understand the logic, right? I understand the logic and how you get to this conclusion, right? I just said I don't agree because I don't accept everything else in between. Right?
Well, that's your prerogative, but again, you're going to have to find flaw with successful navigation.
Yeah, I think that that would be a fine position to hold if you didn't think that nautical miles
I don't have to find
because
a flaw
nautical
in
miles
something,
favored
all
this
you
system.
did was make an observation, and then with that observation of the sky, you said, okay, because of what the sky's doing, we're living on a sphere.
Eclipse.
Yes, exactly, precisely, 100%. Yes. Now, find a problem with that.
It would be weird.
The problem is the logic for me.
It would be a very illogical. It would be a very illogical flat Earth world for the flat Earth to line up so perfectly, giving us so many clues that we might be on a ball, such as there's one floating over our head every 28 days. Or every day, really. That sure, we could be on a flat Earth, but for some reason the flat Earth is trying to give us a lot of impressions, including how it shows the stars in the sky and bouncing stuff off the moon and all sorts of stuff. It seems like balls orbit balls. So if the Earth's flat, then God is in some way a master deceiver.
I was impressed with the recap of somebody like Weiss and several others. It's that went to the north into the north and saw the extended number of days where the sun doesn't set and said that proves flat. And then they went to the south and saw the exactly same thing and they said that proves nothing.
Yeah.
Do that logic. You want to use logic? Use that one.
What the fuck you want me to defend somebody else? You want me to defend somebody else's argument? Like, what the fuck?
Okay, find somebody's argument you agree with.
Let me go find a dumbass Glober that made an argument like Professor Dave and then make you fucking defend that position.
I do think that's fair.
Nonsense,
yeah,
dude.
I'm with Rigger on that.
Come
I
on.
don't think you should be able to call on people.
It's not a conversation at that point. It's like you just want a fucking punching bag. I don't know. Go beat your wife.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, I'm not your punching bag, buddy. Go fucking take your shit out with someone else.
Actually, I have a question for you mentioning your last sentiment.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Ash conformity experiment?
Ash conformity experiment?
The Solomon Ash. Okay, Solomon Ash conformity experiment is ASCH. Solomon Ash. So essentially, what happened was they took these participants, put them in a room, surrounded them with paid actors who were going to lie.
Oh, yes. I think I do know this one. And they were guessing the length of lines, and they had all of the actors deliberately guess the wrong length. And the other people would be like, okay, and just agree with the clearly wrong answer in order to conform.
3 out of 4.
Yeah.
So 3 out of 4. So
similar to
how would you explain that using your last statement?
What do you mean using my last statement?
I think you were making... I think you stated that people, something to the effect about people and their conclusions. I wish I could have it down verbatim. It was just something overheard, and then I wanted to jump in, but then I think someone made a comment, so I kind of forgot. But it was
he was talking about how he got to his logical conclusion because of like what the stars were doing and what people propose this to him. He likes it. He agrees with it. Makes sense. So he goes along with it. Essentially, what you're saying.
Yes. So I see. You're essentially saying, Eden, if the Ash conformity would encourage you to see this as perfectly matching with a ball, then you'd be more inclined to see it as matching with a ball if you're one of those 3/4 of people.
Potentially, I'm not saying you would go against your God-given senses or your senses. That like right. I have a feeling you would pick the correct answer. It's just I wonder what you would think about the psychology behind that.
About that, because I read up into that for my book. When you read into it, there are interviews afterwards, or maybe they've subsequently followed it up and now they do interviews or something. Maybe his original one didn't. But when they do interviews on it, the people go, yeah, it's clearly the wrong answer, but I don't agree with the answer. But if I'm sitting in a room and a bunch of people, because, part of the experiment is, I don't know if other people know about it, but you're asking somebody an obvious question, and then you're having the other actors in the room all give the wrong answer, but also they like turn and stare at you if you don't answer with the rest of them, like, what's with this person? And many of the people, when they come out of the experiment, are like, they're all giving the wrong answers, but I didn't like feeling weird anymore, so I just started agreeing. And you see them where they've done filmed versions of it, where the person's like, kind of half throws their hands up, just a little bit like, what? Fine, yeah, that one. And they're making a point of being like, I'm not a retard. I'm just going along because otherwise the whole experiment stops. And they all turn and stare at me, and I'm staring back at them like, what? You're clearly picking the wrong fucking length line, dickheads. So I don't think, like, what I think is the case is, if the Earth's flat, it's very weird that things line up so perfectly that you can treat the Earth as a perfect sphere and it's only a little bit wrong.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to go through. You mentioned God being a deceiver. So essentially, I was trying to show that maybe it's not God himself. Maybe it's the in the eye of the beholder. And I you know what, to your rebuttal, I will assume or presume that respondents, when questioned, would give that response. Yeah, I knew it was wrong, but I felt uncomfortable, etc.
Yeah.
So yeah, fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, like, so do you get why I say that God must be a deceiver? Do you think that, like, if you model, I think that's why I get this up, because Kerbal is just modeling spheres. It's suddenly you can make a lot of things click into place, such that if the Earth's not this shape, it's many of the observations match with it for some reason.
Oh yeah, absolutely. In fact, not only did these initial and maybe thorough observations are accumulating, you also have all the authorities on your side. You have not only the authorities, right, government agencies, NASA, JAXA, India, China, and the like. Maybe England claimed to have landed on the moon, not too long after the moon landings. So you guys have the authorities at the top end of the spectrum, and you also have the media on your side. So I agree. I think you guys have the weight of the evidence tilted on your side. I just do think that after digging through the details, there seems to be a lot of anomalies. And I'm kind of sussing those out right now. And I know that a lot of the other flat earthers have done far more than I have, and they're probably just as confident. Like, for instance, you don't have to see 100% of the evidence to be an early adopter of something, because sometimes, whatever reason, someone stumbles on that is so compelling, they're an early adopter, and then still examining the rest of the evidence. Because you can never be, even if you're an early adopter, you can't be so sure, right? Because you have to be, inductive reasoning. Yeah, exactly. Everything could be pointing, like, everything could be pointing to the flat Earth, right? We can have 99% of the information pointing to the flat Earth, but maybe one thing that dismantles it all, right? Just like in a criminal case, all the evidence.
Do you think that happens much? I feel like when that happens in criminal cases, you look into it and it's like there's been some dodgy cops covering stuff up. Oh, I kind of guess, because that's your worldview, is like, yeah, they're covering it up. So fair enough.
Or potentially everything, let's say everything is lining up to an individual. He has the motive, he has the means, there's blood, there's maybe video camera evidence of him being nearby. Maybe it's in his house, fingerprints on the weapon. But if he was literally not there, let's say there was more video evidence of him being somewhere else that covers his alibi, we have to drop him out of the contention and move on to the other.
Who changed the topic of the conversation?
Yeah, I'm sorry. We can go back. It was just for that for a moment. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think it's still on the same idea of epistemology and like how do you change your mind? Because it sounds like Eden is actually being charitable and conceding that like this is a model, Kerbal is a model, or the general idea of the balls orbiting balls is a pretty good model, but we could just be missing one key bit that tells us it's all false. And that,
Thank you.
I think he's admitting that the evidence is strong, but holding possibility that there could be some way to recontextualize this looking like a sphere, and it may.
There's a lot of logic that, understandable logic that leads you to that conclusion. I get that, but I just don't subscribe to, how the conclusion's drawn. I think there's just too many holes.
Yeah.
Like, especially when we talk about the stars. Like, come on, man. Like, what?
I wonder, what's the problem with the stars? What's the problem?
I don't think that tells us much about the shape we're on.
I was talking about directly about the stars. You claimed earlier we don't know what stars are. Yes, we do.
Oh yeah, because we have samples, right? I mean, come on, that's not.
Well, you don't need samples. You don't need
theory,
samples,
right? We have theory. That's not scientific.
No, we have spectroscopy and all the rest of the electromagnetic spectrum coming from the stars.
Also, how does that matter?
What type of light
matter? Yeah, because then we can add on measuring distances to stars. And as we do that as well,
so just piggyback off.
It does not conform to a flat Earth at all.
And come to another conclusion.
If the distance to like Polaris, which has been measured in several ways, is correct, then you would to be able to, if the Earth was flat and you started at the North Pole, to get 1 degree change in elevation angle, you would have to move almost 7 light years away from the North Pole.
Yeah, but I think that's still adhering to the thing that Rigger is saying he doesn't agree with, which is that we don't know what the stars are, so they don't know what we could be doing. And I think that's what I'm saying to FE, taking back Eden, is that what that would necessitate, I think this is what more Eden is saying, I'm not saying this is what you're saying, Rigger, what that would necessitate is that something is happening on a flat Earth that makes it seem like they're light years away and fit perfectly into place with other parts of the theory and other observations, like with gyros and radar bounce and stuff like that, that all point us in this one direction. And I think but you're also agreeing. You can see why there's compelling evidence for it. You just don't agree.
Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I don't subscribe to everything because I think there's too many holes and too much of it. And a lot of it contradicts each other. So you get to a grand conclusion. It's like, I don't think so.
So you're aware of all of the evidence we have, all of the observational measurements we have of Earth rotation?
Yeah, no, I don't think we have any. But okay.
Okay, so what about mechanical gyroscopes? Why do they precess as though they're consistent with Earth rotation?
So
why do
measurement of rotation? Is that what you're saying?
Measure rotation, yes. And we have many different styles of gyroscopes. We have laser ring gyroscopes, we have mechanical gyroscopes, we have matter wave gyroscopes, we have superfluid gyroscopes, we have diamagnetic levitation gyroscopes.
Yeah.
On all of these gyroscopes, regardless of the physical principles that they rely on, they all indicate rotation of the underlying body.
They indicate or they
operate.
measure it?
They measure it.
Oh yeah, how does that work?
So it depends on the nature of the gyroscope. So, for instance, for a superfluid gyroscope, it's the rate of material flow through the aperture in the toroid. There's no other mechanism since it's stationary in the laboratory frame, and it's a superfluid. There should be zero flow. So the only reason that there can be flow
stationary?
is because
It's
yes,
stationary
it's
on.
stationary.
How's it
It's
stationary?
stationary in the laboratory reference frame.
How?
I said that.
Is that reference frame on Earth?
Yes.
Oh, so how's it stationary?
So it's not moving relative to the laboratory.
So the planet.
It's
on the
not
planet.
moving.
That's
It's
rotating.
on the planet, and it's
But
not.
it's not
So
moving. Is what you're saying?
no. So you need
So
to
it's on the
listen very
reference plane.
carefully. You need to listen very carefully to what I'm saying before you try and interpret
No, I'm trying to establish
it
the
because you're
reference
trying to
frame.
willfully misinterpret. No,
No,
you
I'm
are trying to willfully misinterpret what I'm saying. So shut up and listen to what I'm
No, I'm trying. Like,
saying.
look, you explain this to
The
me. I'm trying to establish what the reference frame is, and you're not
the
establishing.
gyroscope is not in motion. The gyroscope is not in motion relative to the laboratory.
So it's not
What
on
do
the
you
reference
have
frame of
difficulty
Earth.
understanding?
So it's
Yes,
not
it
on the
is in the
reference frame
reference
of
frame
Earth.
of Earth.
So it's rotating.
Yes, it is in.
So it's rotating.
Yes, but it's not rotating with respect to Earth.
So it's in
It's not
motion.
rotating with
Rigger,
respect.
Rigger, excuse me, Rigger. If you've got any questions while Tony's talking, grab a pen and paper and take down some notes. And then once Tony's finished, then you can ask your questions. Got it?
The gyroscope is not in motion with respect to the Earth. The Earth is, which is to say that it is rotating with the Earth. If the gyroscope were stationary, if Earth were stationary, there should be no material flow through the aperture in the gyroscope. There is fluid flow through the aperture of the gyroscope. Therefore, it is moving. Therefore, Earth is moving.
Direct a helicopter floating for 3 hours can land in the exact same spot. Earth didn't spin underneath.
No, because prior to the helicopter taking off, it had the tangential velocity at which Earth rotates. Once it takes off, it retains that velocity. There is no force acting on it that takes that tangential velocity away. So it continues to rotate with the Earth for the entire 3 hours until it lands again. This is not a contradiction. And again, what you're asking us to believe is that the greatest scientific minds of the past 400 years have all looked at stationary helicopters and gone, that shouldn't work on a rotating Earth. We do know about stationary helicopters, and we know why they're stationary relative to Earth's surface.
I fly helicopters in a controlled hover. Yeah, I fly helicopters all the time in all kinds of weather and strong winds, and the helicopter still can maintain its position above, like, say, a helideck on a rig.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still lost on the whole.
Yeah, so Earth was spinning at zero. The helicopter took off. There was zero momentum because Earth isn't spinning, so there's no momentum to conserve. What are you talking about?
And if the Earth was rotating, it would stay hovering in the same spot because it's a controlled hover. You get a better argument.
That's an entirely circular
So
argument.
the Earth did not spin underneath the helicopter.
And again, we don't expect the Earth to spin under the helicopter if the Earth is spinning. So this is a fallacious argument. And again, we have measurements from instruments that show that Earth is rotating. So
yeah, you lost me on that one.
So why does Earth spin underneath
your
the
inability
football
to understand
helicopter?
your inability
The
to
other
understand
station
English.
says that football
Your
games are won
inability to
because
understand
somebody
English
kicked a field
is
goal and
not my
accounted for
problem.
Coriolis effect. But Apparently
I
not.
beg your pardon?
Neil
Yep,
deGrasse
that
Tyson's
happened.
wrong again.
That happened because it was a ballistic flight trajectory. That's correct.
So, would you like a demonstration of Coriolis effects? The answer is yes. Of course,
So
you
why
want
did Neil deGrasse
demonstrations.
Tyson say that the football was affected, but the helicopter's not?
Because the helicopter's not on a parabolic
No,
trajectory.
because like Coriolis relies on
Fire balloons not on a parabolic
Coriolis.
trajectory either.
The
No,
Earth
no,
rotated
that's not
underneath
the
the
reason.
football, but not the helicopter?
That's
kind of weird.
no. None of you understand
I
what
know.
Coriolis
No,
is.
no.
Coriolis.
No.
You don't understand what Coriolis is, so you might want to shut up while explaining.
You don't understand what
Coriolis
effect.
relies on the cross.
So how many reference frames does Coriolis effect require?
Coriolis relies on
that's a
velocity
stupid argument.
relative to the surface of the rotating body. So if the object is not moving relative to the surface of the body, there can be no Coriolis. So that's
none of them
why
looked up
the
the definition
helicopter
of
that is
Coriolis.
stationary
Because your reference
has
frames are
no
ruined. Your reference
I'm
frames
sorry,
are
I was still in the
ruined.
middle of
British accent.
explaining. I'm still in the middle of explaining, so perhaps you might want to be quiet while I am explaining. The helicopter is at rest. Its velocity relative to the Earth's surface is 0. The Coriolis effect is therefore 0 because Coriolis relies on the cross, the curl of the velocity. It relies on the curl of the velocity. So there's no motion, there's no velocity relative to the surface of the Earth, there's no Coriolis. It's not complicated.
It is a little bit complicated. I think that
Yeah,
it is
the definition of the
quite
Coriolis effect says the velocity of the object must not be 0 relative to the rotating reference frame. In the case of a hovering helicopter, that is a 0 velocity relative to the rotating reference frame. So there should be 0 Coriolis effect.
Damn, how come
Which is
when I
what
jump up?
Sorry, go on.
So damn, how come when I jump up in an airplane, I don't hit the back at 600 miles an hour? I do that all the time.
Airplane's a closed system. Globe cult Earth is an open system. False analogy. Good try.
Incorrect. It all has to do with conservation momentum.
You're in a container.
Physics
You're
101.
in a container. One example.
Yeah,
and the other
the
one,
airplane is a
Physics
container,
101.
closed
Conservation
system.
momentum.
Good job.
Sorry.
Good job.
Conservation momentum. Physics 101.
Yeah, inside a container. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
If the container is moving,
Are you suggesting
you're in it.
Are you suggesting that conservation of momentum only applies in containers? It doesn't apply outside of containers.
No, because I'm saying your experience would be a lot different if he wasn't in a container. So his analogy is just absolute.
What? No,
horror.
conservation momentum is conservation momentum. It doesn't matter about
If it wasn't a container and you jumped up, you wouldn't just go right back down, buddy.
So you have to have seen that you have to have seen that you have to have seen the video of the guy on a trampoline that is being pulled that is on the back of a truck, right? He just bounces up and down. He doesn't fly backwards off the truck. There's no container there. So why is he not flying off the back of the truck, given that there's no container?
I haven't seen this one.
Well, it's a very, very famous video, so I suggest you go onto
What kind of truck is
YouTube
it?
and look
Like
it
a
up.
big Mack truck?
Tractor. He's being pulled by a tractor.
It's a tractor.
So there's
I'm
no
sure
friction with the
somebody-
air. Like there's no drag on them.
There would
and he's
be
not getting,
friction.
Yeah.
With the there would be friction. He still doesn't fly off the back of the truck or off the back of the tractor. He just goes up and down because his momentum is conserved.
In the same spot. He's going up. I mean, what's his trajectory when he
the
goes
tractor
up?
is moving. The tractor is moving.
I got that part.
The tractor is pulling a trampoline.
is.
He's going up and down on the trampoline.
There it is. Look at it.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, it's in the chat. Also, if the container is moving and you don't, also if the container is moving and you don't see a difference, that means the motion that is, of course, we know happening, is not enough to cause something to change position.
What would happen if the truck would turn?
He'd be in a world
He's
of
fucked.
hurt.
then you're accelerating the system that's exactly the sort of thing that causes Coriolis effects. And we can see Coriolis effects, for instance, in the fact that ocean gyres in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere go in different way. Storm paths in northern and southern hemispheres go in the opposite senses. In general, there are temperature effects as well. And you can also see it in western boundary current intensification. Western currents on the west of oceans are much stronger than currents on the east of oceans, whereas you would expect them without Coriolis to be about the same. But in fact, Coriolis is much stronger near the poles, which means that even on the short journey to the east, a lot of the water has already been deflected equatorward. That's why the westward currents, which are poleward, are much stronger, because not much of the water has been deflected.
So if the train would turn, what would happen to the conservation of momentum?
The conservation of momentum would still apply.
So the guy would turn along with the train? The guy on the trampoline?
No, the guy wouldn't turn along with the train because the train is accelerating. So once imagine yourself, you've taken a really long jump and the truck turns away from underneath you. There's nothing that's causing you to turn if you're in the air. So you're going to come down and there's going to be no train and no trampoline underneath you.
So when the Earth is rotating the way you're saying, and the helicopter's keeping up with it, right? It's like the trampoline, so it's keeping its momentum while turning.
That's keeping angular momentum. And similarly, if you jump up and down on the edge of a roundabout, a carousel, you don't go flying off the carousel. You maintain the rotational velocity of the carousel.
Well, you fly off if you let go. What are you talking about?
Don't.
On a carousel, if you jump up, you go back.
If you're on a spinning carousel and you let go, you're gonna fly off, are you not?
No.
Or you think you're gonna maintain momentum along with the carousel? Surely you don't believe that.
You are going. It depends how long you're airborne. It depends
I've
how
done
fast you jump away.
I've done it as a kid. No, if you jump on a carousel, you end up at a different horse, or closer to the back of the horse.
No, that shouldn't be the case.
Mm-hmm.
You should go tangential to where you are, right? You should go tangential to the point where you take off. So you should go outwards towards the edge. If you jump, roll on my boulder. I think I'm wrong. You don't rotate with it, but you will go tangential to it.
Right.
Absolutely, you will not rotate with it
because you're in a rotation, centrifugal.
Yeah. But it's you have that momentum, and you're rotating with it. Also, the air is rotating with the Earth, so it's carrying it around.
How do you get the air to rotate?
So you don't get it to rotate. It was always rotating. Earth formed from an accreting disk that was spinning. All of the material in that disk has retained its angular momentum.
Is there a way to describe this without claiming all this stuff that we can't prove?
Yes, I just demonstrated it. I just demonstrated physical. There are a variety of physical experiments. For instance, Ferdinand Reich and Euler. Can you listen? I just said I'm going to explain some of the evidence to you, and then you chose to interrupt.
You say you just did.
I did, and now I'm going to explain more.
Yeah,
there are things. Well, it's difficult for you to be aware of what I'm going to say. Perhaps you should let me say it, and then you can decide.
No,
Ferdinand Reich.
Like I said before, take notes if you've got a question when somebody.
No, I'm only saying it because you said I just explained it. So
We'll
I was
take note.
okay,
We'll take
you
notes.
just explained it. Let me ask
Take
you.
notes. We'll take
Ferdinand
notes.
Reich in the early 19th century did a series of experiments at the Three Brothers mine near Munich in Germany, where he dropped about 120 balls down a 150 meter mine shaft, and he observed an eastward deflection in the balls that he dropped, in pretty much exact agreement with what you would expect from the existence of gyros compasses. For instance, these are gyro compasses. They align themselves with the axis of rotation, so they always point north-south. They don't point to magnetic north or magnetic south. They just point north-south. These have been commonly used on. On ships, naval and commercial ships, for more than 100 years. Because they're not influenced by magnetic fields and they're not influenced by the metal in the ships. So they're ideal navigational instruments. We can go into matter wave gyroscopes or laser ring.
I was asked about
gyroscopes.
How do you get the air to do it?
Or,
I don't know what the hell gyroscopes has to do with anything. You said you were going to explain it. No, you said you already explained it, and then you said you got mad because I injected, and you said you were going to explain it, but you didn't explain it. You just talking about gyroscopes and dropping balls down a hole.
Explaining observational evidence of rotation.
No, that's not what I asked. It's not what I asked at all. I said, how do you get the air to do that?
And you want a demonstration of planet formation.
No, I just asked you if you could explain it in a way that we could prove. And you said, yeah, I already did that.
Yeah,
and then I tried to inject. And you said,
certainly, let's look at the evidence we have of that. How about Jupiter? How about the Sun? How about Saturn, Neptune? These are all mainly gaseous bodies where the gas rotates with the body. We can see that happening, right?
How do we get the air to do it?
How
can we demonstrate that to validate?
I just said that you can look at examples in reality of it happening.
So we look at the sun and say, okay, that atmosphere matches ours. It does what ours does, so therefore it's the same. Like I don't. We see
that the gaseous, the incandescent gas that comprises the sun, rotates with the sun about every 27, 29 days, something like that. And we can detect also the rotation of its magnetic field in the same period. So we can see a gaseous body rotating, and the gas rotates with the body. In fact, the rate of rotation of the gas varies with latitude on the sun.
Right. So in order for you to explain it, I have to just accept all these claims.
Well, let's turn it around. Let's turn it around. You're claiming that the Earth is flat. Therefore, you're claiming that the sun is not what we know it to be. Therefore, you're complaining. No. You asked me a question, and now I'm responding to it.
Contained system.
Well, you're demonstrably wrong. Where's your evidence for that? Where's your evidence for the container? Has anybody seen it? Do you have a sample of it? Do you have a photograph for it? Do you have radar reflections for it? Do you have sonar reflections for it?
So I'm asking you if you can demonstrate how
I'm asking you if you can demonstrate your claim that there's a container.
No, you said you were gonna. That's why I'm asking you.
And I did.
Yeah,
I did demonstrate it. I did demonstrate it, and now you're claiming. So no. You're claiming that my demonstration is invalid. You're claiming that my demonstration is invalid because you're claiming a nature for the sun. So now you need to substantiate your claim. You need to substantiate your claims for a container, and you need to substantiate your claims about the sun. On what basis? On what evidence? On what evidence do you claim that there is a container, and on what evidence do you deny that the sun is a gaseous body?
All right, look, you never explained how you get the air to rotate with the Earth. That's what I asked.
I
You said you were
did.
gonna. You got
I
mad
did.
when I
I did
interjected.
explain it to
because-
you. You just didn't like the explanation.
No. You just made a bunch of claims about the sun that you can't.
And you made a bunch of claims about the sun that you can't prove.
No, I didn't make any claims about the sun.
Yes, you did. You claimed that it was in a contained system. That's a claim.
Did I say it was? That's you.
Yes, you did.
put
You
that
said
on
it was
me.
all in a
That's not
contained
what I
system.
said. It's not what I said.
Yes, it is.
I said that air is in a contained system. We are in a contained system.
So where's the sun?
I didn't say anything about the sun. I don't fucking know.
Where is? So now I'm asking you, where is the sun?
I'm asking you, how do you get air to rotate? Because this is your claim. Your claim is air rotates with the planet. So
air rotates. Air rotates because of the angular. Air rotates because of the angular momentum imparted to it as part of the coalescence of the accretion disk. This is because of the influence of gravity.
How can you prove this instead of just making a bunch of fucking claims?
I can show other cases where it has happened.
And more importantly, gases have friction with nearby surfaces. This is not new information.
Yeah, that is
What
also true, but
friction have to do with them rotating with the Earth?
Because if the Earth is rotating, then the gas would have to carry along with it because friction exists, for fuck's sake.
Because friction, air rotation.
Yes, because gases have friction with nearby surfaces. That means that gases will move with the surfaces right next to them.
That's just false.
No, it isn't.
If I spin a fucking basketball,
How can it possibly be false? I know that you can feel the air coming off a belt sander, so don't say there's no such thing as friction with gas and nearby surfaces.
If I spin a basketball on my finger, all the air in the room is not following that. That doesn't even make any sense.
Is the belt sander an Earth? Is the belt sander the size of the Earth?
What are you talking about? Belt
How do you think?
Is the belt sander the size of the Earth? No, probably not, right? But if the belt sander was the size of the Earth, then the air, which is less than the size of the Earth, would probably go along with it, wouldn't it?
How do you think curveballs work?
So if I spin a basketball on my finger, all the gas, like the immediate
not
gas,
all the gas close to it.
Because the wind coming off a belt sander tells you that friction with air and a surface exists.
I don't know what you're talking about a belt sander for, buddy. I was talking about
because the demonstration shows that air and a nearby surface can stick to each other. That tells you that gases and nearby surfaces have friction with each other.
So the Earth has
are you aware of the Magnus effect? Are you aware of the Magnus effect?
Can you just
this is a
demonstrate
physical effect. Yes,
so many words
I can. Look up the Magnus
Right.
effect.
Just
Look up the
demonstrate.
Magnus
Send me a
effect.
link where you can demonstrate like the atmosphere moving with and rotating with an object.
Okay, a curveball in baseball is an example of of gas rotating with an object. You spin the baseball with sufficient speed that it creates a low pressure side and a high pressure side.
So it locks in all the air around it and all the air spins.
It doesn't lock in all the air around it. It doesn't lock in all the air around it, and that is a goalpost shift. It only has to lock in. It only has to. It only has to lock in some air in order for this to happen.
No. It has to be a demonstration of how you get air to rotate around an object, not an object rotate through the air with friction.
Motion.
Since the
All motion
object
is
is
relative.
imparting a change in momentum, since the object is imparting a change in momentum to the air, we know that friction between air and an object is a thing in reality that does exist. If the air has no friction with something outside of it, for instance, there's a vacuum around that air, then there's no reason for the air to stop moving. It follows the surface of the Earth on average.
You're just saying shit.
Why?
And you're just saying that
The reason you need to have your position is because you think the Earth is flat.
No, it's because it makes no fucking sense and you define the laws of gas.
Okay, what law is it defying? Please be specific in which law it is defying.
Okay, demonstrate for me the air rotating with an object.
Support your fucking claim. Stand up, have a backbone. What law of gases does it violate?
Gas disperses in all directions, does it not?
No, it doesn't.
Not equally.
Oh, okay.
Gases have more pressure at the bottom than they do at the top, so there must be some unequal distribution of the gas, shouldn't there?
No, this is pointless. You guys are just gonna like both face lie about it.
If I mention real world scenarios, it becomes pointless. We know gases have more pressure at the bottom than they do at the top, which means your statement that gases disperse equally must be false.
I didn't say equally. I said in all directions. You just changed
So
the
it
word.
can't be equally in all directions. It's not possible for it to be equal in all directions because we know in reality gases have more pressure at the bottom than they do at the top.
Just a flat. I mean, you could just keep
that's
going.
that's also untrue. That's also untrue.
That air doesn't, or gas doesn't disperse in all directions.
It's not. Your claim is absolutely false because if we give the gas molecules velocity in a particular direction, they don't spontaneously. And then we take the containment away. They don't spontaneously turn around and start propagating in the other direction, do they? So they don't just propagate. They don't just propagate in every direction. They propagate in the direction that their velocity takes them. The velocity of the gas molecules takes them in the direction that they then go until they are acted upon by an external influence, like either a material boundary or gravity.
What is your point? You're just saying a lot of words.
My point is that your claim that gases disperse in all directions is only true for a specific subset of gaseous systems.
No, it's true if you don't influence them. Your example gave how you influence gas to get a certain reaction of the gas. Well, no fucking shit. You influenced it.
Well, gases have weight. That is an influence.
This isn't a law of gases, is it? If it's a law of gases, it applies to all gases in all circumstances. If it doesn't apply in all circumstances, it isn't a law.
And furthermore, gases have weight, which is an influence on the gas. Just to be clear.
Gases have weight. All right.
Yes, it is right. Weigh a compressed air tank when it's empty and when it's full. See the difference.
Pressure.
The pressure, if it were equal on all sides, would not change the weight of the cylinder.
Yeah, it would. It'd create force.
No, if the pressure on the top of the cylinder and the pressure on the bottom of the cylinder were equal, then there would be no weight change.
It would change the behavior of the tank too. How the tank kind of like floats and drifts around in the water and out of the water. It would change the whole dynamics of the tank.
I assume you're a gravity denier. Is that correct?
Yeah, of course he's a gravity denier.
Gravity denier about what? Gas? I don't think. I don't understand how you can get gravity to be affected by gas.
Why not?
Well, gases have matter. Matter is affected by gravity.
Yes, gas has mass.
Okay, so we can do an experiment. We can do an experiment.
So how about this? You showed me gas with a downward bias.
Okay, when you take the air out of a vacuum chamber, the vacuum chamber gets lighter, which means the air you removed had weight.
Okay, so that didn't answer my question at all. I asked you to show me gas with a downward bias.
Oh, that's weight. Weight is a downward bias, isn't it?
Show me the downward bias of gas.
Yes, that's the weight of the air. That's the downward bias of the air.
Show me the downward bias.
When you remove the air from a vacuum chamber, the vacuum chamber gets lighter, which means the air that you removed had weight. That's the downward bias.
Had pressure, therefore force.
If the pressure were equal on all sides of the container, the top of the container would be pushing up with the same force that the bottom of the container would be pushing down, which means there would be no weight change.
No, that's not true. You would have force going down.
No,
and the amount of force going up, if it were equal, would nullify the force going down, which means there would be no weight change. Your argument is stupid.
Yeah, you got two scuba tanks. One is depleted one is fully charged at 3,000 psi. You pick one up, it's heavy. You pick one up, it's light. You take those two tanks, throw them in a pool. One floats, one sinks.
What's even simpler than that? You just need 2 balloons and a ruler, and the kids do this in like 5th grade.
Just the scuba tanks. One's heavy, one's not heavy.
You have pressure, like you pressurized a cylinder, and you create
to pressurize the cylinder. To pressurize it, you have to put more. You have to put, but you have to put more stuff in it.
So we use clouds of atoms. We use clouds of atoms to measure gravity, to measure the effect that gravity has on them. There's a style. A gravimeter is an instrument that measures the strength of the gravitational acceleration at a particular point at a particular time. There is a style of gravimeter called a cold atom gravimeter. In a cold atom gravimeter, we supercool a cloud of usually strontium, sometimes rubidium atoms, down to a few nanokelvin so that they form a Bose-Einstein condensate. We kick them out, and from their propagation across the measurement chamber, we measure their wave functions at the end, and we can tell how strong gravity is. So we use a cloud of individual atoms to measure gravity. So the claim that gravity does not affect atoms.
No, I said there's no downward bias in gas, so I don't know what claim the fuck is.
Well, that's the weight of the gas. That's the downward bias, and we told you how to find it. You just don't want to find it. That's your whole argument here. Is you don't like the idea that there is weight to gas.
Can you define a gas for me? Is a gas
and then claiming its weight.
Is a
okay,
gas.
so when the gas gets heavier because there's more of it, that must mean that the gas that you put in there has weight, doesn't it?
It means there's a force, an internal force pushing on the walls.
If the force on the bottom and the top were equal, there wouldn't be a weight change.
There's still a force. Still a force on the bottom.
And if the force on the bottom and the top were equal, there wouldn't be a weight change.
What is it about gases that makes them special, according to you, Mr. Rigger?
What do you mean?
If I cool down air, and
I just asked you if you could demonstrate something.
Yes, and I did.
On.
I explained the demonstration involving.
You said, "Oh, if I look at the sun, this is what the sun does, so therefore that's what."
I love it when you idiots argue against reality.
I explained that there are instruments that use clouds of individual atoms. A cloud of individual atoms is a gas, mate. We measure the influence of gravity on the gas as it propagates through the measurement chamber. So your claim that we don't measure the influence of gravity on gas is disproven because we do. These are called cold atom gravimeters. You can look them up.
Yeah, I still don't see a downward bias on gas.
So have you looked up the effect of have you looked up cold atom gravity?
Let me see.
So I just described something to it.
Oxygen would weigh the same. All parts nitrogen would weigh the same, right? All parts of everything in the atmosphere, they would all have their own weight, right? And if gravity affected them due to their fucking weight, they would all settle in layers, right? But
no, they
we
wouldn't.
have a gradient. We have that same mixture all throughout. All throughout.
Actually, you don't.
All throughout the elevation.
Why do you leave out kinetic energy?
No.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Why does it leave out the kinetic energy?
Now they.
Why does it leave out the kinetic energy within the gas particles in the atmosphere? Is that taken completely out of your equation?
And there's a good demonstration in deep mines where they end up with carbon dioxide poisoning at the lower depths.
Yeah.
And
then
similarly, water vapor.
Eventually, it disperses.
Similarly, water vapor doesn't make it very high in the atmosphere. Similarly,
we're talking about the
distributions of ozone is very different.
Right?
So the composition of the atmosphere
of air at all the altitudes, right? You can still breathe.
The
at higher
same what? The
altitude,
same
right?
composition?
Yeah, the same mixture, relative, right?
No,
So you can
I
you
just
can breathe it.
explained why not.
So you
There's
have
more
the
carbon.
full
There's more
separation.
carbon dioxide lower. There's more water vapor lower. There's less carbon dioxide and less water vapor higher than there are lower in the atmosphere.
Okay. So what we breathe, you tell me that mixture changes.
With altitude, yes.
Okay.
A little
So
bit.
what point do you have to go
A
up where you
little
can't
bit,
breathe
yes.
anymore? What altitude do you have to hit where you can't breathe?
Well, there's
Depends on the
you
individual.
can't breathe. You can't breathe at the higher altitudes because of density, but that's not necessarily due to composition.
Ah. Okay, so if gravity has an influence on the weight of different gases, therefore all gases have their weight, right? So they're eventually going to settle.
Turbulence keeps them mixed up pretty well.
Well, yeah, it's not
Yeah,
just
but how are they
turbulence.
affected by?
It's not just turbulence. The average air molecule in the room with you right now is moving at about 500 meters a second, right? They don't settle into calm little layers where they're because their velocities are so insanely high. They don't stratify in the way that liquids do.
Oh, so they're just moving too fast to be affected by gravity?
No, that's not what I said, and that's not what I said. I said that they are moving to they. Perhaps if you'd listened the first time, you wouldn't have to ask. I'm saying that they are moving they are moving too fast to settle into stratified layers.
From that channel, and it's clearly the most disturbing. Now, likely this was just a joke or a scam or something dumb.
Right.
But even so, and even all the notebooks not shown on line, it's frankly very weird. Did they get advance notice of
just have to turn them down.
Also, or headed streamer Tom Bistelweight.
Again, it's kind of like their speed. They have so much speed that they don't settle.
Can I ask a question?
They don't stratify into discrete layers in the way that you expect. No,
because they're moving too fast.
No, can I ask a quick question? Can I quick question?
Mm-hmm.
Who is it that we got? Okay, Puriga. Hey, are you like a dome? Is there a dome? Are you a flat earther? There's a dome overhead. Is that what's going on? That's what's going on there.
I believe we're in a closed system. Yeah.
Okay, so have you already covered this? I just jumped in, and I apologize if you've already covered this. But if you said the gas pressure expands in all directions, then I'm not sure I understand how there could be an air pressure difference when you go up. It gets, like you
I'm saying you can't have gas pressure unless you have a container.
Right, but then it expands in all directions. Is that also what you're saying?
Well, it disperses.
Right, so why does it disperse more down on the Earth than higher up?
I'm asking you to show me. Show me a downward bias.
That's okay, but the downward bias.
That is a downward bias, mate.
So
we can
climb a hill.
So
the density.
Yeah, hold on, Tony. Sorry, Tony. Let me just
density
engage a little bit.
Downward
So
bias.
if you go up a tall mountain, the air gets thinner, right? So why isn't the gas expanded all up to the top of a mountain where the air is thinner? It shouldn't be thin. It should be the same as at the bottom of the mountain. Why is that not true?
What are you saying? That we
so
should have the same density, the whole from top to bottom.
Yeah, if the idea what you think is that there's a container and there's a dome over top, so that means the gas pressure, because gas pressure needs a container. That's the idea. All right, fine. But if that's true, then if gas also, what you're also saying is gas expands in all directions, then wouldn't it expand in all directions uniformly at sea level? And then when you go up at the top of a mountain, it would be the same air pressure at the top of the mountain as at the bottom of the mountain. So there shouldn't be any difference. I don't understand that.
If gas has an upwards bias, there needs to be more pressure upwards than downwards.
Yeah, or if it's equal, the claim is that it expands in all directions. So it should expand equally in all directions, to my mind, right?
Disperses.
So it disperses, right? Yeah. So it disperses. But why doesn't it? So why does it disperse more at the bottom than it does at the top of a mountain?
Well, I mean,
for
that's
example?
what gas is created, right? At the surface.
Oh, so right, Cloud, potentially, right? Let's just remove gravity out of the equation because we haven't discovered this. Let's just go back in time. So we only have at our disposal weight and buoyancy.
Yeah,
So
we don't understand what's causing it. Yeah, okay.
So let's say we do have a dome, and we've discovered that the bottom layer is made up of a mixture of specific molecules. So we've got oxygen, nitrogen, and whatnot. And then just above that, it would become less and less because there's probably a fixed amount of I guess what we can call oxygen bottom layer.
Right, but so if there was, we think of it as if there's gravity, you fill up the pool of water and the water level goes up. But it's the more you go down in the water, there's more pressure at the bottom of the ocean than at the top. So if you go down, even if you're in like a scuba diving suit and you come back up too quick, you get the bends.
Yeah.
So there's more pressure at the bottom of the ocean as well as, and then at the top of the ocean there's less, and then you go up higher and higher. What is causing that to happen?
It's just the same thing like water, the column of air above.
But what is causing that difference in pressure? If it's not gravity, what is happening there? Because don't forget, the claim is, the statement is that the gas pressure requires a container. That's one. The second proposition is that gas expands in all directions. So the idea is if there isn't a dome, then what I've heard people say is if there isn't a dome, then the gas pressure will just disperse into space, right? So there's a dome keeping that from happening. I understand what the concept is there. But if that's the case, then it should be expanding in all directions. There shouldn't be a difference between the top of a mountain and the bottom of the mountain air pressure-wise.
So would the expansion be the same on a spherical gravity model versus a non-spherical gravity model?
No, it's explained. Yeah, it's explained perfectly well by gravity. So if lies explained with the ocean, same as air. At the oceans, the bottom of the ocean, all of the weight at the top of the ocean is compressing you, pressing on you when you go down. The deeper you go, the more pressure. Same with the air. The same thing with the air.
Yeah. So in this maybe potentially flat Earth model, we don't have that spherical gravity concept. Right. So it's not at the core in a spherical model.
I need to.
Yeah, of course, Tony. Go ahead. And thank you, Red Cloud.
So
yeah, thanks.
Gravity is not exclusive to a spherical Earth. The phenomenon that Red Cloud is describing, where the pressure at every point is isotropic, it's the same in every direction, and is due to the weight of the overlying medium, that's called a hydrostatically ordered fluid. And that could be just as true on a flat Earth as on a spherical Earth, provided you accept the existence of gravity.
Right, and at free fall.
But it makes no sense without gravity. Either way, you have to have gravity.
Right, and if you're at
free fall, I mean, you don't need gravity for pressure gradients. You just need weight. And as long weight exists, you don't need a dome.
Well,
another thing is that I wonder if the atmosphere is actually exerting any pressure at all at this dome. If not, well, we don't need it.
Yeah, the dome. If the dome is keeping the air in, to my mind, there would be just as much pressure pushing against the top of the dome. That's the idea. The idea in the flat Earth idea, the concept is that there is a certain amount of gas and it's being pumped into whatever, and then it expands in all directions, and then it hits the top of the dome. So as you go higher, air pressure would be either the same or perhaps even more at the top because it's pressing against the dome.
Loses speed when it cools, right? All that shit. Entropy.
So yeah, but what happens to the temperature higher?
Actually, that's not true, Rigger. That's not true. So if you take a sample of air that is say 10 kilometers up, and you bring it down to surface pressure, it will be much hotter than the air at the surface. It's colder up there, but it's up there because it's much hotter than the air that is near the surface. It cools down because of the lack of pressure, sure, but there's a thing called
So the entropy doesn't decrease.
Specific temperature. The specific temperature when you bring it down is higher than the air that's down here. That's why that air is up there and this air is down here.
Yeah, there's less energy. There's less energy when the air is thin than that it is at the surface.
The main point I just want to sort of jump in with there is that
that's what I was saying.
On the globe, in the globe idea, we have an explanation for why there's a pressure differential between sea level and then as you go up a mountain. But in the flat Earth, I'm not hearing a really good explanation for why that happens. I'm
it doesn't
hearing
matter
a dome.
if the Earth's flat or round. It doesn't.
But if there's a dome, the proposition is
container or no container argument.
I see. Yes, exactly.
So it's gas pressure
the
without a
is,
container is your
right.
argument. Your argument saying no, I can have gas pressure without a container. Okay,
yes.
demonstrate it.
Yeah,
demonstrate
yes,
it.
and it's the conclusion or the logic behind that claim.
You can't.
And we can.
You can just talk about it. Give examples of shit.
How about a tokamak fusion reactor, mate? And there you've got gas pressure. There you've got gas pressure, and there's no material container holding the gas in. The gas is compressed by magnetic fields.
I can guarantee you a flat earther is not going to accept a fusion reactor as evidence.
Snooze, what did you? I missed what you said, Snooze.
I wanted to say like this whole gravity and then it needs to be a ball is not needed. So there is a clear logical explanation why a pressure gradient is there and why you don't need a dome. You can demonstrate and try at home that air has weight, or let's say weight. So you can measure the weight of air. The next thing is if you wait a second. I'm not done. So you can measure the weight of air. The next thing is you can also try that if you push or if you exceed a pressure force to a volume of air, it gets smaller, it gets more dense. And then if you stack stuff on top of each other, the stuff that is on top of the bottom stuff is causing that weight force pressing the stuff down together. So that's why you have this pressure gradient at the top. So, and you can measure the pressure gradient as well, just with your iPhone at home. And the pressure gradient is something that we have measured very often, and we know how less pressure is at the very top. And if you go further high, for example, balloons stop at a certain height, let's say, I don't know, 30 miles or 30 kilometers, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But for example, there are aircrafts that fly around 100 kilometers where you have barely no air pressure. And we know that you can go higher than that because we have had trajectories of rockets that go higher. And at that point, you nearly have no pressure. So why should there be anything holding that not pressure, which is anyway attracted down by its weight, to keep it in, even on a flat Earth? Even on a dome.
Everything you're explaining is our understanding of how gas reacts in a container.
No, it's your
gas reacts
literally
with
everything
weight.
you just explained. Your gradient, everything. It's all
Riga, I have a serious. I have a
and then you claim
for you.
Let him get his words.
Yes, and then PH Tony, and then I'd like to pose a question. Thank you.
So the thing is that we have this idea that there is a container, there is a dome, there is a barrier. What I haven't seen is a direct evidence of a barrier or a dome or a container. I haven't seen anyone show me other than the principle that there may be one, or in principle there is one. That's fine. In principle, that's your idea, right? And what I want to see is proof that there is a dome, evidence that there is a dome, other than just you saying there should be a dome.
Okay, I can
antecedent.
Oh, okay, but I can present video of potential evidence. Okay, and then, but I'd like to just throw something into this conversation. Really, that's important because, right, Claude, you mentioned a potential firmament, right? So in 2016, supposedly researchers from the University of Illinois identified hot atomic hydrogen atoms in atmosphere, extending from about 90 to 500 kilometers from the surface, all the way as low as 250 kilometers, which was unexpected based on previous atmospheric models. So some suggest, and this is what Taylor mentioned the other day, that it's actually accumulating, and that's why we have it so low, from 250 kilometers above the surface all the way up to 500. And then not only this, lastly, in recently 2024, this was late last year in August, NASA confirmed the existence of an ambipolar electric field surrounding Earth, and this is they say more crucial in lifting the atmosphere and fueling polar winds, exerting forces significantly stronger than gravity. So I recommend you guys check that out. It's just from NASA. I'll drop their links.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's ionized gas. You leave
that's
out
not a
bits and
zone.
pieces.
Yeah,
No.
and
there's
the other
yeah.
the other aspect, what I would like to ask all of the flat earthers here, and it may derail the conversation, so feel free to shut me up, is do any of the flat earthers in this conversation believe that anyone in the planet is smarter and better informed than they are? And if so, who are those people? Is there anyone whose understanding of science they're willing to listen to? And if so, who is it?
Yes, you would be one. James Torr would be another. Probably a few of the other PhD holders in here for sure.
Okay. Well,
But I will like
I would
okay,
advise you. I would advise you.
Yeah.
I would advise
That's
you
like
to
a humble
restrict your
question.
listening. I would advise you to restrict your listening to James Tour on areas where he is an established subject matter expert, and that isn't abiogenesis or origin of life, nor is it geochronology, which he denies. I am a subject, well, I'm not a subject matter expert, but I am very familiar with geochronological techniques and everything he says about the age of the Earth.
Oh, awesome. Thank
I would
you.
like to, what I would like to see is how the flat earthers, let's say if you have two bottles with a pipe between them and you have higher pressure in one of them and less pressure in the other, and there's a valve and you open that valve, what happens to the pressure? Does it equalize?
If you create a single container, what is the pressure in that
No.
container? Is that what you're asking?
No, you have two bottles connected by a pipe with a valve in the middle. One of the bottles have 14.7 psi. The second one has, let's say, 0.1 psi pressure. What happens when you open that valve?
You create a single container. Congratulations.
What happens to the pressure?
You have one container. What do you mean? What happens to the pressure?
In other words, it equalizes.
You have one bottle of 14.7 psi.
Is the pressure equal in both the bottles?
Eventually, over time.
Okay. What if the bottles are vertically separated?
Careful,
is the pressure equal in both bottles if the bottles are vertically separated?
Well, it depends how you introduce the gases too, right?
No.
How you influence them? You're going to have a gradient.
Hang on. If you have those
a pressure gradient.
You could open the tap, or it would be a slow leak over time.
You could open the tap on both ends.
Right.
So when those bottles are horizontal, the pressure in them would be equal after a while.
Well,
if you then
but now you're talking like what is the pressure at the bottom of that container versus the pressure at the top of that container, right?
Hang on.
Let's Stefan get his words out.
Could I finish, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
So as you keep those bottles horizontal, the pressure will be equal in both of them. If you then put them in a vertical direction, there will be a pressure gradient. Why?
There'd be a few factors. You'd have your gradient and how you introduce the gas, right?
It has nothing to do with how the gas is added to the containers.
No.
Well, if it's pressurized, the gas pressure in both bottles are now equal as you have them lined up horizontally. They're exact. But then you rise it in a vertical direction, and you will have a pressure gradient. And the question is why?
Yeah, also think of them as like the bottles are very, very thin and very, very long. Let's say if they were 50 feet long tubes, and you did that, and you had one 50-foot long tube and another 50-foot long tube, and then you had a high pressure in one, a low pressure in the other. you break the barrier between them, it'll equalize. But then if you put them on their ends, that's 100 feet, and at the top you can prove positively that at the top it would be a less gas pressure than at the bottom.
Just FYI, you really only need 3 feet, and a cell phone can measure it with its diameter inside.
I'm just doing extreme just to say that it's undoubtedly true, rather than getting.
Yeah, you can measure it in 3 feet, though.
Yeah,
you can measure it.
But the question is why? And our proposal is under our concept of gravity, there is an explanation. For us, it's difficult. Entropy?
Yeah, wouldn't it just be how
entropy doesn't say that there's a vertical component.
Well, it's going to equalize. It's still going to equalize the pressure.
No, only
in reality, it doesn't. Right. That's the problem.
For us, it's more
in an
reasonable.
Isolated system, it would equalize, not in a system with gravity or other forces involved.
Right. For us, I think it's reasonable for us to say that our concept of gravity gives us a more solid grasp of what is actually going on than the idea that there is a dome keeping the pressure in. Because in my mind, that would mean there's pressure at the top. So I don't see why there's pressure at the bottom, pressure at the top, and there's somehow a gradient in there for no reason.
If I may say, I come at it from a different perspective, because we can demonstrate the effect of gravity. We can measure it. We can influence it by putting masses nearby. We use it every day of the week. The first mineral, we've been using gravity, measurements of gravity, to locate subsurface mineral deposits for more than 100 years. The Nash Oil Dome in Texas was discovered in 1924 using gravity measurements. So mineral companies pay for gravity surveys, and it can't be a density effect because the instruments are very remote from the actual minerals they're detecting. But they can detect the changes in gravitational acceleration as you move the instrument around, and they can say, okay, there's low mass over there. That's probably an oil or gas deposit. There's high mass over there. That's probably something heavier, maybe gold, maybe something valuable. Maybe you should look there. As I say, we use this technique every single day, and you don't hear about it because why would you? No everyday person cares. But we can measure gravity. We can predict what effect it should have if masses are at certain ranges, and we don't. The idea that it is density disequilibrium or any of that sort of stuff, we can disprove it all. We can prove that that isn't the case. It's not electrostatic. It's not due to electric fields, but it is influenced by whether or not masses are close and whether or not they're off to the side or underneath or on top.
So
I've got a good figure. Mass? Yes, mass attracts mass.
Tony, have you heard of Philip Fagnoli?
No, I haven't.
It's it was an experiment. It was an experiment in the 1880 or so. He had a balance scale, and at that balance scale he had two basically containments or two probe holders at the very top of that balance scale, and then he had a 25-meter high tower and strings hanging down on that balance scale, and two holder at the bottom, or two container at the bottom. And first he balanced the scale very precisely at the top. He could balance the scale with a fraction of a milligram, and he balanced it with both weights at the top. And then he took one weight from the top to the bottom, and he figured out that this 25-meter getting closer to the Earth, he had to add I think 31 point something milligram to the left, or to the top one, because the lower one are now attracted more by the Earth because it's closer to the Earth. That is also already in the 1800s something disproving buoyancy, because at the bottom where pressure is higher, the buoyant effect on the weight would be higher, or is higher actually. So the buoyant effect is higher than to the top one, and it still is heavier than the top one. that directly disproves buoyancy as cause of downwards, which is anyway stupid, but still. But I have a question again to the flat earthers who invoke a dome. We know the pressure gradient. We can measure the pressure gradient. We can go higher and measure less pressure. So let's go higher than the moon, where we have 0.000000 and another few zeros, 1 psi of pressure at the moon, which is measurable.
How did you measure it?
Why couldn't wait a second?
It?
Why couldn't
No,
the dome? Wait a second. I have not done my point. You can disbelieve that if you want later. We know the pressure gradient. Why couldn't the dome be behind or further out in space? Let's just say maybe there is any containment that we have never figured out. Why do you say, for example, the ISS is impossible? Because firmament.
Oh,
We
there's a lot of
know
fucking things you're
how
just stacking and
pressure
stacking and stacking. Guy, can you please stop? Look, first of all, dude, can you stop eating into the microphone? All right, and you're saying you know, yeah, I know it's not you. You're saying you know the gas pressure, the pressure at X altitude. How did you measure that?
With a barometer at airplanes or rockets or balloons.
So
I've got some measurements from a balloon about air pressure decreasing with altitude constantly.
So at the moon, you measured what instrument measured the pressure?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, me neither.
Yeah, okay, but doesn't matter that we know what the pressure is.
This goes back to like what I asked for earlier, right? The gas pressure without a container.
No.
And I demonstrated that to you.
I'm still waiting for two things.
I asked.
I've let
we
you
know
guys
that very up high we have 0
right?
something
No, you guys, hold on,
PSI.
man. Let me get some words in here because there's like two things I wanted to address that never got addressed, and you guys just waltz right past over and over.
I've got an
One
example
is
for
how
him.
do you get the air to
Let him
move
talk.
with an object, right? How do you get the air to rotate with an object? You demonstrate.
Oh, that was already explained.
One was
That's easy. A fan. A fan.
You
A
just said some
fan
shit
is
about a
rotating
baseball
air with
or-
the object. A fan. Hello. A fan is rotating the air with the object. If you push
creating
against the
turbulence,
air,
that's a
you
great
cause
analogy.
friction. Wait a second. If a car is passing by you, you feel the wind caused by the car because the car is dragging the air along with it.
3 point, the car did not hit you also.
One hell of a storm, right? Wouldn't you say that one hell of a
friction.
storm?
Hey guys, can you maybe just hear when you ask a question? I was just explaining the cause. Surface friction causes fluids or gases to move with the surface.
Right.
So
in the way you're talking about,
and if you
extremely
have gas
violent.
to it and you rotate the ball, the gas will rotate with the ball.
Right.
If you have a ball attached to a drill and you turn the drill, the air around the ball will turn with the ball, with a tennis ball, for example.
Okay. Now, how about an analogy that's actually applicable to what we're actually talking about? A calm atmosphere that moves along in the same speed and rotation and even the wibble wobble as a ball, as a sphere.
There's no wibble wobble. There's no wibble wobble. The Earth is not wibble wobbling. The Earth has a The Earth has no wibble wobble. It has a very stable axis. There is no wibble wobble. And not a relevant one. Wait a second, not a relevant one.
You're wrong about that too.
Wait a second.
Learn your model. Learn your model. All right, second is gas pressure without a container.
Oh,
okay.
Real quick. We already explained the whole air moving with the Earth thing. Don't follow his.
No, you didn't.
Tony's been trying to
let's go with both. Okay. One, I did demonstrate in the existence of cold atom gravimeters that we have gases responding to gravity, and they are not contained. Also in tokamak nuclear fusion reactors, the gas is confined by magnetic fields. It is not confined by a material container. There is a material container there to maintain. I beg your pardon?
The gravitic what? Like, could you like link me something here? I'm not familiar
It was
with
in the
term.
chat about. It was in the chat about 15 minutes ago. Like just a well, a cold atom gravimeter. Let me spell it for you.
Cold atom gravimeter. I'll probably be
Yes.
able to figure that out. Gravity meter.
Yeah,
So
gravity meter.
if you invoke a wibble wobble of the Earth, you also have to invoke or steelman our model correctly, because the air is not moving at the same speed of the ground. You just claimed a wibble wobble. There is no wibble wobble.
you're claiming
and
a
the air is
sphere.
not moving at the
Well,
same speed of the ground. The
you're
air is
claiming the
moving faster
mainstream
than the
model,
ground
guys.
because we
Stop it.
know Coriolis effects.
Do you agree with the mainstream model? The mainstream narrative?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
then you have wibble wobble. Deal with it.
No.
What, Chandler
Either we have
perception over the
wibble
course of
wobble,
26,000
or we
years?
have all
I'm not sure I understand this. Like the Earth's pole of rotation moves at a centimeter scale on an annual, and there's a secular component and there's a time-dependent component. Also,
Yes,
the
and I
Chandler
said it's
wobble,
negligible.
it is largely negligible, but to say that it isn't there would not be accurate. Also, more generally, there is a Chandler wobble, though that seems to have damped in recent years. We're not yet sure why, but yes, there are, and also there is nutation.
But Tony, the wibble wobble that he is referring to is the tilt of the Earth. He is too dumb to understand that the axis of the Earth is basically stable, and
it
it's
is
only
very stable, yeah.
and
Not
it's only
necessary.
a tilt compared to the orbit around the sun. There is no
Not
wibble wobble that is relevant.
Not necessary
Yeah,
to insult.
I would
Not
prefer to- I would
necessary.
prefer to say-
Not necessary to insult him.
Yeah, I would.
It wasn't an insult. It wasn't an insult. Calling him a moron is just a static fact.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get in here.
retard, how about you throw the gas pressure out of container?
Hold on. I'm getting here as moderation. We are trying to avoid this kind of just blanket insulting, okay? Because you consider them a moron is not the intellectually good way to get points across, okay? What it's going to do is if flat earthers come and get called morons all day, they're not going to come and talk to you. Stick to the facts, stop getting personal.
Otherwise, it'll just end up like gems.
Yeah,
We've already
would-
got
I
one
would-
gems. We've already got one gems.
I
Let's have it
apologize.
let's not have another
So-
gems. Thank you.
And that's
I
very big of you,
apologize.
Smooth.
I will only call flat earther names when they call me names, like they do all the time.
Okay, that's fair enough. The point is that we use clouds of atoms in a variety of applications, and they are demonstrably affected by gravity. So I'm not sure why this is such a big sticking point. I have cited multiple examples of gases rotating with objects. You didn't like them. That's your choice. You can choose to reject evidence that you want to reject. That's fine.
I'm not
All
trying
I
to
can
reject
do.
anything.
You are, mate. Don't
Literally did.
don't lie.
I'm not. I'm just saying.
You
It's gotta
totally
be
just
like,
rejected the evidence. Okay, but let me get to my point. My point is what you are asking for is an
monologue. You
objective.
guys monologue for fucking ever, and I get so.
Can you
lost in
shut
what
up and
you're saying.
listen?
Dude,
Okay,
shut the
what
fuck
you
up.
are asking for is an object in a laboratory whose gravitational attraction is more than the gravitational attraction of the planet. That is a patently unreasonable thing to ask for. You are asking for something that is not physically possible on the surface of the Earth.
Oh, how about that?
His point is, Rigger, is that what you're asking for is take the assumption, right? Just go with this hypothesis. Take the hypothesis that you are categorically wrong, right? That you are on a globe. Just take that hypothesis. The thing you're asking for to demonstrate is impossible if we are on a globe. You are not steel manning the position you want evidence for. You are asking for a literal impossibility. It would be like us asking for a photo from a billion miles away of the firmament. You would say you can't do that. It would be a straw man of us to ask you for something that your model considers impossible. Don't do it to us.
Whoa. So it's not science. It's not scientifically validated.
No,
yes, it is science.
No, it
so,
ain't.
So we can demonstrate that.
The independent variable.
Okay, that's a misunderstanding. That's a misunderstanding of how science works. We can't turn off gravity, nor we can. Do you accept that electrostatics exists and works?
You deny the second law of thermodynamics.
Do you accept the question I asked? Was, do you accept that electrostatics exists? Do you accept that?
Deny the second law of thermodynamics.
You don't know
The
what that
second law of
is.
thermodynamics does not supply a force.
That's why you're
The second law of thermodynamics does not supply a force. It will not accelerate particles. That's not what entropy does. Gravity will and does demonstrably accelerate gas molecules. We demonstrated it in the laboratory.
We
demonstrated
evidence that you deny.
We've demonstrated a downward bias in gas, and we've demonstrated that it is due to gravity.
Right,
Yes,
that's you denying evidence. You said you didn't deny.
Okay, well, show it.
I've explained it.
Show me how you did
it. Cold atom gravimeters use clouds of gas. We measure the effect of gravity on them. I provided a link to an article about cold atom gravimeters because you asked for one, and then you didn't bother reading the link because you're here just saying "nah" to everything I say.
I've got an image of the thing that Tony is talking about in concept. Okay, I simplified it down years ago for flat earthers. The very basic idea of it is, and I'm sorry I'm going to butcher this, Tony, but I have to simplify it for them. You've got a tripod with a mechanism on top, yeah? That tripod, apart from the legs of the tripod, there's no connection to the ground. You put it on the ground, take a reading, and you do that multiple times, and based on what's under the ground, you get different readings, even though there's no connection to the ground other than the tripod's legs. And what you do is when you find that you've got a desirable reading, when you're looking for dense things under the ground, you find things like gold and oil. That's unexplainable with buoyancy, density, disequilibrium bullshit. The thing that isn't in the ground, it's just on the ground, and it's in a box on top of the thing that's on the ground, somehow knows there's gold underground. How? Our answer? Gravity. Because the denser thing has more of it.
How are you finding it? Like, what tool are you using?
We're using gravimeters.
It is essentially a thing, again, Tony, if I butcher it, sorry. It's essentially a thing that tests the full rate of a consistent mass inside its apparatus on top of the tripod-like setup. It's basically, you do a very, very, very precise little drop, and you time how long it takes. If it does it quicker, then there's more of a force, gravity, bringing it down.
Are you saying that less dense things could never get trapped under more dense things? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that a tripod on top of dirt somehow knows there's gold underground.
But that has nothing to do with it being a ball or being flat. I don't get why that.
No, you're not listening. You've come into it late, and you're disrupting the present conversation.
Yeah, I don't really understand how the tool works. Right.
Well, that's the thing. You said that I think you said that Tony's one of the people you would trust with his intelligence, and when he's bringing a tool that he's very intelligent, I'm still talking. When he's bringing a tool that he is very intelligent onto you as evidence, just because you don't understand it, you're not accepting it. But you said you'd accept his intelligence. You see the problem with the line of reasoning?
That's not what I said. I never referred to
Taking back Eden said that.
Authority.
Oh, it was Eden. Okay, my apologies. It was Eden.
I'm just gonna look at everything they present, and I'm gonna look at it, and then I'm gonna do research on it. I'm not gonna be like, yeah. If I don't know about a tool that they say that it does this, that, the other thing, like this dude's talking about clouds. It's like clouds aren't fucking gas, but Okay, maybe I'll go research clouds because maybe they are gas. Because my understanding, not gas. But he's using it as an example to say, hey, I think he's full of shit, but I don't want to say that to him because I'm not like up to snuff with my cloud knowledge.
Did you try Googling gas cloud?
Right.
What
cloud
does a
in this context does
gas
not mean.
cloud consist of?
Yeah, cloud in
A
this
gas
context
cloud?
does not mean. Cloud in this context does not mean the clouds that you see in the sky. It means a collection of gases.
Tony, could I ask you a question?
So the atmosphere. He's just measuring the atmosphere with this tool.
No.
No.
No, what this tool has in it is a specific. What this tool has in it is a specific collection of atoms that are a gas. It is not the atmosphere. It is its own special set of atoms.
But they are.
It's like
but it is in a gas cloud. So they are individual. It's a cloud of individual atoms that are supercooled so that they share a single wave function. More technically, it's one style of gravimeter. The instruments that measure gravity, there are different styles of gravimeter. There are gravity gradiometers, which is what was shown in that a very early example was shown up there. But there are drop gravimeters where you drop a corner cube in a cylinder and you measure how long it goes down. There are superconducting gravimeters where you've got a niobium ball suspended in an electromagnetic field.
Yeah, they're very commercial product. They're very commercial products. You can buy a Lacoste bomber.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lacoste Romberg are the basic example. But there are the Checan AM is an airborne gravimeter. There are lots of different styles of gravimeters, but Lacoste FG5X is state of the art in absolute gravimetry. Carry on. What was the question?
I'm reading about the portable cold.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Tony, isn't there a fact that some of these gravimeters are so accurate they can even measure the tidal pull from the moon?
Yes, absolutely. The superconducting gravimeters, they have tidal. They have the tidal component, and indeed, whenever you're analysing any gravimetric measurement, you need to incorporate tidal effects because they are
And that conforms to the relative position between the gravimeter, Earth, and the Moon. It doesn't matter where or which position it is. Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
Thank you.
So yes, they are certainly sensitive enough to pick up. In fact, the paper that Whitsitt. Sorry, I wanted to say Witless, but that isn't his name. Whitsitt. The paper that Whitsitt references all the time has a very clear tidal component in it. So when he claims that tides aren't due to gravity, he's lying, and he knows he's lying. He just relies on the fact that other flat earthers won't check the paper that he's actually citing.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually reading about the portable cold atom gravimeter right now, developed by the UK. It looks like in France. So it can detect anomalies several hundred meters to 1.2 kilometers underground under ideal conditions. So I guess they're looking for gold.
Well, they're looking. The different mining companies will have different applications. I mean, sort of the big money. A lot of this stuff has to do with oil.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Certainly in Australia, for instance. Where there's a big mass anomaly because oil deposits are less massive than the equal volume of rock. But in Australia, it's actually primarily copper, precious metals, that sort of thing. That's mostly what we search for in Australia. But actually, we can. The other thing that's quite valuable in Australia is water. Australia is a very dry continent, so we use gravimetric surveys to try and detect where subsurface water is and what's happening to our water reservoirs, and we do that. The particular style of gravimeter that I use is the GRACE satellite mission, GRACE, which stands for Gravity Recovery and Climate Experiment. We're now in the GRACE follow-on stage, and we process data from the GRACE missions. So,
Tony, I have a question. This
Yeah.
is completely off topic. You just reminded me of something I've wanted to know for a while. Is desalination trivial, or is it expensive, and why is it?
It's very expensive. It's energy expensive. So and it's just down to the amount of electricity you have to pump through to you're essentially evaporating the water out and then recondensing it, and so it's just the thermal properties of water. It takes a lot of energy to boil water, and it's so. I was a chairperson for a sort of a climate conference a few years ago, and one of the speakers said, "We don't actually have a climate crisis. What we have is an energy crisis. We could solve most of our problems, including water and everything, if we had a source of energy that wasn't making our problems worse." Which is
that's exactly what. Yeah, exactly right. Yep, it is an energy problem, not a because if you had enough energy, the ability to create enough energy, then desalination would be trivial, and
it would be
there's a bunch of problems that would solve.
But we can't produce that much energy cleanly. I mean, there are recent advances in thorium reactors, and obviously people are hoping to get fusion up and running. But at the moment, the oil companies and their fans are resisting attempts to sort of render them defunct, which is kind of natural. But it's
of course
that'll
come with time.
If you know about climate science, and I can kind of hope that we have time, but it's by no means guaranteed.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I'm not an environmental. I'm not an eco-mental whatever, but I am an environmentalist in that respect. So it is.
Well, I mean, the reality is that there's only so much that individuals can do about this. Actually, the governments have to reorganize the energy markets. And certainly, I don't think that a lot of the stuff that the climate activists do is constructive. But I can understand why they're terrified, because it is a terrifying thing. But Shoebill just brought up a gravimetric survey that found a new mineral deposit. No problem.
Yeah, I was gonna try to get back on topic here. You say, we always say follow the money, and I always say follow the working technology. So based on what, in conjunction with what Tony was just saying, here is a major corporation involved in mining surveys, mining projects, and they target their mining operations based on gravity surveys, and made a press release about it, highlighting how they found these nickel and copper deposits based on local gravity surveys. Follow the money. If you think Rio Tinto, go ahead, Google them for their stock prices. They are one of the biggest mining conglomerate that I know of, and they are pouring boodles of money into mining, and they ain't going to shoot blanks. So they target their mining operations based on gravimetric surveys. Thank you.
Yeah, there's an old saying in Australia that money talks and bullshit walks. There's a lot of money that is thrown into
It's that old
people
working
who are
technology.
very interested in gravimetric.
It's that old working technology.
The other people
follow the money.
Yeah, truth equals money.
Exactly. The other example that I could use is actually the U.S. military. The U.S. military uses gravity observations to passively navigate submarines. Submarines don't like to use their sonar, because by sending out a sound, they make it very easy for their enemies or potential enemies to work out where they are. So they've been working on passive navigation techniques to work out where whether there's a nearby underwater mountain that might not have been mapped. And they've been using gravity maps, and they've been using what's called gravity gradiometry or gravity gradient analysis. And they've been using gravity maps for at least 60 years and gravity gradient analysis for at least 30 years to stop their submarines from running into the ground. So again,
So
this is an
you haven't
example.
heard of that you haven't heard of that new propulsion the submarines have? It's I think it was in that documentary called The Hunt for Red October. Have you heard about that one?
I have heard of that. In fact, if you pay close attention, you can listen to them reference gravity observations while they're navigating on the seafloor. They make a gravity observation in the movie. So yeah, it's
one of Sam Neill's best, one of Sean Connery's best.
Sam Neill is a national treasure and great and everything. So anyway,
yeah. You know who else was in that? Is Gates McFadden from Star Trek: Next Generation. She was in that too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's the wife.
The actor that I most remember is actually Fred Dalton Thompson.
Oh, really?
He's the actor who plays the sort of the gruff Southern American admiral who says, a Russian admiral doesn't get out of bed without a plan of what he's going to achieve and how he's going to achieve it. So
Gates McFadden played the wife of, I think it was the wife of Alec Baldwin's character. I think it was.
Oh, okay. All right, there you are. Anyway.
And then who was the last one was in that? Of course, was Darth Vader himself. What's his name?
Oh, yeah. James Earl Jones.
James Earl Jones in that.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks, Tony. Appreciate you.
No problem. Anyway, so rigor, I don't know what else to tell you. A lot of companies use gravity, like I say, every single day to find mineral deposits, and they make a lot of money doing it. They use a lot of different instruments.
I was just reading up on it. It seems like what they're doing is freezing the gas or the atoms, right? And then just I don't know, measuring its speed.
Measuring its wave function. They throw it out.
Yeah,
so
like
in particular, they tend to like
duality.
Yeah. In particular, they tend to like measuring the transitions between 3p0 and 1s0 electron shells.
So it's kind of like
they measure.
So for me, I look at it like, all right, well, they just manipulated the gas, right? And now it's behaving this way, and then they claim its natural state behaves the same way. You get what I mean? That's me like attacking it.
This gets back to my earlier question. So, in order to have a proper technical understanding of what's going, so you've read a paper for the first time, and you're claiming that you understand the limitations of the observation better than the people who have made the observation, better than the people who used the instruments, better than the people who reviewed the paper, better than the people who published the paper, better than the people who have read the paper. So you're assuming you're asserting you're about to assert. Well, you definitely did assert that it's a circular argument. They do something to the gas behaves in the way they think it will, and then so it's not actually measuring gravity, it's just them forcing the result on. Is that what you're claiming?
No, that's not really the point I was making.
Okay.
Right?
What was
the point I was making was like, I'm just looking at it as like, all right, how do I take it in? Right? Like, how do I take in this information? And I read it because I lack the understanding to comprehend this at anybody's level that's a professional in it, like even fucking amateur in it. I just read it. So like,
the simplest level. Yeah, at the simplest level, it's getting a reading, and that reading varies based on what's underneath of it. So the stuff that's under the instrument changes the reading.
Yeah, okay. I don't really feel like talking to you. I rather just talk to Tony.
If you think of it like like if it was a magnet apparatus, it would be like scanning a magnet over the beach, and the slight tug of it tells you there's something metal underground. Only we're doing this with gravity and mass rather than magnets and metals.
Right, but where I get hung up, like, because I read it and I'm like, well, they're already manipulating the gas, right? They manipulate the gas, and then you kind of claim that this is what gas naturally does. Well, yeah, I guess maybe it is what you were saying, circular. You know, because it's like, for me, it's like, well, I don't know, it's already manipulated. You manipulate it from its natural state.
Let's just ignore the problem, which is that it changes its reading based on what's underneath of it. Let's
Yeah,
ignore
we're
that.
talking shit in chat, doofus. So I don't really want to talk to you, man.
Right. Well, if you're not going to address the actual issue, you're going to create a new issue that nobody has an argument for. That's not really an honest conversation. That's not how honest conversations work.
No, I'm being honest. Like, when I say I don't want to discuss it with you because you're
Right.
talking
You're
shit.
honestly saying that because they manipulate the gas, we can ignore the stuff being under it changes. We can ignore the fact that the stuff underneath of it changes the reading.
You know what I mean? Then I'll just
this
stop
is
talking
why
shit
people
to
start
you.
blocking these,
And then
because
we'll
you
just
can't
evolve
argue
it.
against what I'm saying. You don't have an argument anymore. So that's why you keep doing this.
Okay, let's
Most of what people are saying, he's not saying.
Let's ask the question in a different way. How are these companies finding minerals with such good accuracy without digging a hole first?
Yeah, dude. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say, "Hey, this tech is bullshit." No, it's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say, like, my understanding is, like, I would be like, that's kind of shitty. You know what I mean? Like, I was hoping for better explanation.
Okay, so if someone was trying to teach you math and was telling you how it works and you didn't quite get it, would you tell them it's probably bullshit, or would you probably go along with them? When someone of higher education in that topic than you says that you're wrong, you should listen, mate.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna agree.
So
Like, I'll listen to you. I'll hear you out.
Perhaps to make
I'm
this,
not gonna
perhaps
agree
to make
when I
this
have.
clearer, perhaps clearer, I can present something. I had trouble earlier.
Oh, there you went.
I'm sharing my screen. So can people see that? It should say different styles of gravity measurement. Can people see that?
Yeah, I'm checking that right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Tony.
So the most basic style of gravity measurement is actually the pendulum, and you see this sort of because the period of the pendulum, the period that a pendulum takes to go backwards and forwards, it doesn't depend on the mass of the weight or the mass of the rod. It depends on the length and the gravity. Primarily, there are other effects, but it's primarily those two things. Coriolis does not affect them, no. But you're thinking about a free pendulum. These are not free pendulum. They're swaying backwards and forwards.
Oh yeah. I was thinking like Foucault.
Yeah, you're thinking about Foucault's. But anyway, so here are two different styles of three different styles of pendulums. The first was the one sort of used by the apparatus designed by Galileo. That one in the middle is called the Cater pendulum, and then there's a refinement of it called the Repsold pendulum that made it a lot easier to use. About 100 years ago, I think these were this guy did submarine measurements of gravity of this G term down the bottom. He took a pendulum in a box on a submarine and measured and calculated G and did these maps of gravity. The most standard, this is the FG5X, the Lacoste. It has a drop chamber which is surrounded by by a metal cylinder. It's that silver thing on the right over there. That's the drop chamber, and underneath there's a chamber with a laser in it. There's also a pump so that we can pump the air out of it and control that thing down the bottommost cylinder. That's actually sort of a super spring, so it sort of keeps the instrument stable if there's any external vibrations. The corner cube is this thing up here on the right. It's actually inside a carriage. There's a laser-controlled carriage that sort of forces any air remaining in the apparatus out of the way. And this is the one that we're talking about, the Bose-Einstein condensate or cold atom gravimeter. And this is that one's space-based, so we might use this one, where you supercool the atoms, you put them into the measurement chamber. You then sort of make sure that they've all got the same clock measurement, and then you provide an impulse to half of them so that they go up, so that half goes up, and then you provide another half and they go down, and you recombine them, and then you can look at the populations, and that will tell you what's going on.
Is this inside of a chamber? You said it was a chamber, right?
Yes, this is inside of a chamber. So you can see the arcs that the atoms are describing. You project the atoms up, and they fall under the influence of gravity. This is a superconducting gravimeter. This is so this is the one I was talking about, where a superconducting sphere is suspended in a magnetic field. If there's any acceleration applied to that sphere, it induces a current that keeps it still. So you record the currents, and that'll tell you what accelerations are. This is an example of a borehole gravimeter. If you found a deposit and you want to know how deep it is, you put the borehole gravimeter down, and it'll tell you. That's a brief schematic of it. This is sort of the Lacoste-Romberg zero-length spring gravimeter. Zero-length spring is kind of a bad description, because the spring obviously doesn't have zero length. But if you look down here on the bottom left, it goes through that 0 point. So that's what they mean by zero length. This is an airborne gravimeter made by Lockheed Martin and BHP Billiton. This is a rotating one. You've got 4 rotating accelerometers, and when you add them up in the appropriate way, you get the horizontal components of gravity that you can solve for the strength of gravity. And this is an interesting one. This is another airborne gravimeter one. This thing down the bottom is quartz, is liquid quartz, and you've got these 2 pendulums. Now at the inner thing, these both are pinioned, so there's a pin there that doesn't move. At the outer end is a proof mass, and halfway along is a mirror. So as gravity varies, that proof mass will go down or go up, and the angle of that mirror will change. You're shining a light on the mirror, and as the mirrors move, that changes the light signals that are detected at the top of the instrument. So these are used in helicopters and planes. This is the mission that I've been working on.
So it's like an altimeter?
Mission, which uses this one.
Yeah, the prior, the
or
one previous.
the prior one. No, it's not an altimeter. No, it's
It
just
kind of
it's
like acts like one.
Well, it's measuring the change in angle to those mirrors. So it's just measuring the change in angle of the mirrors.
And what influences like
the Einstein-Bose condensate, isn't that the superfluidity? So this isn't that why they use it?
No, those Einstein condensates aren't superfluids, I don't think. They're the thing that defines them is that they have the same wave function. So they propagate according to Schrodinger's equation, not in so it's Schrodinger's equation that governs how these bodies move. And so so the accelerations act in slightly different fashions than they do. They affect the probability of the wave functions. So yeah, I can't claim to be an expert in cold atom gravimeters. I know, my primary interest is they give me gravity measurements. So I may be a bit muddled here, but and I may be wrong.
Understanding it has like a zero viscosity. That's how I am.
Okay, it may be true. I don't particularly. I'm not going to stake my scientific reputation on this. But what happens with the Grace missions? you've got two satellites, and if, for instance, there's a mass ahead of them, the leading satellite will be accelerated towards the mass faster than the following satellite, so the range between them will increase. And then when you get past it, the lead satellite will be pulled back by the satellites, and the rear satellite will still be catching up. And once they're both past it, the rear satellite will be accelerated backwards more than the lead satellite, and so the range increases again. And you can use these range measurements. I apologize. That went on for too long.
No,
No,
fucking
thanks.
shit, man.
Yeah, that was just rude, man. You should just keep going with doing what you were doing, man. Don't apologize for that.
Yeah. Yeah, whoever
good.
yawned,
That was good content.
mute themselves for 5 minutes.
That's
It was-
okay.
it was-
I
it
mean, I
was
was near the I was near the end. I was near the end of the presentation anyway.
30 lashes
so
with a
it's
wet
all-
noodle.
Yeah, that's it.
But I mean, if you, sorry, there is one other thing that I wanted to show you, let me just, sorry.
I'm hearing a thrumming, like someone is trying to play a guitar or something, and they.
Or someone's phone keeps vibrating. Stefan, is that you perhaps? You're lit, but I can't tell who it's coming from.
Zoop.
It's Stefan.
Zoop. Zoop.
I'll put him on push to talk for now so that he can
It was Stefan.
work it out.
Yeah, it's him.
Okay, here's the thing that I wanted to show you earlier.
Hey, that's
so
me.
This is an example of a superconducting gravimeter that's down a pit. And what they did was they sat a kid on top of it for 6 minutes, and here's the record that they've got. So the kid sitting on top of it for 6 minutes reduced the downward gravity that the gravimeter, because there was an upward effect produced by the kid. Similarly, this is what I was discussing earlier, where somebody was asking, are tidal effects picked up by gravimeters? Yes, here's a tidal record from a superconducting gravimeter. The line deviates from the tidal model because of the mass effects due to a massive thunderstorm going overhead. So the mass of the air changed with the air pressure. Low air pressure means low mass, and that has a gravitational signature. And that low mass, due to the low pressure system, is what results in the gravimeter lying below the tidal model. So yeah, anyway. So sorry, it must be the other way around. There must be a higher mass here. So in order to reduce the, sorry, I'm confused and.
I want to remind the listeners that
anyway,
Tony will keep going until someone says something.
You want to? Well, I mean, I have. All right.
It's just joking.
Well, again, I can stop or I can continue if you're interested. Like, I mean, there's the historical examples. There are two ways of working out where we are on the world. One is surveying from control points, and the other one is from celestial observations. But people started to notice that you got different results from the two. So this guy went to South America in the early 1700s, and he noticed that his mountain coordinates were different depending on whether he did it via surveying or whether he used celestial objects. The guys who surveyed the Mason-Dixon line also noticed systematic errors in their surveying elements, and Henry Cavendish said that might be because of gravitational effects. In the survey of India in the 19th century, they noticed that these two cities, there was a difference between the difference in latitude was different depending on whether or not you used the surveying techniques or the celestial techniques. They checked the surveying techniques. The surveying techniques were extremely accurate. So they worked out that it must be the celestial techniques. In particular, when you're relying on the fact that your plumb bob or your mass is going straight down. And then they did experiments that demonstrated that this isn't true, like the Schehallien experiment, where they were able to detect that the plumb bob was deflected towards the mountain. It didn't matter where around the mountain you put the plumb bob, it was always deflected a little bit towards the mountain. And this phenomenon, this deflection of plumb bobs, is called vertical deflection. And we've known about it for more than 200 years, that plumb bobs don't hang straight normal to the Earth's surface. They're deflected by gravitational effects. The other thing that we can do is we can look at gravitational time dilation effects. This is a result. This is an early result from the 1970s of two planes, each carrying atomic clocks, one going eastward, one going westward, around two circumnavigations of the Earth. Then you bring them back and you compare how much time they've gained or lost versus a reference clock, and the amount of time gained or lost is very consistent with our models. This is another case. You can see that the higher clock with this blue curve is running faster than the clock down the bottom, which is this red curve. And this is an experiment from 2010 where they moved a clock up by 30 centimeters, and they were able to tell that it was running faster. It was running at a higher frequency. And this is an experiment recently where they again used a cloud of atoms and the electron transitions, and they looked at the gradient of those through the instrument, and they were able to work out that time dilation effects are consistent with the theoretical values. So anyway, that's all of the discussion. Actually, that's not all of the discussion. Sorry, I did have one more thing to show. Why do we know that it can't be due to electric fields? And the simple fact is that neutrons fall under gravity. Here's one example. Here's another example of neutrons falling under gravity and mentions. And we've never observed a neutron to be deflected by an electric field. So gravity can't be due to an electric field because neutrons fall under it, but neutrons aren't deflected by electric fields. So the fact that neutrons fall under gravity disproves the idea that it might be an electric field. So anyway, I might call it there.
Just like to highlight that this is the level of depth, detail, and knowledge that scientists go into to learn about things, which is an Olympic-sized swimming pool of depth compared to a small puddle that we ever see from flat Earth investigation. I don't know if Tony's just cutting out and not being audible.
I don't know.
No,
it sounds like you're saying
I accidentally dropped out of voice chat instead of stopping my sharing. So you'll have to repeat the question. Sorry.
No, it wasn't a question. I was saying the appreciation of how much depth goes into these topics at a scientific level compared to what we do see from flat Earth, but with the level of confidence that they bring. Like with flat Earth,
making some value judgment that swimming pools are better than puddles.
Swimming pools are better than puddles if you want to exercise.
True.
Unless you're 5 years old, I guess. Oh god, now the metaphor gets even better. That's horrible.
But yeah, I mean, this is one of the points that I had with, and I have to apologize for riding on eggs earlier with Toucan or whatever the hell his name was, in that sort of. There's a lot of evidence that we have about Earth's rotation, about the shape of Earth, about Earth's gravitational field that the average person doesn't know. And for a flat earther to ask, well, what is the evidence? Why do people think this? And they tend to get yelled at rather than have their questions answered. And I think that that's a shame. And what I hope to do is just to say, well, there is evidence. There's really good evidence for why we believe these things. It's really strong evidence and it's really sound evidence, and it has real-world applications that you can test. And so, but the average glober doesn't know. Tends. This is a generalization, so forgive me because it doesn't apply to everybody. The average glober tends not to know as much as the average flat earther, but the average flat earther certainly doesn't know as much as accomplished scientists do about this topic, and that's sort of the point that I'd like to make.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, and I would happen to agree with you there. Especially because after just chatting with him a little bit longer, I found out that he might be he's self-taught.
And an autodidact.
Yes, right. So I think we got to the bottom that he wasn't finished with his training yet. So, I mean, having an opinion is one thing, but to just lambast without some sort of like training or justification, like yourself, kind of gets is a distraction. But I think I was there at one point, and hopefully he rejoins the conversation and we can focus on the topics like you wanted to. I mean, you were trying to get to the topic for so long.
Yeah, I feel like you can get caught up in sort of again, I have to apologize to Riding on Eggshells, because I sort of came in and I defended him because the point I thought he was making, but he was making a completely different point that Riding was right, was kind of invalid, and I don't feel like his approach of just saying fuck you to flat earthers is in any way constructive. I think that it's actually very destructive to take that.
Yeah, especially without going over the evidence first in great detail, like you were trying to. And but yeah. And thank you to everyone else who was trying to keep it civilized and cordial.
That was one of the things I was going to say. I think Omnivore as well wants this to try and be more compassionate, less about throwing the insults and just talking out the topics on the evidence. We don't want to just be going, well, you're an idiot and such. And I've been guilty of that as well. Like, you get heated and such. We want to try and be more refined, shall we say.
That's right. Yeah, push the limits. Like, let's get to the cutting edge.
There's a real need for that. There really is. Gems is a good example of how it can just spiral out of control. If the passion can be kept without the mindless insulting and bashing, that would be, that would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but in my case, if you insulted me with an insult of being silly or stupid or ignorant, well, that's factual, so that wouldn't be an insult to me.
Yeah, I love that argument. Like, it's not an insult because it's a fact, but it's taken as an insult in the conversation. Like,
facts are far more insulting. I find it far more insulting when somebody points out
Yeah,
my hair's thinning, because it is. It didn't bother me until it started thinning.
How about this?
Terry's being vastly over modest. He's a very sharp individual. So, but it's I entirely agree, and particularly sort of I can get frustrated, and I do have a reputation for blowing my stack with people I see as being dishonest, or sort of railroading me in conversations. In particular, sort of it feels to me like a lot of flat earthers will listen to what I say and then represent it to me in a way that says something that isn't at all how I thought I had worded it. I don't know if people watched my debate with Ross Thatcher or Flat Earth Aussie Jesus, on the weekend, but
that was a tough listen.
Why was that? I didn't hear it.
Well, he would say things like, you said something about stars proving that mass attracts mass. No, that isn't what I said. So we can't have a conversation now. I said something in which stars were involved, and I made the same presentation I just made to you then, that there's a difference between surveying and celestial observations in determining where we are. But that's in no sense the same way as saying stars prove that mass attracts mass. That's not what I said.
To Ross's credit, he was like several beers, whiskey, and everything else down the pipe by like 11 a.m. or something.
He was, yes. We're in the same time zone, and that started at 10 past 10 or something like that. So that was a Sunday morning. Yeah. There's a but he would be fairly free to admit that he's an alcoholic. So he's happy with that.
He didn't go on about his perpetual motion machine again, did he? Because that was something
No,
he
he did
brought up
not go
years
about
ago.
his he went on about the fact that with a 24-hour clock, after 6 months, midday should be at midnight. And I said, well, no, that would only be the case if you were then your sidereal midday would be at solar midnight. But the 24 hours is how long it takes to complete 361 degrees. And he just could not wrap his head around the fact that the solar day was chosen specifically because it doesn't vary throughout the year. He was insisting that if Earth went around the sun, it would.
Here's one for the flat earthers, like for the diversity of it. Because you can get sunburnt from the ocean when it's overcast, he brought up. He suggested that the sun went into the ocean.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
We can't disprove that. That's a
yeah.
I'm trying to wrap my head around that one.
I'm sure there's a formula of how much light gets absorbed, but I was actually looking at puddles and I was thinking to myself, wow, this must have been the very first mirror in history, right?
Yeah.
Natural mirror.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think from some angles, that's the myth of Narcissus. There's a Greek myth about a guy named Narcissus, and this is where the term narcissistic comes from, where a goddess cursed Narcissus to fall in love with his own reflection. And so he sat by the pond staring at his own reflection. And so there are plants where the flowers lean over the edge of ponds, and after Narcissus.
Yeah,
Look, we've all fallen in love with our own reflection.
Very interesting. Thank you.
You must have a very different reflection from mine.
Yeah, very recently I was repulsed in my case, and so I decided to go on a diet.
You must have a very clean. You must have a very clean mirror, Shells.
I am joking, but also I guess I recently did go on the cheat codes and have been going to the gym a lot. So I was obese.
Well, that will work for you.
A tip for you, based on emergent research, exercise isn't the only decider to weight loss. What they're finding is your body, back from like hunter-gatherer times, basically goes, oh, you're exerting more. Well, if you exert more and use more energy, then if you don't catch the thing, you'll just die anyway. So your body kind of like cheats, and it'll make sure you use about the same energy every day, no matter what activity you do. Now, in a short burst, if you suddenly start going to the gym, your body will be like, shit, what's going on? And it will, but it will adapt. So what they seem to be finding is bringing down your calories is one of the best ways to lose that, because you are forcing your body to use other sources. Rather than exercise, your body just goes, I'm just going to not use as much, and I'm going to keep it baseline. Your body is cheating against you because it doesn't want you to use loads of energy to try and catch the deer, miss it, and then you've got no energy left and die.
What does it want me to like not get laid or something? This sucks. No, yeah, I heard the same thing. I heard it from a Kurtzegard video, if I'm telling the truth. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure it holds true though. Where it's like what that's talking about is generally using cardio, and I do wonder about that when you then go. But I'm also trying to bulk, so I'm like lifting heavy weights, and then it seems like the effect can last longer because you're trying to build bulk, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
But yeah, I think you've got to do calorie restriction. The only real way to do most of the things, like get a six-pack or lose weight or look better, most of
energy in versus energy out, brother. That's it. It's that fucking simple.
So what you're saying, I can't drink beer.
That's what they're
saying. I can't drink any more beer.
Yeah,
I can't drink any more beer shells.
It's like it's like a hamburger per thing.
Hey, treat your body like a fuel tank.
But that's what they're saying.
Like an engine.
In response to energy in versus energy out, they're saying it's not that anymore. They're saying it is energy in matters far more than energy out. If you
Yeah.
increase energy out significantly and maintain that differential, it will only result in a short-term loss of fat, and then you'll kind of even out again. The system will learn to be more efficient with what it's getting given, because it's treating it like you might be, like how many early humans were nomadic and had to change location. So also there's this thing, I was reading about this because I'm reading listening to Guns, Germs and Steel, where hunter-gathering, your body can tell when you are traveling. So suddenly all of the things that associate with that make it far less likely that a woman will have a child while that's happening, including things like, and you can track this, like endurance athletes
Yeah, I've heard about that.
noticeably lower sperm counts. Women who are will have higher chance of spontaneous losing the baby. There's like a few different things. If she's still breastfeeding, basically, so let her have a first one because she can carry it. But if she's still breastfeeding, it'll be harder to get pregnant again. All of these kind of things, yeah.
I think I get what you mean with the whole. Yeah, so it makes sense, though, right? So energy in, and then your energy out. The more output you have, the more efficient your body gets at utilizing the energy in. So therefore, you need less energy for the output.
Yeah.
So if you keep the same energy, you have to increase your output, right? Because your body becomes more efficient and adapts to it.
No, we're not saying increase your output. What we're saying is, if you think of it like shoveling coal, right? If you start putting in less coal, what your body does is it starts just using it less. It starts like rationing it and makes it last longer.
It didn't fully make sense to me. I've got to be honest. I was still
No,
like,
that just creates fat.
Calories.
I might have gone the wrong way around. I think more on the output. Like, if you double the distance it has to go, the idea is that it's going to shovel less coal each time, but still travel as well.
Right, yeah. That's how I feel.
I'm not really good at metaphors, but the point is, just doing more, like trying to expel more energy, your body actually doesn't expel more energy. It just rations to make you do the same actions.
Well, that's like user side, right? That and eventually like endurance plays a part. I mean, I grew up as a kid like 1 meal a day. To this day, like I played sports my whole life, and physically active my whole life, and 1 meal a day will get me by.
I'll find the Cuscat video for you because it's really good. Cuscat is absolutely fantastic. I'd highly recommend it.
Yeah, they do. With a few of them though, I'm like, you're slightly overstating that. Like the Rat Park one, I love that, but I'd looked into it long before them, and I was like, there are some rebuttals to Rat Park. Is that the one? I'm forgetting which one. I forget. It was either Rat
the Rat
Park
Hotel sort of thing, like having no stimulus and just murderizing everybody.
No, I think it was one about how it relates to drug addiction. In that most of our studies on drug addiction come from trapping rats in really nasty places, right? So devoid of their social hierarchy and structure, and then when they're trapped in a little cage, you go, hey, will this rat continually take heroin? And this guy did a study where he's like, well, it could be that the rats just really like heroin, but isn't it also possible that living in a tiny little cell with no social things, like actually it is kind of understandable that you'd want to be fucked out of your brain if that was your existence. And that's kind of the existence of junkies. So
No, they did an experiment that backs that up, because they did this like they put a little device in a room, right? And they left people alone, and they're like, oh, you're only gonna be in here for like 5 minutes, and they explained like the device is gonna give them a zap, right? And then they left them isolated for way longer than 5 minutes, and they noticed some people like they crave stimulation so bad that they just harm themselves. They electrocuted themselves just for a form of stimulation because they were isolated. So yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, the rats didn't have music or books to write or books to consume.
Yeah,
Music to
so the Rat Park thing was like saying, if we get rats, because you get them addicted to opium, and then you go, will they wean themselves off? And you find that rat tests rate about the same as junkies. When you go, how likely is a junkie to give up on any given run at giving up heroin? But if you put them in a park where they've got this complex, like all this dirt, they can dig, they can form social hierarchies, they live with other rats, and then you give them the same training where you get them addicted to heroin, and then you give them an opportunity of a heroin water dropper or an ordinary water dropper for them to get their water. So all of the other rats who aren't already hooked on opium don't like the opium water, but this guy does. And then if he's got this social hierarchy and he's got like a fulfilling life otherwise, then the rat will voluntarily make the choice to go through the awful process of withdrawal and the vomiting and all of that, because they're getting enough, like, just sort of the positivity of the, yeah. Anyway, Kurtzegart did a video on it, and if I'm getting the right one, I was like, there are some criticisms to Rat Park and why it's not necessarily a good study that he didn't seem to remember or incorporate.
Yeah. I find that interesting. That something so addictive is still not enough. Some things are more addictive, I suppose, than heroin.
Yeah.
I say love. Love is the most stimulating.
Okay, for
Drug.
Pure Rigor and anyone else who's interested, I'll put the video in the link. They did update it with some information because a fitness person did talk to them and they really appreciated the feedback and did an updated version. So I'd recommend anyone interested, go have a look.
Oh, what's it about? This is
It's we need to rethink exercise. Yeah, it's that whole thing about your body going, I'm gonna bring it down and I'm gonna cheat, and god damn it, why did you not lose weight? That whole body is being a pain in the ass thing. Yeah, highly recommend it.
I think people just know their body. Like, when you're pushing your body to its limits, right? When you're going to that, hitting that threshold. If you're not going there, you're not really working out. It doesn't matter what all the numbers are telling you. Like, you can feel it. You know that pounding in your chest, like your head throbbing. Like, you feel it. You feel the pain. And if you're not bringing yourself there, you're not really burning energy. Close to the ice ball. What's this thing talking about?
That's fact.
Well, man. Oh my goodness, that was kind of funny.
There's a market for the globe. People are selling $100,000 plus globes right now.
I'll take 2.
And a pizza is only like $10.
Eggs, let me ask you something. Since you're like working out, you're trying to, what are you doing? You stacking or like cutting?
What do you mean stacking?
Like, are you trying to like build muscle, or are you just trying to like
just want to get good looking? I just broke up and I'm back on the apps and want women to want to bang me, but I also really like being feeling active and capable,
Yeah.
So you want to look like
that might take another 30 years. Sure.
It could do. But it's also about what I can do, and that I love riding off road, and I've done a bunch of it where I'm like, I know the thing that's holding me back, and it's not skill. For most people, it's skill. Whereas my skill is outmatched by, or like my endurance is not good enough for me to really test the limits of my skill, because I can do just can't keep practicing for long enough. And so yeah, I just wanted to get better at that and be able to go on longer adventures.
So
CrossFit's been huge. I've done a bunch of other things, and CrossFit.
Don't do CrossFit. That
Rules
shit's so
me.
bad.
No, you just look at the other guys in the class and you go, does this thing work? And a bunch of other gyms and stuff I've gone to, I'm like, this clearly doesn't work. Look at that chubber over in the corner.
Let me ask you, right? Like, how many times can you remember where you've had like a headache or something from not eating?
From not eating? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't do that much.
Yeah. Try going there. Try only eating when you start to like feel the effects of not having food. And I
Yeah, I
bet
would
that
like to do a
alone,
bit more fasting.
yeah, not fasted, you know what I mean? Just like throughout the day. Like if you wake up like like 6 o'clock at night and you're not feeling any like negative effects or whatever, you're feeling fine and just a little hungry, you got like a little bit of stomach, the stomach aches, just they'll go away, they subside eventually. And only eat when
Supposedly, oh, sorry, bro.
I was just gonna say just only eat like if you get like like other signs where it's like you get the headaches and stuff and it's affecting you. You get what I mean?
I'm not super good on the like unpleasantness on things that are.
Oh, fucking suck it up, buttercup.
But I'm not that keen on. And also, how old are you?
47 now.
Okay, yeah. You're worth listening to.
Oh,
Because I don't know if you feel the same, but I sometimes hear people speaking, and they're like, "I tell you what, you should do to get like fit and be agile." And I'm like, "Hold up, are you 20?" And they're like, "Yep." And I'm like, "Fuck off."
Do anything.
I was
Right?
20 times more agile than you when I was 20. It's fucking easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do want to do
I
a
had
bit
a
of the
nice fucking six pack when I was 20. But yeah, it's definitely harder to maintain and build muscle. Because if you were gonna tell me you were gonna try build muscle at like a later age, I was gonna be like, oh, that's tough.
Yeah. But I am on cheat codes. I don't have a problem with using the cheat codes.
No, don't. It's not worth.
Oh man, it's good fun.
It's extra weight.
Bioidentical.
Are you saying like the juice?
Yeah.
No, that's dead weight.
Dead weight.
Yeah, your body's not. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Hey, I thought about it multiple times, right? Because it like gives size, right? Mass and swole. It gives you that swollenness. It repairs you a lot quicker.
Yeah.
I would say stay away from it, just because like what you put on wasn't. It didn't come naturally, right? It came way too fast, and your body's not coordinated and everything else. It conditioned properly to take that amount of size on that quick. It should be like a gradual thing, like a natural process. The way your body adapts, like everything along with it adapts. Otherwise, it's just like it's a lot of extra weight and punishment on your joints and everything else, and your coordination, your rhythm, your movements. Everything's going to suffer from it.
You might need to clarify what juice, Harry.
Like
bioidentical testosterone.
Yeah, that's not steroids.
Well, isn't that what people usually mean when they say steroids? Is testosterone?
Test shots, test boosts, and be careful because your body becomes reliant. I got a couple of buddies that juice when they're younger. Now they can't even get a boner without test shot.
Yeah, but that's usually people who are taking, because you can take like a fairly low amount, which is what I'm on, and it's noticeable, but it's you're not suddenly looking like a sort of Angus bull or something. You're just an ordinary looking dude who's still got to do a chunk of exercise to get anywhere. But yeah, there are people at competition level bodybuilding are on. Last time I worked it out, I think it was 1,000 times more than me. So I'm taking a like not quite placebo dose, but a very low amount, and it's noticeable. It just feels.
So just keep your Jimmy stiff and repair you a little bit better. You'll probably sleep
you feel
better,
great, but
wake up better.
Like I'll go off it and I'm fine, and yeah, it's just it's
Kind of like
bioidentical.
microdosing.
Yeah.
Huh?
Just
Have
you
you
feel
tried
great. You just
supplements?
feel that little bit of eagerness and up and go that you had when you were in your 20s, and
Yeah, yeah, I get it. I've been so fucking tempted, but yeah, because the older you get, the more appealing it becomes, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why
He's
my
like,
brother
"Give me-"
talks to me about it, because he knows about it deeply, for a variety of reasons. And he just kept like giving me all the reasons. Like, it doesn't bother your liver because your liver already knows what it is. So I was like, yep, I know you. So, and I always said to him, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do it now, because when he was telling me about it, I was an actor, and I was like, man, I eat like 3 chickens and go to the gym 4 times a week. I'm looking fine. And then I was like, I'll do it when I'm getting older and fatter.
You got like a community pool, like a YMCA. I don't know where are you from? Australia or something? New Zealand?
Yeah.
Do you have like a YMCA or some type of like a
Oh,
recreational place that has like Olympic-sized pool?
yeah, probably. Yeah, there's lots of sea pools nearby, like free pools to use. You mean?
Yeah, like a nice one where you can do like long laps that are really gonna stress you.
Yeah. So I'm seeing a chick who keeps being like, "Why don't you come swimming with me?" And she does 2 kilometer swims, and I'm like, "That sounds
Do
like
it.
insanity." It
Do it.
might be a good idea. I do think it's a good idea. It's one of those ones where I'm like, theoretically,
You want,
brilliant
you
idea.
want,
In
you want that
practice,
waistline,
I'm not getting up at 6 in the morning.
bro? You want that waistline? You know that
I do a little bit.
the
And
V,
no broad shoulders too. The fucking shoulders on swimmers. Cool.
that V. That's how I got my V when I was
Exactly.
younger. When I went into the military, I started like learning how to swim, like really learning, like the proper way, like side stroke. You know, before I was just freestyle swim everything. You know, hold my breath, put my fucking head down, and just flap my arms. Do you start learning how to do like side stroke, breaststroke? You get such a
Yeah.
good fucking workout. You just stay in the water.
Too bad you didn't know about flat Earth when you were in the military training. I'm sure you would have talked about it.
Oh no, I hardly talk about it now. It's like a taboo topic, you know?
It is, especially for some people because they feel there's a stigma to it. So even if they accept it publicly, it could potentially affect their professional career.
Well, in the average person has no fucking clue. Like, you know, I had no clue, right, about all the inner workings of how, you know, this means that, and you know, like how all the conclusions are drawn, right? So you ask people about it, and they'll just get their own model wrong. Like if you would have asked me about it 2 years ago, I would have been like, yeah, you would have been like, wow, this dude's a fucking idiot. He don't know shit about the Earth, you know, like the globe model. I would have had so many things wrong. So now, like if I talk to somebody, I just kind of like propose a question. You know, I'll just throw a question out, like see if they think about it. And if they don't get it, then it's like, yeah, this ain't worth talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, honestly, it's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Most people, I don't know. I don't think a lot of people give a shit one way or the other.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the number of people who scoff at flat earthers is close to 100% of globers. But when polled, a significant chunk of globers get the Earth, think the sun orbits the Earth, which is not just like, because I think it's silly to sort of gauge whether they know the number for the radius, because that's not, you know, I think you could ask geodetic surveyors and astronomers and like astrophysicists, and they would be like, oh, I'd have to check the books again. You know, they might be able to guess at it if after doing a bit of sitting and thinking. But when it comes to like, does the sun orbit the Earth? It's such an important bit of the foundation of understanding how orbits and everything works.
Yeah, the
But
helio versus
you've
geo.
got and you've got a massive group of people who would scoff at a flat earther and then get that question wrong. Like, what? Is what they have knowledge? It might be true. It might be a belief they hold, but is that any good justification?
Look at Doofus talking shit in chat because he's all butthurt. Because I don't agree with everything he says. Dude, get over yourself.
You literally denied the evidence that gases have weight while saying you're not denying evidence. That's you, man.
No, like you want me to accept what you proposed to me, and you're like, "This is absolute," and I'm like, "Yeah, no, well, I see this wrong with what you said." Like the whole thing with the cold atom gravimeter. It's like the very first thing that it says when I read up about it. It says, first thing we do is we manipulate the gas, and then this is the conclusion we get of what gas does, and this is how it behaves in its natural state. Right?
That's not how it was actually described to you. You just oversimplified the crap out of it because you didn't understand what it actually meant.
No, that's what it does.
Why doesn't one or the other of you ask a question that will split the difference about this gas as having weight?
Right, and my example wasn't gravimeters either. My example was weighing the gas directly.
Yeah, with a scuba tank, and I said it's force.
No, that wasn't my example either.
That was one of them.
Wait,
my example was You have a vacuum chamber you have not evacuated yet. You put a scale under it. It gives you a certain weight. You remove the air, the weight goes down. The air that you had in the gas chamber is no longer there, and the weight decreased. Therefore, the air has weight.
Okay, density and gas pressure.
Okay, gas pressure, if gas pressure were equal in all directions, there would be an equal amount of gas pressure at the top and at the bottom, which would mean that the weight change would not be registered because those two would cancel each other out.
Is that the same experiment as the balloon one, where you fill up a balloon and let the air out, and then you weigh the actual balloon, and it would weigh more with the air in it?
That's another example of doing it, yeah.
Would it also mean if gas doesn't have weight, would it also mean that helium balloons couldn't rise?
So I couldn't catch any of that moment.
It can't have weight. It can't have weight. You can't weigh helium.
Okay, so when I measure the weight decreasing after removing the air, what is that?
Whatever you're measuring. What are you asking?
Weight is what I'm measuring. I'm measuring weight. That's what I'm measuring.
Whatever the container is. Like, I don't know. What are you asking me? You're saying remove the air and then measure. I don't know what the air was in.
Well, I already explained what the air was in, so you're not confused about where the air was.
Can we start from the beginning of this observation? Step 1, we put weight in scale. Step 2, put in a chamber. What's the weight?
Right.
Okay, so we'll start with the actual. We'll start with the actual scenario. Step 1 is you put a scale under a vacuum chamber that you did not remove the air from yet. Step 2 is mark the weight, right? Measure the weight. Step 3 is remove the air. And step 4 is mark the weight again. You'll see there's a difference. There's less weight when there's no air in there, or when there's less air in there.
There's videos. What type of scale? We could use a digital scale.
I mean, a digital scale is probably the best option.
And what's the difference after the vacuum from your first initial findings? I mean, I could look it up, but...
Like, on number, that depends on the size of your vacuum chamber and the strength of the vacuum you pulled.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yep, and so now that the weight has gone down after removing the air, we can conclude the stuff we removed had weight.
Would there be a formula, like for every cubic meter of air, that it weighs a certain amount to...
Weighs about 1.2 kilos cubic meter.
At sea level, right? I think so.
Yes, correct.
Well, thank you.
So now we have to figure out why pure rigor, his rigor, demands that we still don't know that weight or that air has weight.
He'll come up with something.
Is it rigor? Is it that air does not have weight, or that is not a valid test to see if that is the case?
No, for me, it's like downward bias, right? So if gas has weight, then there would be a downward bias, and we'd be able to see it everywhere, right? And eventually, like everything would settle, right? It's the conclusion you're going to come to. The only thing that would disturb it is, you'd have like your wind, whatever, turbulence and shit like that would disturb it. But overall, you wouldn't keep a consistent gradient.
Well, it's interesting.
The gradient itself is the downward bias manifest. So when you have more air lower and less air higher, there's a downward bias because downward is where the air wants to be.
No, the types of gases would separate. They'd be less. The mixture would be completely different. You wouldn't be able to sustain the same.
Yeah, and I have evidence here from NASA. In August 2024, NASA confirmed the existence of the ambipolar electric field, and it shows a worldwide electric field that plays a crucial role in lifting at the atmosphere and fueling polar winds, exerting forces significantly stronger than gravity. I can repost it, and then it also seems to be corroborating the research in 2016 from the University of Illinois, where they found hydrogen as low as 250 kilometers above Earth. No, actually, I think even lower than that, all the way to the peak of the atmosphere, right? So it seems like there might be a buildup more than we initially thought.
Okay, neither of those disputes the fact. Yeah, neither of those disputes the fact that the pressure gradient is the gas having a downward bias. Like, you didn't argue against that.
You didn't show it.
The pressure gradient existing is that downward bias manifest. Do you want me to explain it again or not?
So, gravity, pressure existence, therefore gravity. What the fuck, dude?
That's obviously not the argument. Did you see how you had to change the words in order to make it into a different argument instead of the one I actually made?
No, I'm just trying to like follow your reasoning. And
no, you're not. You're trying to change it into something else.
What it is, and I claim gravity, and gravity has this exact effect. And it's like, okay, well, gravity and weight. All right, well, let's look at anything else. And how does that